All right. Go ahead and get these boxes ready. Know how that be. Uh, All right, run this back. All right. I look fly. I look silent. Oh, nothing. I gotta say that video. That's shoot. All right. Oh shoot. I pressed the wrong button. Boy, I got 60. I ain't even put that one up there. I ain't even made it that far yet. I got to baby step it. 20K for the beginning. 20K. We Gucci now. You just look. Twice a week, man. Got to get it twice a week, man. There you go. I'm connecting all my Kevin Samuel friends together, man. That's what I'm doing. Twice a week, man. I mean, that's what they do nowadays. They don't like to talk about growing and all that other stuff. They want you to say, trigger me first, and then we can talk. Ain't that sad? See how the app operates? So I see how the game works. So, you know, we can bring it up. Shoot. Give me a snack or something. Give me a snack or something. Let me share this thing out. I forgot. Share these things out real quick. Um, hey, what am I trying to do? Oh, this one. Yeah, I had so many gifts within the past couple months. I was like, shoot, I just transferred some of that stuff over. Do something with him, you know. Oh yeah, let me do it too. I'm about to join y'all with the sharing thing. I forgot. I'm supposed to be sharing myself. Let's get this person up in there. Nah, come on, Earl. That's what she said. All right, get her. See whoever up. That's all. Just take a gamble. We're gonna take a gamble. Oops, that's 15 people already. Step away, my God. Oops, that's the wrong button. I'm patting that song, man. Not the king. Not the king said he out. He came in. I don't know about to finish that. He joined the live just to say he's out. Ain't that something? All right, did I share 15? Okay, that's that. I mean, loving how I just start off so slow sometimes and I don't know what, but bang! I'm sitting here with bags in my eyes and stuff. But look, soon, give it some time. As soon as I start the live up, I'm gonna have my loyals in here. You know what I'm saying? Faithfuls. My faithfuls. Let me get let me see if my new mod if she up. Let's see. She was hanging with the big dog. See if she up. I see green on there. He might be up. Who else? That might be everybody. That might be everybody. Let's see if she up. You know how to spend time with her, spend time supporting. Sorry, no, I'm talking to the older lady that been with this. Older lady that been with this. You always talk about she been with her husband for 50 something years. Talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right, there we go. We in it. We Gucci now. There we go. Sheesh, man, what y'all doing, man? I know I'm on this boy late. I got me a few hours of sleep before I started it back up. Few hours. I went to church today. You know, I've been church been on point though. They been talking about forgiveness. That's one of the main things. That's why my mama like, did you get something out of it? I'm like, Mom, this is what I talk about on my live all the time. Man. All right, man. See, look, I can count on Sophie. I just sent the live, and you know what I'm saying? I can count on Sophie. She's one of my most loyal, mods. No, so let me stop. Let me make a competition. She be hanging with the big dogs. That's why. Yeah, Mama wasn't. I'll be like, what's up, Broderick? What's up, my brother?
My brother.
All right, yep. Yeah, thank you. See, so look at Sophie, y'all. She said, I don't want to make none of my mother mods jealous. Let me just keep that. Let me whisper. I always do that too. That's why they don't be liking me,
I
though.
will
You
report
who
this
your new
live. Who you
favorite now?
talking about?
uh,
Oh,
Oh, should I
well, I
be
can't hear
I'm
nothing. I gotta
jealous
drop and
now?
come back now. I can't hear
Holler
nothing.
out again. I say,
she said, "I'm jealous."
hey,
I'm
baby,
jealous.
honey, bunny.
Hello.
I didn't say that too
Yeah.
loud, did I? I was talking to.
Yeah, you said it loud. That's fine. Kev, don't
See, it's different. You not just a mod. You were twin. You
say
feel
that's
me? You know.
fine. How you
He
feeling?
said I ain't going for that. What's up, real
You
man? I
try, you
see you
try.
though. She gonna be like,
Oh, oh,
hey,
bro.
Sophie cool. I love Sophie though. She cool as
hey, you gonna be like, hey, old girl was right. Knew it.
hell.
You know what I'm talking about? He always playing with people's minds.
Always.
Oh my.
Oh,
Uh,
man, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
now who you say was your most loyal mod?
I didn't say nothing. What you talking about?
Bunny, look.
Yeah, I will report
It
this
was I
live.
was it was this game. I was looking at the game and it was like there was a note
Yeah,
on
all
there.
right.
Ah,
Yeah.
thank you, Sophie.
mm-hmm.
Look at that. Another black man trying to oppress another black woman.
Real, come up here. Please.
I think I should have knew better by saying that, man. I see how I
Yeah, you
was with
should
the
have,
gifts. I was like,
Kev.
why would I do that? Why would I even bark up that tree?
Right.
Wait, hold on, what? Why she get this? Why she get that?
Bro,
You know that respect,
It be
I
like
would
the
have
like
jumped.
when you do the kids like that. Why is toy bigger than mine?
You know
You got
women
3
always
lollipops.
competing.
They
You put
do.
his
I know.
dad in
I
his
should have
shoes
knew
because
better.
y'all
I was
like the way
supposed to
his
know
shoes
better.
look.
That was crazy.
yeah, man, I'm gonna tap this screen and get you up to help you get up to this 20K, bro.
For sure, Broderick, man.
I ain't
But
tapping
for
no
real,
more because I feel oppressed, and he said somebody else was
it's
his
okay.
favorite
It's
mod,
okay.
so
Y'all don't
that's
even
why
know
I
who I'm
better tap.
talking
It's
about.
okay.
You don't even know who
That
I'm
mod
talking
can tap by themselves.
about.
It's okay.
You see why you don't? You see why you don't make them?
It's okay. It's okay. I understand where she coming from. Okay, if you was disrespectful as fuck.
He gonna
Thank
make
you.
it worse. Not him burning. Not him adding
Very
fire to it,
disrespectful.
man.
Nah, but I follow everybody up here, man. Everybody that's gonna come up here, man. But for real, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
these
bro.
my
I
mains,
was,
man. You already know they
I
be in
was a
here all the time.
part, bro. I was a part of a live earlier, bro. That just it didn't make no sense, bro.
Mm.
It didn't make no sense. It'll never make sense. It'll never make sense, bro. The shit that we
What?
talk about live with no resolve, man. I
Wow.
think, yeah,
Okay.
man. So I just want to dive into the topics, bro.
Mm.
Why
I
do
Mm.
want you to
people
get
from
whatever you
Just
got off your chest. I
TikTok
want that to
cheated
get
on
off
the
your chest first, though. You got
coins.
me. Now you got me wondering, like, what is it about?
yeah,
TikTok
nah,
cheating on the coins. I just gave him 2 coins and it only gave him one of them.
Oh, I
yeah,
told you.
it's okay.
See?
It's okay. You don't have to give me anything. I tell
Two.
people that
I,
all the
I
time.
gave it to you because you realized I was oppressed.
Yeah, I get well, yeah, we all oppressed. But
That's
the
crazy.
thing about
No,
it is
press
this,
oppressed like
man.
us.
Like
Mm-mm.
it's all gonna fall. It's all
It's
gonna fall
expressed.
into a sequence of everything, man. Listen, first off, this is the thing about it, man. There's not too many real ones out there left anymore. We all getting
Facts.
suppressed behind what social media is telling us how to feel and what to do and how to act and how to be and everything else. Listen, I want to say this from my own standpoint, right? And I'm not trying to appease to anybody because I'm not one of these people that just try to make people feel good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I love my community value. I love the black woman. I love the black man. Right? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, what happens is it's a lot of different things that goes on within our community behind these fucking people that actually infiltrate our culture, and we know what it is, and we don't want to call it out. We don't want to stand on truth and value, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna tell you something, right? Within our community value, there's a lot of different situational things that happen within our community, right? The one thing that we should never target is a person kids, no matter whether they're you know what I'm saying, like mixed race or it's just that or it is what it is, right? I've been a
Mm-hmm.
part of a lot of different conversations tonight where I couldn't get it off. I couldn't say how I felt about it, right? My thing is this: if you know that you support your own and you know that you'll do whatever you can behind your own, it shouldn't matter about anything else. These people out here, I feel like, and I don't want to dump this off here, but I just gotta say it because
Let it out.
I said it on my own channel, right? A lot of us don't get along together. A lot of us don't. We cannot coincide together. And it's about the ideologies about what we want and the conversations that we fucking have. So sometimes, shit, if you can't get along with your own, it is what it is. We can't stop it. We can't stop what another person wants to do. Why the fuck is that the focal point of
Word.
anything to promote something? Be glad that man or that woman found the opposite sex instead of the same. I mean, I'm not going against anybody else about anything else, but Have you not seen? I look at these situations and I'm like, have you not seen the shift within shit that's going on right
Hmm.
now? You want so bad to be right that you don't realize that the same thing that you're promoting is what has been damaging everything. Because we just had the same conversations about the Pookies and the Tyrones. We had the same conversations about men not stepping up, men not knowing how to step up, women not knowing what they want. We've had all of these fucking conversations. What the fuck are we talking about right now? Where is the resolve within it? I'm not blaming anybody at this point. I'm not. So I just want to say that first and foremost. I'm not blaming anybody. But what we're talking about is situational value behind different communities spread around the fucking world. I can't control what happens in damn New Hampshire. Nobody in New Hampshire knows what the fuck is going on in Alabama. I can't. Nobody has any dog in this fight. There's no dog in the fight. There is no dog within the fight within community value. So to go to the first question, why do people find the worst talking points to dislike? The reason why people find the most egregious shit to talk about is because they don't want to understand situational value. Debunked. We're not from the same area. Kev, where are you from?
Detroit.
I'm from Alabama. There is no dog in the fight with that. Behind women or men. It's not, right? But I've been following you for what, about 2-3 years now?
Yep.
And I've never had a disagreement with you. So the talking points is it's a broad spectrum behind every state. It's behind every. You know how many different situational values that is behind the mileage between. You know how many states is behind the mileage from you to me.
Mm.
Everybody experiences different things on my platform, which my platform has nothing to do with yours. But we're good friends, you're brothers. I label you as a brother to me. We can't keep bringing our own situational value to something and then making it seem like that's going to be the social norm, or that's what the agenda is. Because when we look at how we view our community, there's a lot of different people that get on here and try to be activists, and they're not activists. They're just people that talk about shit that don't mean nothing to nobody else. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
We hear the naysayers. We hear what these people want to say. Yes, a black woman is beautiful. A black woman is everything to our community. We can't say that it's not, because we all have black mothers.
Fact.
We all have a black woman that has actually done and sacrificed everything behind us as a community value, right? But there came a shift within it where there was a lot of ain't shit ass men and there was a lot of ain't shit ass women that's around. Why do you think that most black mothers don't like who you bring home? Why do you think that most black fathers don't like who you bring home as a female? It just is what it is. It's just facts. We got to deal with the facts of what they dealt with and what they wanted for us. And that's how you build it. But at the same time, bro, I don't think people actually understand the structural integrity of our family value. And then when you realize, like, okay, well, just like how, like, and this may be here or there, maybe everywhere at this point while I'm talking, it's just like a cookout. You know what I'm saying? Your mom's side of the family is structural. Your dad's side is just here and there, whatever. You may have fun over on this side. You might have fun on that side. And then when shit pop off, it may be more shit pop off on your mom's side than it would be your father's side. I don't know. It's different. It's a different type of thing. And that's where our community is at right now. But it has nothing to do with just our family, it's every family around us. We can't build up anything, and we can't even go through these questions without having a debate, because the debate doesn't have a resolve. It doesn't have a resolution to it, because everybody has to state their truth. And it's too many of us that have the truths to say, but there's too many naysayers that say, oh, well, I read this book because you got to do that. No, fuck them books. Fuck them books. Them books don't apply to us. Them books was written, what, 20, 30, 40 years ago? 60, 40, 70 years ago? It doesn't apply to a social norm. It doesn't apply with you actually being involved within community value after Dr. King. We never grew up with Dr. King. We grew up with the message afterwards. We grew up with God afterwards. We grew up with X afterwards. It doesn't apply in the same sense that it does. But what does apply is how we're being treated right now. What do we need to do? How do we look? How do we view each other? And a lot of people look at me and be like, "Oh, well, you know, you just whatever, whatever, whatever." But no, it's just factual information. Going on to the second one, women say don't listen to, what is that? Hold on, let me zoom in on this right quick.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels.
KS.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels. Come on. The same way that he came into the game was the same way he left out. He was calling us all out on our bullshit. May he rest in glory. There was a lot of ain't shit ass women, and there's still a lot of ain't shit ass men. We know that for a fact. Why put all the blame on him and how he approached the conversation? It's just a conversation. He was a good dude. Don't know his personal life, but when he got on here, he talked about, he came out, he was targeting men at first. Then he got on men. He got on men first. He got on women second. Okay. Women say don't. Well, yeah, that's the second one. And then the last one was, how do you know the hurt people that support Kevin Samuels, and what are the messages that Kevin Samuels supporters? What's the last word? Hold on a minute. It's small for me on my end because I'm on my phone. What's that last word behind that question mark?
Hold on.
Misuse it.
Misusing.
Oh yeah.
I think the one thing about it is this, and I think that this is going to be the most, because I always support your channel, Kev. The one thing about it is this: it's an absolute. So I think it's an absolute truth. There are no high profile men or women. There are women and men that make a certain amount of money. Okay. There are a certain amount of men that make this certain type of money. There's a certain definitely a certain type of women that make this type of money that makes them targets. But the one thing about it is we're goal oriented. We know what we want and we know what we deserve because of our upbringing. We know we said that, and we watched the founders raise us. We saw our grandparents. We saw our mothers and our fathers struggle every day to provide for us, to get us our clothing, to give us our nutritional value, to provide those homes. We actually went to school. We studied those books. We obtained that knowledge. We did everything that we had to do to make our parents proud. We did that, correct? Am I wrong in saying that? We went to college. Even if we didn't go to college, we actually found those jobs and we made our parents proud. We have needs, okay? We have needs. I advocate for marriage, okay? First off, you can shoot me in the back behind that too. I advocate for marriage. I advocate for a lot of different things. But the problem that's going on within our community right now is the simple fact that we have been infiltrated behind a bunch of bullshit. There's a lot of hoes. There's a lot of fuck niggas that come in and they play these roles, but they're not a part of it. That's the problem with our community. And we know it is. What's more exciting? What's more appealing? Can't two people making 600 figures get along with each other? They don't even like each other. It's competition. That's facts. We see it within our celebrity realm right now that we're not even a part of. The only thing that a man wants and what a woman wants is the same thing, but we're not able to vocalize it. But I think that the problem is that it's too popularized right now. And it has been. It's been watered down, it's been washed over, and everything else. What does a woman want? A woman wants a man that's gonna protect, provide, and just do some shit. What does a man want? A man wants the same damn thing, but they want the feminine side of it. That's it. Debunked. It's just what it is. Conversation and actually being a part of something, that's what it's about. That's all it is. That's what Kevin Samuels was talking about. That was the whole argument behind Kevin Samuels. You can't, why the hell are we looking for a six-figure person when we can't even do six-figure shit?
Hmm.
Why the fuck are we asking for a six-figure person when we can't even provide six figures? Why the hell would I even take a person on a date when I can't go on a date by myself? And if I can go on a date by myself, why the hell, if I go on a date by myself and then I got to restructure my whole week, why the hell would I ask a person to do that shit for themselves when I got to go through some traumatic shit? This is the conversation that we need to be having. This dating shit is played out. It's like, hey, I want to go out. Okay, cool. Where we going? End of story. Don't need to go to no high end shit. Hell, why the fuck are we going to high end shit? And I'm not saying all women, but the women that are complaining about this shit, you can't even buy pads for the month. Men that want a woman to take care of them, you can't even be at home long enough to make sure that the house is structurally inclined. See, people are picking and matching their struggles to what they want, and they're always going to be disgusted at the end of the day. Disgust, you know what disgust means. Everybody knows what disgust means. I'm not, it's like, ugh, why the hell did I pick this? Why did I pick this person? Why did I pick her? Why did I pick him? This is what we're going through. That's what it's about, bro. I hate to take over it or even say something that may offend people, but this is the hard truth, that this is the conversation that we need to have. Men are not men. Certain men are wrong. Certain men shouldn't even have a voice. And certain men shouldn't even be in a position to be with a woman that wants better for themselves. And certain women shouldn't be a part of a conversation that a man wants better for himself. I think at this point we need to just air it out and focus on really community value between the relationship to build the community, because if we keep having conversations where it's broken in the storm, we'll never get anywhere. We never will. There's no resolution behind it. But I yield my time.
Okay. All right. Yo, Telepunk, what's the deal, my brother? I can see it.
But just want to show you right quick, bro, because I'm I'm gonna be here to support you tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna be active or not, because I might be, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, do your thing, man.
Here you go, bro. Want y'all to, if you say a prayer tonight, say a prayer for my baby.
Mm.
You dig? This was a crazy day, famo. I finna change my picture back, but I'll just show. Yeah.
I'm praying for your strength as well. I couldn't imagine.
Man, when I tell y'all this was crazy today, it was crazy today. She fucking had a seizure on me at the crib, and yeah, I had to Open up the freezer, put a cold pack on her. She rolling her eyes. Man, I got in a whip. I got to the hospital in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Red lights, all of that. But I'm rocking with you tonight because it's gonna keep me up because I can't sleep. Cause yeah, brother. But other than that,
Alhamdulillah, bro. Alhamdulillah.
Prayers to
She
you,
getting
brother.
better?
appreciate
Prayers.
that.
Yeah, I hate to even see something like that, bro.
Right.
Like, you good?
Yeah, the babies.
It's
You good?
HMPV. So if y'all got kids, that's why I'm bringing it up to y'all.
Yeah.
HMPV is going crazy right now.
What
Yeah.
what you say it is?
That's the HMPV.
Oh yeah, and the daycares and stuff.
Yeah.
Yup.
It's running rapid. It's running rapid down here in Alabama right now. They shut down a whole elementary school behind stomach viruses, the upper respiratory shit. It's not to cut him off, but I gotta state facts. It's happening.
Facts, man.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
It's happening. It's really happening, and they're targeting our community. Well, at this point, everything is so integrated right now that it's affecting everybody. But it's like they don't care. It's like they don't care. Like we're focusing on the wrong thing, bro. Like our kids are being targeted. Like we know what to do as far as adults, but our kids are getting hit every single day behind shit that we don't even want for ourselves. But not to take away from you. I hope your baby girl gets good, bro. But yeah, it's happening down here too, bro. It's happening down here in Alabama, bro.
Appreciate that. Just let y'all know it's a respiratory. It's a respiratory infection. It's a respiratory virus, excuse me. And it's worse than COVID and it's worse than RSV. It's the worst out there and it only attacks 3 and under. So if you have a child that's 3 years old and under, that virus is attacking their lungs and their respiratory. Like my baby is on a 9-liter right now. It's ridiculous.
And I'm gonna pull up the give me the initials again. I'm gonna pull up the whole safety risk because it affects people. I looked at it earlier. It affects people with asthma. It's in adults too. So you got to be careful around who you have around your children too.
It's human metapneumovirus. It's HMPV. HMPV. Human metapneumovirus.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. That's it. I don't want to die down the room. My fault. I just wanted to let y'all know.
No,
If I
it's
start cutting
cool.
up
Very
tonight,
good.
that's why.
This is what we need, bro. This is what we need. So HMPV is the most commonly spread from person to person through close contact with someone who is infected with via sedation, cough or sneezing, touching objectives such as toys, doorknobs, that have a virus on them. So pretty much it mutates between the common cold, the common flu, and the HMPV is cause of upper and lower respiratory disease in people of all ages.
Yeah, it hits. So
All
this is
ages.
what the doctor. Just told me. The pediatric, the charge nurse. She was like, because my wife works at university, and she was just pretty much letting her know. Like, man, it was crazy too. When I sped all those lights, I ran the cars to get here, while she was in my arm and she started like fading out. I thought she was finna crash right in front of me, It was crazy. And when I jumped out, because my wife was like, because she was about to get off and come home, and my daughter called her, and my wife was like, call 911. And when I tell you I was cleaning, because she was having a seizure, she was like breakdancing on the couch. And there was like a lot of mucus and stuff coming out of her mouth, and then there was foam, and she was just snapping. So I was like, hell no. So I grabbed her, I went in, I opened the freezer, sat her there, and tried to I was like slurping the stuff out of her mouth and spitting it out. Like I was trying to get my baby back, and she seemed all right. And then her eyes just started rolling in the back of the head. So I jumped in the car, dipped as soon as I got out. Thank God that she works there, because they cleared. Like we just walked past everybody straight to the back, and they put the oxygen mask on her, and they was checking her out. But the charge nurse is saying, because we asked, because I have a 5-year-old, a 8-year-old, and a 13-year-old, everybody that's 4 years old and up, it's going to affect them like COVID, but it's not going to attack their respiratory system like it does infants. And that's
So
why it's so sad, because it's like, dang.
so the
Yeah, I'm glad you
human
got her
the,
there because
so
those are
the
the worst
human
ages, and people need to pay attention. They really keep that in mind when it comes down to kids. Like 3 and under is like the hardest ages, like because they
Mhm.
catch so much stuff so easy because their immune system's just not fully developed. So I mean, and that's why
Mhm.
it's important for our community to eat good, and because I'm about to change up our whole little eating because it's a lot of things that affects our immunity, I mean our immune system, and it's just because of the way that we eat certain things that our immune
You
system's
go ahead
just
on,
kind of
sir.
weak.
Yeah.
So it's sad, and that's why a lot of people should be thankful that they make it past the age of 3 when it comes down to
Mhm.
their kids because I mean I'm telling you I was in the hospital or the doctor all the time because my son has mild bronchitis and mucus buildup. So you got all this stuff that's going out here that attacks them. This it's just
Mhm.
terrible. But what do? You got them in school. You can't help it.
I got you. I got you on that right there. I'm not to cut you off, but I got you on that after
Oh
you
no, you
finish the
okay?
skills and thrills.
You
The
okay? Go ahead.
the human um, metapneumovirus HMPV, about HMPV, and this is going to be a an actual thing that I'm actually doing right now because I deal with it or whatever the case may be. The HMPV is caused by upper and lower respiratory disease in people of all ages, especially among young children, older adults, the people with weakened immune system discovered in 2001. So this is 2001. HMPV is in what the family, the pneumonia family, uh, along with respiratory systematic or systemal viruses, RSV. So the border of mucus diagnostic testing has increased the identification and awareness of HMPV, which has already existed, but it has not existed longer than pneumonia. Important causes of upper and lower respiratory infection symptoms causes with the HMPV include coughing, fever, nasal congestion, and shortness of breath. So that has everything to do with asthma. It has everything to do with bronchial infections. It has everything to do with bronchitis. It has everything to do with pneumonia. There's no way that they can actually go in and test for one certain type of thing without everything else going back. Because the one thing that we know as far as systematic upper or respiratory infections is that it comes with a sickness or it comes with a virus associated to it. So with that being said,
Does also have ammonia.
the
You're
symptoms
correct.
of
She does
H-
also have ammonia, so you're correct.
yeah, the symptoms of HPV infections may progress to bronchitis or pneumonia, and are similar to other viruses that causes upper respiratory infections. Now, when we get into the upper respiratory infections, we have to take care of ourselves as adults. We have to take care of ourselves as adults if we're going to be out here in these streets and everything else because every other virus, right? HPV, uh,
You
uh,
sh-
just everything else, HIV, everything else. We gotta put it all because it's a human papillomavirus. What do we know about the human papillomavirus? It can always be passed through what? Somebody sneezing, coughing, touching, you touching something, you being around something. It doesn't mean that you're automatically engaged.
But
So
that right there confirms what I just told. I'm
exactly.
pulling them out of daycare. She's out of daycare. She's out of it.
So
That's where she
men,
got it from.
so let me say this. Let me say this as a person that was a charge nurse. Let me say this as a person that was there within these facilities with these young men and everything else. The one thing you don't ever want to do, and I'm going to give you a tip on this shit right here, right now. If you go into a bathroom as a male and even as a female, and you walk into a stall, because women have more stalls than men. If you go in there and you handle your business and you don't hear a person running the water, you go to that napkin dispenser after you wash your hands. You take you an extra piece of napkin or whatever. Before you touch that door, you make sure that you pull that handle with that napkin and you wash your hands somewhere else. Don't touch yourself. Don't do anything else after that. Okay? The human papillomavirus is tied to everything that this pneumonia virus is tied to. That's why you get sick so much. You don't realize it. So let me get back into it, if I may. Bronchial or pneumonia are similar viruses that's causing upper respiratory infections. Estimated incubation period is 3 to 6 days, and a median duration of the illnesses can vary depending on severity, but is similar to the respiratory infection caused by viruses. Surveillance and seasonability. Seasonability means the seasons. That has nothing to do with a person, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's anything else. We want to classify it behind seasons, but it has everything to do with with the person's personal wellness and how they actually maintain their body, and what they do as far as how they actually take care of themselves. So we're around a bunch of nasty people that don't do anything, and they don't care about it. They don't care about it. They're already infected with something, so it doesn't matter. It's not going to spread within them because they hold it. It's sustainability. That's why self care, and uh, self-sustainability is what it needs to be. Um, I can keep going. If y'all want me to stop, I can stop. But I'm just reading off of this the CDC report. If you want me to stop, I can stop. But it's not going to be any different than what when you go to the doctor. That's what they're going to tell you.
But that's the thing, though, right? Because like a lot of our bodies can handle stuff. You know, we can fight. We can fight stuff off. We're a little bit stronger to be fighting stuff off. These babies is just, I just feel sad for the babies because
Oh yeah,
it's hard for them to fight things off. But I pay close attention to my son. If my son starts sounding like he's breathing wrong, we going to the doctor.
oh
If
yeah,
he
of
sound,
course.
especially with that mucus buildup that he has, I have to make sure that he don't catch a pneumonia from that. So if he sounds a little strange, I'm taking him to the doctor. Like I caught the flu and I knew I had to get it from him because I don't go anywhere. He's the only one that's in daycare. And he was fine, but I wasn't. But I took him to the doctor to get him on the medicine to fight against the flu because it's just things that can attack our kids that their bodies just can't handle. Their body's not even meant to handle a lot of stuff yet. So, thank you, brother, for the gift. So we just have to make sure we pay attention to them. Pay attention to that look. Pay attention to the way they laugh. You can hear it in they laugh if they have mucus build up. You can hear it when they talk. They'll sound like they're wheezing. I put my head up to my son's chest to hear if he's wheezing or not. But he's on breathing treatment and all the rest of that as well. A breathing steroid and a daily breathing inhaler. I mean, a daily inhaler and things of that nature. But we have to pay attention to that because before we know it, anything can happen. Because these people, kids, not everybody, kids is staying home when they sick. So we
They're
sending our
not.
kids to these daycares and they touching all type of stuff. I had to tell my son the other day, he wiped his nose. I was like, boy, you don't, I was like, Papa, don't go to school and wipe your nose. Go get some tissue because you'll wipe your nose with your hand. I don't want you to pass nothing to no other kid or nothing. Like, don't touch your nose at all. If you touch your nose, go wash your hands. If you touch it before you touch your face, it is crazy because we have to teach him that, and he's only 4, and they don't understand that. They put their hands in their mouths and touch a toy in a blink of an eye before you can say don't touch it.
Hmm.
So we have to really, really pay attention to these babies because it's just so much stuff that's going on out here that's just this, and some people can't take off of work. That's why I said it's good that you're able to pull your baby out of daycare, because there's a lot of people that's not able to do that because they have to go to work and take care of these kids. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we're fighting about the wrong things on TikTok when there's things out here attacking our kids, and we got to
Exactly.
go to work for these two-parent households, so we can't keep our kids out of school. Like, I mean, not two-parent, I'm sorry, two-income households, so we're not able to keep our kids out of school. And it's just so many things that's going on out here, and you would think that as the world would have learned from COVID, but no, people still coughing in the air and touching
They
stuff
got,
and not washing their hands.
And
they got, they
Kev,
had, they had a statement here, not to cut anybody off, but they had a statement here within Madison County because I'm from Alabama. They had a statement that came out on the Newsbreaker app that I have, which I do my own location here. They shut down a middle school behind a virus that was going around, and it shut a whole middle school down. Like it completely shut it down. And like you said, it's up to us to, teach the self awareness behind, what to touch, what everything else. But you know, we can teach our kids everything, but it goes back to our educational system, because a lot of times within our homes, we do what we have to do, but when they get out into the free world, it's not the same way. You know what I mean? And we don't know the community value or the household value uh, behind how they, the parents or the children live their lives. So this is why these things are coming up. This is why it happens.
Hold on real quick, not to cut you off. But Kevin,
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
So like Kev, the scary part about it was, so now that I found that out that it's actually going on, but it's on the CDC website, so that's what scared me. But the scary part is automatically, she only been there since 4:45 today, so that's come on, bro. And she's already, they guaranteeing she's gonna be there 3 days, because on the fourth and fifth day, that's when they see the worst in it, because that's when it's the toughest fight, on the fourth and fifth day, and she's on day 3. So Thursday gonna be
hell.
they have kids up there right now, her age and younger, that are on respirators, bro. Like it's really going down, and it's just like everything else. Mucusless diet by Arnold Ehret. All
What
these things are
what state
caused
are you
by
located in?
mucus. I'm in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah.
Once Texas get hit, the whole geographical, because everybody here from everywhere else. Once
Yeah.
Texas get hit, it's a wrap. So that's why it's crazy to me, because we usually be up on game about these things, just like RSV and COVID, everything else. But since the fatalities, if you will, in San Antonio occurring to this disease are, when I say high, they're fucking high from infants. That's what had me like, yeah, I'm gonna go in here and talk about it to see if other people know before I get the conspiracy going, because my mind, my adrenaline's racing right now because of what happened, but also listening to that doctor, listening to the people, the professionals. Right, we WebMD all the time. You're a professional. Listen to the professionals. When they tell you and you have to listen, and you as a father are vulnerable, bro, that shit eat you up. It eat you up.
Trust me, I know when my daughter got sick, and she got real bad sick, bro. Like, I'm talking about like wheezing, not being able to breathe, and I had to rush my daughter to the hospital. And this was back when, because my daughter's 11 now. When I had to rush her back when she was like 5, and they put the steroid, they got the treatments and everything else. I was like, what is this coming from? So I did my research on it then. This was back in 2001. My daughter wasn't born until 2012. So this is something that's been going on the whole time. This upper respiratory thing is no different than COVID. It's just mutating. And what the reason why I say this is because this HPV or this HVM type virus that's going on is nothing more than a common cold that's mutated. Because if you think about it, within human adults, right, we can carry it for however long until we get sick. It shuts us down. For children, like it's like the lady said earlier, with their immune system and our immune system, we built up to so many different things that's going on. These children, they can't fight against it. So I will lead with a conspiracy, because my thing is this: it's like, you know what the problem is, but you will not stop it. You will not stop these viruses from going on. You haven't found the cure for the common cold, and I'm 40. I don't know how old anybody else is, but you have not found a cure for that. You haven't found a cure for the flu. You haven't found a cure for pneumonia. You haven't found a cure for anything. You just put shit in our system that subsides it until it reaches another variant, and then next thing you know, we've passed it on through genetics that you've implemented within us, and now our kids can't even survive without going through the rest of their lives without medication. It's just facts.
Hey, hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, y'all?
What's up, cuz?
What's going on?
Because the teleprompter just said he needed to get up and he wanted to leave off, so I just wanted to catch him before he left. Bro, best wishes, man. I'm sending all my positive, man. I was just been listening, and yo, I can't imagine what that feels like. But I'm just gonna say, man, you know, man to man, I'm pulling for you. I'm praying for you, and I just wanted to give you that, and just to end on a positive note, even though it may not seem positive. Children are, you know, they are susceptible to a lot of things, but we also have to remember that children are more resilient in a lot of those things than we are. You know what I'm saying? A child can survive 104 fever. We would be out of here. So what I'm saying is, there are certain things that's going to hurt them, right? And if that is only one good positive silver lining, is that, you know, children are more resilient than we think, even though it's scary, and I know it, and I'm not trying to belittle it or anything. I just want you to kind of at least get a couple of snoozes on the fact to know that, you know what I mean, kids have a better chance of fighting some of this stuff than we think, you know. So I just want to tell that to you, bro, and you know what I'm saying, good luck with all of that, man, and I'm pulling for you.
I appreciate you, brother. She gave me that sign. She blinked both eyes at me. She do this little blink thing like she fake sleep, but then she lick her lips. She did it. I just wanted to do it one time before I did, to let me know, like, we good. You uncomfortable, but we good. But it's the fact that, like y'all saying, it's crazy. This second time she had pneumonia. She's just gonna be 2 on the 27th of this year. That's crazy.
It really is. And it's sad. It's sad because we have the power within the United States of America, with the CDC being as big and formidable as it is. And like you said, you know, bro, I wish a speedy recovery. I wish the best for you, your family, anybody else dealing with it. But the sad part about our government right now is that that's how they gain on us. For real, they keep us sick. They put this out here when they could keep us as healthy as possible. They could keep the world as healthy as possible. But you know, it comes from the food. It comes from it comes from not only just the food, but it comes from people and how they live their lives. You know, it's not hard to go to a bathroom and wash your hands. It's not hard to actually just stop what you're doing, that as far as like unhealthiness. We can't, it's a way to control it, but since we have the information and the CDC has to give us a formal report about what's going on, they're not doing anything to stop it. And these kids, you know, we have no other choice as adults to put them out there, no matter what the age is or whatever the case may be, you know, daycare or whatever the case may be. That's what our government is forcing us to do. You know what I mean? And it comes from financial from the financial side, from everything else.
I appreciate you saying all that, but I appreciate all of y'all. Cousin B, shout out to all Bunny, all of y'all, Alter, Kev, all of y'all. Really appreciate y'all. But I don't want to take away from Kev's live.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I don't either.
he be not he don't pay me to do this job that he making me do tonight by modding. So you know what I'm saying? Let's argue. Let's argue. Let me
So let's
argue with some people.
Yeah, I'm tired of arguing for the night. I was arguing on another live. I don't want to argue no more. I just get this information out here. But I do wish for a speedy, healthy recovery for your daughter, though, man. I really do. I wish nothing but peace and blessings, man. Alhamdulillah. Um, but you know, this is what's around us. But Kevin Samuels wasn't wrong though. He wasn't wrong. No, I'm just playing, man. But yeah, man, speedy recovery though. Speedy recovery, man. I hate that you're going through that. I hate that your child is going through that. For real, for real. Yeah. She don't even. She
Oh
really don't know
man.
what's going on. She don't know.
Yes, brother. I pray for a speedy recovery. Pray for your strength. I can just only imagine. Um, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. You can't pray about it and then believe and not believe that God's gonna fix it and answer your prayers. He said, "You seek His guidance, you shall receive. If you ask for Him, um, you shall receive." So I mean, if you seek Him, you shall find. If you ask, you shall receive. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired. Um, guys, let's get those likes up. Let's get those likes up. Brother Teller wants us to argue in here tonight. I don't know why. It's 12 o'clock in the morning in both of our time, but he wants us to get some arguing in here. So let's actually he wanna argue. So
What? Oh,
he wanna argue in my Plies voice. So let's get those likes up so that we can get more people up in here.
Yeah,
Um
I'll tap it.
tap
I'll
tap
tap it.
yeah, tap that screen.
Yeah.
He asking for a live goal up there of 500 of those roses. Brother been making it rain on people tonight. Let's make it rain back on them tonight.
I got you.
I'm sure he'll really appreciate that, even
Let
though
me
he
get
never asked for the live goal. Huh?
I'll get the likes up. And you said it was how many roses?
Oh, he wants 500 of those. Not roses. Are they rosas? Yeah, I think they call roses. Yeah, they
Roses.
roses. He wants
Roses.
five
Rosa.
roses.
Okay.
500 of those. Hey,
Matter
Joanna,
of fact,
beautiful sis.
just cash at me. Just send me your cash app. I'll send you the money for it. Cause
Um,
I ain't got it on my account right now. But Kev know I'm good.
let's share out the live. Tap his screen over there. Tap that box. Hold it down. You will see that you'll be able to share it out to more than 15 people. Let's also flood the comments with hashtag FYP. Oh yeah, brother, she sleep. Let's let's spam the comments with hashtag FYP. Let's get some people in here. There's a lot of people out there that do not like Kevin Samuels, that did not agree with him. Let's get those people up in here. Also, feel free to gift the panel. We would really appreciate that. Don't leave nobody about it. Being able to walk up out of here with a donut, and that's what that zero is. We call those zeros donuts. So at least give them one rose just for providing their input on this conversation. I know at least one of y'all going to agree with everybody on the panel. So at least gift those people so that they don't have a zero. Other than that, sit back and enjoy the show. Brother Kev also has his Cash App down there. If you plan on sending him big gifts, please send him a Cash App instead because he'll be able to get all of it. TikTok takes 50% of these gifts, whether you guys knew that or not. Um, but besides that, the free way to support is by tapping the screen. So please don't stop doing that. You sitting up here at 12:26 my time, enjoying the show. Tap that screen while you're here. Whether you agree or disagree, it's still free. It does nothing for him. So even if you disagree with people, you can still tap that screen. We appreciate all you. All we ask is for you to be respectful in the comments and on the panel. And other than that, let's get this show started.
Yes, ma'am. I just followed you too, by the way,
I
uh,
appreciate.
Miss
Thank you,
Bunny.
Tyler.
I'm trying to go back in and follow everybody up here, just so I can be respectful because I'm about to go in here and wash here in a minute. Get the day off of me. Just followed Sophia. Hope I pronounced that right. Cuz just followed you, and I just followed Tansy, and I hope I got everybody there. So yeah, the last thing that I want to say, behind everything that the brother was talking about earlier, it's an upgraded version of the influenza virus. So it is high with the end. The very high points are Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, and I want to say that this is. Hold on, let me pull it up right quick. Yes, it is Arizona, and it's getting there within every other state north of us. Um, it's bacterial ear. It's going to start with the ear, nasal cavity. It's going to work its way down within the human body, just like a cold. It is going to be something that you've never seen before. So please, um, if your children, or even if you start to cough, sneeze, whatever the case may be, isolate yourself. We don't know, no, nor are they saying right now, uh, really what is going to cause it or how it's being caused. But please be careful. Please understand the symptoms of a cold and isolate yourself. Make sure you take the precautions of a cold, but it could escalate to something different. For anybody out there that has a parent, or anybody that is a parent that has a child, just know if you're sick, not telling you stay away from your child, but you know the precautions that you need to make. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there, not to take away from anybody else, but these are the precautions. I'm on the CDC website right now.
Look at main thing making it rain. She got
Making
some
it
good points.
rain in this
So
thing.
I'm gonna start off with question number one.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, what makes Kevin Samuels delivery? Oh, and thank you for all of that knowledge too. We really appreciate that. I'm
For
sorry.
sure.
I just
Yes,
seen her
no,
throw
you
some
good.
confetti. Uh,
You good.
what makes Kevin Samuels delivery worse than your mother's? I think is mainly because look at her making it rain on you, brother. Um, I think it's because you feel well, one, a mother's delivery is always gonna be different, right? We're gonna talk soft. So I don't know if that's the way you was going with it, brother. You probably should
I'll
have put
explain it.
fathers. But
I'll explain it.
okay,
So
you want to explain it now
yeah, I'll
for
explain it.
everybody?
What I was
Okay,
going with
perfect.
that one is that people basically get mad. Oh, good looks, Tansy. Let me make
Oh,
sure.
Tansy in a
Okay,
fight
good
over
look.
there
Hey, boy.
with main thing.
um. So where I was going with that is basically a lot of people will like the mother. I know it's everybody got their own deliveries and stuff or whatever, but basically like they get on him because of the way he either snapped or talked back or whatever, called somebody out their name. But then they mothers do probably way worse. You know what I'm saying? They be calling them out the name, calling. I remember I was in yesterday was in the live. Somebody mom was calling them stupid. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, right? But we do things like we want to, we just say, well, that's just her. You know what I'm saying? We say stuff like that though, but why we can't just say, well, that's just Kevin? Stuff like that. So mama be having smart mouth, slick mouth, and all that stuff, but he not allowed to have a slick mouth. So that's what I mean, and like what making him any worse. That's what I get.
Well, you gotta keep in mind too, mother is a mother, right? Like you seem to be harder to be able to not like your mother. That's the one that gave birth to you. That's the first voice you heard inside your womb. Whether it was her
Mm-hmm.
yelling at the other kids, yelling at your daddy, yelling at somebody, but that's just the first, that connection that
Mm-hmm.
it's just a different connection. And me being a mother, I know, because you should also have that love for your kids to the point where you won't be cursing them out and talking to them like that, because it should hurt you too. Because that's
Mm,
like a love that you tend to grow. So it's like, I know mother, I feel like from the mother, it's coming from a good place. You feel like that, right? Um, but with Kevin Samuels, they like, you don't know me, and they automatically feel attacked, right? So that's normal,
mm,
because when you don't know someone personally, or you feel like somebody don't personally know you, you take everything they say as attack. So in a relationship, you take it as attack. But if daddy was yelling at you, mommy was yelling at you, you like, okay, you like, all right,
Mhm.
well, they care about me. But if it's somebody you don't know, you like, who you talking to? Like, you don't know me like that to be judging me. Now you feel judged. If mommy
mm,
said, baby, you need to lose some weight, you ain't desirable, it'd be like, okay, maybe, she cares.
mm,
But if he says it, it's like, you just trying to insult me. And it's like, no, the truth is the truth, but you just feel insulted because you don't know him that much, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, and that's all facts too. I went through a situation, not to cut anybody off, but I went through a situation where my daughter, she's 11, and she's 5'7" right now. She's 11 and 5'7", and she's 100 plus pounds. And I got all of these doctors telling her that she's overweight, but me being a dad, right? And this is the difference between a mom and a dad at this point. No disrespect to women, but it comes to a point where the dad, me being a father, I look back and I'm like, well, she's still growing, right? She's gonna grow into her height because she's still growing. And I looked at the doctor one time and I was like, and I said it in front of him and everybody else. I was like, you mean to tell me that this, and I said what I had to say. And it's just like, I think at that point, I think I made my point, but I think I was really, really harsh about it. And I didn't disrespect my daughter. I didn't disrespect what she was going through because it was what it was. You know what I mean? Like we have to understand what we're dealing with and what's really going on. I think everything around us is being misconstrued behind what this new social norm is. You know what I mean? Like we know what's dangerous, but I don't think our opinion or how we see it is being viewed as what it actually is
mm.
because
Look,
we all went through puberty, right? It's facts. We had to grow into certain type of things. So I think it's like a social norm that people are being misconstrued because we hold this whole thing over people where they have to be perfect. Nobody has to be perfect. Nobody asks somebody to be perfect. We ask people to be honest. And if the people that are in charge of us getting to our better us, they're not being perfect. They're not being honest. The only people that are being genuine and being honest are the people that actually sit back and look at us and be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I can deal with, just don't overstep what, you know, I don't know. I can't really explain it without diving deeper into it. But yeah, I understand where you come from. And I respect what you're saying. I really do.
Can I
Yeah,
add
absolutely. So let me
bro, you
go ahead. So we're gonna go down to we're gonna work our way from the bottom then. So cousins, since you wanted to add on, so we're gonna go to
right.
cousins, then we're gonna go to Sophia. I mean, we're gonna go to Leni. I'm sorry. Am I saying your name right?
El
Oh,
Renee.
El Renee. I'm sorry. No, look, I ain't got my context in. El Renee. Then we're gonna go to Sophia. Sophie. Sorry, baby. You know my sister named Sophia. Sophie. Then no teleprompter, and then we're gonna I know Ultra Sleep, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and go to open panel. So if you guys want to add on after that point, then let's add on that open panel so that nobody falls asleep because it's late. Go ahead, brother cousin.
All right, I appreciate you. Appreciate you. First of all, I didn't say a cordial "What's up" to everybody on the panel. Let me do that now. Get that out the way. I was tripping. I came in hot. What's up, Kev? What's up, everybody?
What's the
Hope
deal,
everybody
brother?
good.
What's going on, brother?
I would say that intentions. The answer to that question is intentions, or perceived intentions. So I will say that, you know, well, first and foremost, mamas and family and my boys, we can say stuff that you can't. Period. Full stop. I can talk shit to my brother. I can call him all kind of names, but if you do it, you catching these hands. That
Right.
is a human condition. So yeah, my mama can say shit that Kevin Samuels can't say. Because if Kevin Samuels told me the same things that my grandmama might say or my auntie, he might have to catch these hands. You get me? Like you just can't get away with certain things if you're not in your circle, if that makes sense. But that being said, I think too it is the idea of when we feel like somebody actually cares and is genuine, we will take criticism differently than when we don't think that, right? So, for an example, with Kevin Samuels, he has certain fans that believe that his intention was because he actually cared and he was doing all of this because he cared for people and he was just looking out for them. Well, they're going to take his message and they're going to be more lenient to however he's saying it, right? Because they think his intentions are different. Now, if you are somebody who thinks his intention is just money grabbing or his intention is just shaming for likes, now when he says something, you're going to look at it differently. Even though it's the same words, same tempo, same vibrato, all of the same, however he says it, but the intention or the perceived intention is going to change how people take it. And that goes with anybody. And I think that, Kevin, if people really listen to what he said, and like I said, you already know, I was never a fan of Kevin Samuels, but I was never also someone who said that he was outrageous. I just looked at him as, okay, he actually has some good points, some things I didn't agree with, you know what I mean? But if you actually listen to him, he had a lot of valid points. But those were not always publicized. And really what got the viral moments was him talking crazy. So that was his, I think perceived image was that he was just talking shit to be controversial. And so you have a lot of people who would take that, and now whenever he says something, they're going to go and try to find the bad part about it. You know what I mean? So I just think it was a perception thing, if that makes sense.
I can't wait till we get to Sophie
Brother,
because this a good one though, and she told me some stuff. Though. I want you to say your story and even how you met your current husband too. I want you, man. I can't wait. And the person you was listening to before you even. Oh, I can't wait till I get your point. I can't wait. And she only 22. That's why I admire her so much. Is she 22 or 21, something like that? And super smart, wise, all that's like that's kind of weird for a lot of 22-year-olds. I ain't gonna even lie though.
yeah, in this generation.
Man, it was even a
uh,
test one night though. It was like a test where this one guy came up going crazy and stuff, and she even knew how to like to handle her emotions and all type of stuff. I was like, wow, that is super rare at that age. But it's the reason why I be always talking about like, man, I admire you. You know what I'm saying? She's so smart and all that. But yeah, I can't wait. Watch the story that y'all gonna hear though about this though.
um,
Is it on
L,
me?
L Renee, yeah,
Yeah.
you're
Okay.
beautiful.
Good evening, everyone. Well, it's morning for some of you guys. I'm in California, so it's still early for me.
Yes, it's morning here.
So I only have secondhand knowledge of Kevin Samuels. I've never listened to him, but I have a niece who used to listen to him all the time. We're talking about the guy, he's deceased now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's another guy that's similar to him or just like him, Black Guru, I think his name is. And I heard him one time, but my niece was always talking about Kevin Samuels, and my niece is 67. I'm 64. And the things that she would tell me, I thought that he was arrogant and misogynistic. I could understand if he was talking. I could understand how what the things that he say would benefit a younger person because they're still just learning coming into life. But an older woman, I felt like he was misogynistic. I mean, she was telling me that he was saying that men don't like makeup, so they don't need. He talked about them wearing the false fingernails, the eyelashes, and stuff like that. I'm just a natural person, but my niece used to wear all of that stuff. And now she doesn't wear that stuff, and she's starting to date this guy that's African that lives she hasn't even met yet. She's only dating him online. And we're all looking at her like she's not thinking straight. So I can only speak, like I said, secondhand, but from what she tells me, that's not somebody who I would have listened to. So I yield.
Wow. You left us with the cliffhanger. I thought you was about to come with some stuff. At least you said
I
about
know, right? Perfect. Thank you, beautiful. Sophie.
Hi.
Sophie.
Hi, I'm ready.
She said I'm ready. I said I'm ready.
Well,
Go
the
ahead.
alter ego then took a flight up out of here, huh? She definitely sleep.
Oh no, I had left room because I seen more people coming in and stuff. So
Oh,
left the
okay.
space open.
All right. So, the first one, what makes his delivery worse than your mother's? I don't think his delivery was worse. Anybody who say like, "Oh, only my family can tell me this. Only people that close to me." If you don't want other people to comment on it, you shouldn't be doing it in public. Or like, if you go on his show, everybody on the public's gonna know. So you can't really be mad at Kevin for speaking on something that you joined his like, live call for him to speak about. If that was personal and sensitive, you shouldn't have brought it up. Like you people know what's going to trigger them and what's not going to trigger them. I would never bring up personal information about myself that I would only want my mother to speak on. That's just not fair. But then so we're only doing number 1, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. And
it's
then
number
also
one.
I don't think Kevin was misogynistic. I mean, anybody who say that, I don't think they know what the definition of misogyny is because nobody who hates women is going to take the time out of their day to speak to them for free when he originally would charge like I think $1,000 or something like that per session on his website. Nobody who hates women would try to help them and talk to them for free on his own downtime when he has a family and he has a daughter and sharing all this information. So I don't, but then, to talk about what Kev was talking about. So me and my husband met on literally on this app on TikTok, but how I even got to even meet him and stuff like that, how I even knew how to like attract him and all that was from Kevin. Like my dad, he didn't teach me any of this stuff or my mom. Like my mom runs the household in our family. Like he's doing something, but he didn't really teach me like really anything about like all the stuff that I know now. What Kev always compliment me on, like I just learned that from Kevin and the Bible and like so on. So yeah, everybody who say like Kevin didn't help anybody, he helped me get married. I started watching him, and then maybe like a year or so later after I started watching him, then now here I am. So he does, he does help people. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey,
I was
Rick.
gonna ask you questions, but I gotta follow my own rules. Go ahead,
Oh, my
cuz.
bad. I was okay. I'm breaking the rules, I guess too. 'Cause- but no, I was just gonna say like, okay, so you don't believe, Sophie, that certain people have privileges to talk differently if you know them. Like your husband can probably say something to you and say something and will be taken differently than if I said it, right?
I
Just
mean,
because of
if you,
who in his relationship is. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you think that that's true or no?
I don't think that's that true. I mean, if you know about it, then you can speak on it. I mean, like for example, like certain things I want him to know, I'll just tell him. That's why he don't gossip, he don't do anything. So there's no reason why anybody
The heck?
who right what but there's no reason why anybody but him would know about it. Like, for example, when he would ask them their like Kevin would ask like their dress size and stuff about their personal life. He does that to everybody. So if you go on the show knowing that he asked that to everybody, but you only want your mother to speak on your weight, don't call up on his show and don't go on his Zoom call. Like, there's nothing that could come out about me that if I brought it to the public or if it was true, that I would be mad at somebody for saying if it's true. If I didn't want somebody commenting on it, I just wouldn't do it.
Right, but okay, maybe it's my not necessarily what he says. I think most people have a complaint on how he says it, right? Like his the way he delivers it. That's, I think, the biggest complaint that I've ever heard, right? So he could be saying the truth. Nobody is tripping off that because we all know it. But then if he says it in a way where it sounds like he's clowning them, or it sounds like, then all of a sudden people have a problem with it, right? So like what I'm saying is, you know, if my, like I use an example of my brother or my sisters, if they walk out the house looking crazy, I can make jokes. We'll hoorah, we'll laugh, we'll do all this other stuff, and I can go in hard on them, and we laughing and it's embarrassing and nobody's tripping. But if some stranger did that, it's going to be fighting because it's disrespectful now. It could be true, but you don't have the privilege to get on my head in that manner because it's going to be looked at as disrespect. And I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying a lot of people think that. You know what I mean? Like, just to
But
answer that question, why people would say that it's different, if
I
that
feel
makes
like
sense.
I feel like that's their
you, s-
problem. If you gonna fight
I was just
somebody
about to
over
say
if
what?
you gonna fight somebody over words, that's crazy. Like, you honestly
That's
deserve to be
true.
locked up. Not you, but
That's
like,
true.
if you
Yeah,
gonna beat
yeah.
beat other
You
grown
can't
people
call
up,
in and tell who got a privilege or not. That's the problem. That's what I'm just
But
that
but
yeah, like
confused
if
but
me.
I'm
they
just saying
You
the
gonna say you don't
majority
got
of
the
the
privilege, but you
world
call
does
on my
that though.
platform and say I don't got the privilege. What?
right, like
I'm just
that's his
saying that.
platform. And I just feel like Kevin, like, he wasn't, I don't think he was ever offensive. He was just direct. And if he ever did get offensive, it's because they deserved it. Like, he would reflect what they would give. So he'd start out all he would start out respectful and direct. And then once they started taking digs and being disingenuous or being what's that? It starts with a C, being condescending, then he
Yeah.
would reflect back the energy that they gave him to show them in the audience that, you don't let people disrespect you on your platform. I don't think there's ever
Right.
been a time where he just outright, disrespects or talks to anybody a certain type of way and they didn't deserve it.
I
So
mean,
keep,
he's
but
done it.
this
He's
is the
done a
thing
little
though.
bit, but I wasn't saying it's just him. But I was just saying why people might view it in that way.
No,
I'm
right,
not saying
yeah.
that he actually did it. You know what I mean? But it was just,
Right.
I think, because more people than we think actually look at it like that, and so
I
I think maybe that might be a reason why people view him in that way. If that makes
you
sense.
you
Yeah. But
you
go
know
ahead. My
the
bad.
you know the reason why I'm saying that though. The reason why I came up with this, even that, right? This, I think overall, I feel like people are lying. I don't think it's the delivery, even though
Right.
that's the reason why I made it like that. That's the reason why I
Yeah.
said I compared it to the mother because I don't think it's the delivery. It's just what he was saying. That's just overall. Because if your
Yeah,
mother can
because
deliver the same way that he delivered it, or come with any stinking attitude, or we can come with all the reasons and say that, oh, you offended him, and your mother offends you 10 times worse than him. It can't be just that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm getting to about it. That people are lying and saying this is delivery, and it ain't. That's the
Yeah,
only
people
reason I
just
made that
but that's
comparison.
what I'm saying though.
It's
It
all
kind of all
facts because
depends on the what you're
I think
used to.
Bunny wanted to go real quick. Then you can go, Broderick. She been trying to say.
I want to ask her
Yeah, it
Sophie a
depends
question too.
on. Hold on one second.
Okay,
Sis.
I will.
I'm sorry, beautiful. Um, yeah. So, and that's the thing, right? Because the truth is still the truth, regardless. It wasn't really so much of the delivery. I think it was that it was hurting people's feelings because if you had a dad in your life, it is not like he was trying to yell at these girls and these women and talk down on them. He was just giving them the hard pill to swallow truth. That's it. But if you had a dad in your life who talks assertive and talks with that bass in his voice and talks like, look, this is the truth, and I'm not here just to coddle your feelings and I got to tell you the truth because we got to get to a solution, then you're accepting that. But there are a lot of women that was going on that show. Keep in mind, the women that was going on that show probably haven't had a father figure anyways to be able to tell them the truth, because that's why they looking to another man for his advice.
Mm.
So that you got to keep in mind, these women probably coming up in there unprepared for a man to deliver the truth to them in a assertive way. And I think that's what it was. Because I be hearing some women on here be like, well, he ain't got to yell. And it's not even that he's yelling. I'm sitting here looking like, I mean, men sometimes their voice get a little elevated when they passionate about what they're talking about. And you see it as yelling at you. And now you're in your feelings. But when in reality, the message is still the message. He's still being honest about what it is that you need to fix. Miss L. Lurie, Renee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's
So
and then
Sophie,
Brad, you can go right there because I think
Oh,
she
then
went. Did you?
Broderick too. Okay, I'm sorry. Then Broderick got, yeah.
so Sophie, what kind of things did he teach you? Or what
He
kind of
taught me.
things?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
He taught me how to serve my husband. He taught me how to be ladylike and feminine. He taught me how to keep my health. He taught me how to be respectful and like how Bunny was just saying the difference between like if a man is passionate, he's not trying to offend you. He taught me that the stuff that men care about and that men look for, because women, when they talk about what men look for and they what they think men want, they're completely wrong. Like he helped me realize what men actually like and what men actually want, and so I can do it. And once I listened and did it, I got I got wiped up. So he helped me with all that.
And this, and I bet, even though, and this will sound funny though, even though that's what he taught you a man like, I bet you your man do way more than what you do for. I mean, not like that. I'm just saying he do so much because of what you do, right? Than the average
Oh
man.
yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I don't have a job right now, and I'm literally just sitting chilling at home because, I mean, I'm trying to look for one, but I haven't found one, and he doesn't put any pressure on me or be like 50-50. He never does that. If he ever has to borrow money from me, the moment he gets paid, he gives me back the money that I gave him and more. I never have to pay for anything. Like literally, like he could have $100 to his name and he'll give it to me. Like he's awesome because of the way that I act. Like he barely has to ask me
Right.
to do anything.
And how were you before that, Sophie?
Oh my gosh. Like I was so crazy. Like you guys would not even like if you guys saw how I acted in high school, you guys would not even recognize me. Like I was just acting like my mom. I was argumentative. I was loud. I was angry. I was
Mm.
cussing everywhere, doing whatever I wanted to do, telling my parents what to do. I was so crazy and disrespectful and like skipping school. I had to go to alternative school, doing hanging out with my friends, not telling my parents where we were. I was crazy.
I think I think it made you even more receptive, and it's good that it's getting taught at a younger age, right? I mean that younger people are listening to it because I believe the older you are, the more stubborn you get, the more you like, all right, I done made it this far in my life at this age, and who are you to tell me and all that stuff, and that's why you probably was even more easily receptive because you don't have a rock or probably a rock. You told me you even told, that's why I wanted you to mention that part about the last dude you was probably dealing with was a freaking hand walk in high school, right? So I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of these women got bodies racked up on them. They got all type of stuff. So of course they not gonna. It's gonna be hard for them to take in that certain things because they got extra demons they got to worry with. I don't want to call it demons, but I got
right.
extra stuff that they got and traumas and all this other stuff. So you clearly see, this dude's intentions. When everybody else is like, it's hurting them because they like, man, what the heck? I'm used to guys telling me what I want to hear and all this stuff. It's 14 guys that done told me, you know what I'm saying? And yet these 14 guys ain't still with you. Stuff
Right.
like that. So that's what I can understand, why a lot of, especially older people, probably got problem with problem with it. You know what I'm saying? So I can get it though. I get
Yeah.
it.
No, and I don't, and cousin B, he say in the comments that asking if I was moldable, yes, I feel like that's not a bad thing. I feel like if you're looking for a leader, I mean, if you think about it in like
Right.
a work example, if your job offers training on the job, right? They're molding you for their specific company. You might have done something similar, but they're going to have to retrain you to work for their specific company so they can lead you in a way that benefits the company. So if you have a husband, right, he's going to be the lead of the household. That's your guy's little company, so to speak, right? So he's gonna have to mold you and lead you in a way that's gonna be able to fit his needs that he wants for you and his children and how he wants your guys' life to go.
Facts.
Especially because I'm gonna be staying at home whenever I do get pregnant or whatever. I'm gonna be staying at home and taking care of the house while he's going at work. And so yeah, I mean that's how I look at it. I don't think multiples being bad. And like Kevin say, the older you are, the more relationships you've been through, it's gonna be extremely hard to try to mold and adapt yourself to a new man because you're used to being with other men. And like he said, like my last relationship, I only held hands. So this is like I was rarely, you know, able to connect with the guy that I'm with
So
now because I didn't do anything with my other one.
But here, okay,
Now, cause
I get what
wait,
you're
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Uh,
Brothers,
No,
hold on
you go
one
ahead.
sec.
My
Can we
bad.
get Teller in real quick, y'all? I'm sorry, cause Teller been waiting
Tell
for
him,
a while.
Broderick.
Yeah, he ain't even. So yeah, Broderick, go right after Teller, cause I know you want to go, and then Cousins, if you don't mind, brother, if I can get to
I
you
know.
after Broderick, but I
I
want to go
will
ahead and get
yield.
to know Teller.
Yeah, I will yield my time until everybody says their
Open
truth.
space. I got you.
I appreciate that, cause I don't want nobody to go to sleep, cause I know it's late.
Yeah,
So
I will yield
uh,
my time. I yield my time.
I just like hearing different perspectives. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No Teller.
I got some shit to say, but I yield my time.
No Teller, brother, you there?
so what makes Kevin Samuels' delivery worse than your mother? People with antisocial personality disorder. They disagree. They disregard the feelings, property, authority, and respect of others for their own personal gain. And then, of course, you got deflection. It's a defense mechanism that you redirect the conversation away from the challenging topic or issue to something less emotionally charged. You change the subject, you ask questions, you make a joke, or you become defensive and aggressive. Both of these things, how it makes them feel, how you said it, that's all they care about because the message, it triggers them. Anybody that has been in any type of team sports, military, all that, where you have to have direct criticism to you, then you're open to somebody criticizing you without changing the subject or charging your emotions to be defensive and aggressive. It's just facts. Like that's why parents sometimes when their kids are getting a little bit older or when their kids tell them the truth, they get upset and want to discipline them. Although, yeah, you're supposed to respect your parents and not say certain stuff, but it ain't about what they said. It's about who said it to you. And that's why if you look at the haters of Kevin Samuels, they're all probably 40 and up. Majority of the people, you know what I'm saying? Majority of the people that did not like him, they couldn't stand that a man his age was speaking this wisdom, and it created disarray because anybody that has both genders, both sides hating on you, you know you're doing something right. But we always forget Kevin Samuels started out criticizing men. Like he told you, like you can't be after here for no dime piece and you looking like two Big Macs. Like he was
Mm.
real. You know what I'm saying? But they forget that because his message was so powerful. So of course the only thing he came up with a suit and tie, spoke professional, was knowledgeable about everything. So the only thing you can get on him about would be
Deliver.
the delivery. It's that same old school rhetoric, you know. Them people started that because they wanted to make you seem like a tribal big gorilla, over hyper aggressive. Man, he spit knowledge, and I'm a yield, but he spit knowledge. One and two, people got to remember, you went to him. So people who are complaining about his advice, y'all went to him, y'all called in, y'all asked to be brought up to ask him these questions and have dialogue. And then when they were shown that they had no superior knowledge, They turn to the same thing. Well, we don't like how you telling it to me. Man, come on. You don't like when a police officer pulls you over, but you know you ran that red light. So like, I think people are making they're enabling, right? They're enabling people to disregard merit and use their emotions. You know what I'm saying? Because when you have an emotional conversation, there is no intellect there. It's emotional. But when you're having a intellectual conversation, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get hit a couple times. It's just knowledge. So to wrap it up, it didn't matter that the delivery was any less or worse than the mother. The fact that he wasn't one sided and had a one party agenda, the fact that he talked to everybody, it pissed everybody off.
Guess who woke up?
You feel me? So I yield to that.
Hmm.
Oh,
You wrote.
Toby and left. I was just about to get to Toby next, so that
I
he
was about
can
to
be.
say. I
Yeah, Toby, come
think
back
it's.
up here. I see you still in here. Come on
Um,
back. But
I,
let's.
I think I think his delivery was
You didn't
short,
even let me
but
call.
he was
You
he
was
was
not
very
gonna
professional.
cuz. You wouldn't even let me call on you, cuz.
My bad, my bad.
Take to a
Dang,
gangster.
cuz. Raise
On it,
your hand,
cuz.
cuz. No, cuz it's on you next. Go
Bernie
ahead.
Stassi, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Cuz.
I was
Didn't
ready to
even give me a chance. Y'all
I
know
was ready to
women out
go
here fighting to
in.
have a voice. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, his delivery was really sharp, but he definitely spoke a lot of truth in far as like the relationship base and the women that was feel like they should have a high quality man. And same thing, like he was not
They
he
should
didn't
have.
choose a side. He gave the men hell too. Like for us, like if you want a woman to submit, you got to be a certain type of caliber of a person, you know. So I just feel like everybody was in this new era. Everybody's just like really sensitive to like being chastised and being corrected.
Hmm.
Everybody want to live in a world of like just I'm doing me. I'm the prize, and you really not the prize. So and he just was like checking everybody. And a lot of people was offended by his delivery mainly, but the truth always hurt though.
I
So
completely agree. Thank you for that. We're gonna get to Toby and then right after Toby, Roger, we're gonna get right on up there to you.
yeah,
And then after that, we're gonna do open panel. So but if you guys can just not all come off mute and not talk at the same time so we can hear everybody, we would really appreciate that. Right before
Hey,
Toby go, can y'all continue to tap that screen? Appreciate you. Go ahead, Toby.
yeah, did everybody get to
Good
get
night,
what I said?
everybody. Everybody, good night, good night, good night. How are you? About Kevin Samuel, a very, very educated man, very intelligent, very outspoken on both the men and the female side, and he he has make he has make this TikTok platform a good one to discuss our side of the coin, because we're grown up with one side of the coin. Weren't taught the men's side of the coin, and how a man should operate, how he should dress, how he should bring himself, how he should talk, and how he need to use clarification and analogy to make his point be more firm and just and assertive. So Kevin Samuel has done a lot on what he set out to do. Rest in peace. He start the movement, and it was a good movement. It still is, and I think women need to listen to men and 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 take keen words, and not beat down men for talking in their masculinity, because a feminine woman will adore and honor a masculine man. And I digress.
Toby over here choosing violence. Uh No, that makes great point. Brother Cal, did you want to get anything in before we move up to Broderick
Just
and
listening.
cousin? Okay. Uh Broderick is right. It's your turn, King.
Thank you. Um, the one thing that I wanted to add to this, um, I was a part of one of Kevin Samuels' lives a long time ago. Um, when he was talking about, like high value men, high value women. And I was a part of this live for about an hour or so. The one thing that I think that we're missing from what Kevin Samuels was saying was that there's no perfection within anything. We try so hard to be something that we're not. What makes a high value woman and a high value man is a simple fact of how we communicate with each other, how we actually coexist with each other. We're not meant to get along with everybody. It's all about the conversations that we have. It's all about the communication that we can actually share. I think, for the most part, that how this conversation started, how it ends, we already know what it is. Um, for me personally, I've done almost everything. I raised two daughters, two sons, three of which were not my own, and I did a good job with that. I can have conversations. I was raised by a male and a female. So my thing is this: it's all about the aptitude knowledge of how you want to be treated. It's all about how the environmental stance is, or how the community value is. You know what I'm saying? I'm 40. So I was raised by people in the 60s or whatever the case may be. Um, so I think it's a definitely like a differential between everybody that wants to have this conversation. You know what I'm saying? What did you take apart about your upbringing and what you want to bring apart to a conversation? When you hear Kevin Samuel speak, was he worse or better than your mom, or what did he say something? It was no difference, because there was no difference. There is no difference. You know who you are as a person. You know who raised you. So when you get out into this world, you get into the educational side of it, right? And then you get out into the actual coexisting with people. We went through this whole circumstantial thing throughout our lives. We know what people want, and we know what people need. Wants and needs will hurt or destroy you. We know that, right? You're either acceptable or you're not acceptable. Now here we are at our age. I'm 40. I can say my age. I don't want to know anybody else's age, but now we're in an age right now where a lot of things are not acceptable. A lot of different attitudes are not acceptable. A lot of different mannerisms and characteristics are not acceptable. It is what it is. So my question is, and it's not really a question, it's like a statement. Like, who wins and who loses at the end of the day? The only thing that we have to do at this point is just respect each other. If we don't have respect, we don't have value. If we don't have value, then we don't have meaning. If we don't have meaning, we don't have a purpose. Our sole purpose right now is listening to creative criticism. We're listening to criticism, and we're like, okay, yeah, we need to fix something about ourselves. It doesn't matter how a person looks, it doesn't matter how a person talks. It's not about that. It's about creative criticism. Like, I'm not going to deal with something. When the fuck did it become cool for us not to not like something? And that's the main steeple point. That's the staple for our community. We don't fuck with each other like that. And I don't feel bad within saying what I'm saying right now. We don't fuck with it because my thing is this: if I don't have a job and I don't do this and I don't do that, I would not want a woman to mess with me. I don't want a woman to come to me. But a lot of men can't say that. If I don't take care of my children, I would not want a woman to come in and be like, "Oh, well, I like him because he looks a certain type of way." This is what Kevin is. This is the true statement behind what Kevin Samuels was talking about: high value, low value. But it doesn't matter about the value. That's nothing more than words. What do you bring forth as a purposeful matter to the person that wants to engage in a conversation? The conversation builds everything. If we can't have a conversation, then there's nothing that's left. Then if there's no conversation, it's just about what you can gain from another person. That's what men do. That's what women do. That's where we fail as far as a purposeful meaning behind each other. There's nothing else to be said behind it as far as how I look at it. Everybody else can look at it how they want to, but this is just facts. I'm presented to you and you don't know what I do as far as a man, and I don't have a job, but I just look good, there's a lot of women that'll be like, "Oh, well, he's cute, he's this, he's that." You'll waste your whole 3-4 years that equivalates 2,043 minutes of your life behind me to actually try to what? Say that you got somebody, but you miss your time behind something. Just like and it's back and forth. So what I'm saying is this: we have to understand what is here with the toxicity. We got to understand what we want. The toxicity is already there. We have to understand what we want. We got to stand on that. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Kev, you know I love you to death. I be in here all the time. It is what it is. But there's a lot of women out there wasting their time behind ain't shit ass men. And for any other woman out there, you already know that there's a lot of men that's done wasted their time behind ain't shit ass women. I'm not saying that they exist and coexist within this panel, because I know everybody here is top tier. I know that. So I want to give everybody their flowers. I already did because I done gifted everybody. Uh, but the conversation needs to coexist on one platform, and it needs to coexist as far as one meaning. It's time out for us to keep advocating for people that can't get their shit together. It's time out. It's just time out. This don't, for me personally, to have these, be a part or have these conversations, it don't mean shit, because it could be a person taking this information in, but at the end of the day, they just want to fill a void. It's time out for filling a void. Yeah, we all came up through certain type of traumatic or certain type of situations, but damn, do we got to live our life like that? Do we have to keep subjugating ourselves to this shit while we know that this happened, and now we gotta pick or choose who the fuck we want around us? No. We need resolution through all of this shit. We need resolution. Women need resolution, men need resolution, and we gotta have these type of platforms just like yours, Kev, and just like a lot of other ones, to where we can actually say, listen, we're tired of ain't shit ass people. And it coincides between males and females. We tired of ain't shit ass people. We tired of ain't shit ass male friends. And women, y'all are tired of ain't shit ass female friends, correct? The infiltration has already happened before we even got to this point. Get these motherfuckers up out of here. Period. That's how we get a resolution. But I do respect everybody on the panel. Nobody said anything wrong. I respect everybody. I gifted everybody. I love everybody. But the resolution to everything is really for us to actually coincide and actually build something. Shit, it's got to be that. Kevin Samuels didn't say shit wrong. He is the mother and the father. That's like a single parent in a home. Ain't too far fetched that it's a single father. Shit, we already know somebody that live like that. Shit, Kevin Samuels didn't say nothing wrong. He said the truth, the absolute truth. Ain't no way in the hell you gonna be built like, or you gonna have this type of money coming in and you want this. And that's male and female. It's nothing far fetched from what he said. You can't expect something when you can't expect it for yourself. It was the breakdown to you. You gotta take that direct criticism because, like you said, if you're growing up in a single parent home and your mama telling you, "Hey, you need to lose weight," shit, you need to lose weight. If you growing up in a single parent home as a male, and your mom telling you, "Oh, you ain't gonna find nobody because you ain't shit, rebuild, rebuild yourself." It's direct criticism. Yeah, it's hurtful, it's mean, it's this, it's that. It ain't no different than what you be chilling with your homeboys. And you be like, "Damn, man, I almost had her." And your homeboy tell you, "Man, you ain't shit. You wouldn't got her. You ain't got enough game. You ain't got enough this. You ain't got enough that." It's nothing more different than what your homeboys or your friends or your brothers or your sisters or your cousins will tell you. He's just a person that you don't know that was telling you some shit. It's just facts. It's just like me telling you, like if I was egregious within my approach, and I get
Brother,
up here and
Brother
I say,
King, I'm sorry not to cut you off, Brother King, because so we can get to
yeah,
everybody else. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I'm
but
just
I
over
hope
here
I didn't
tapping and
offend
feel
nobody
myself
by
going to
how
sleep.
what
I'm
I
like,
was
before I
saying.
don't get an order and fall asleep over here, let's
Yeah,
I'm just
I hope I didn't
I'm not
offend
saying that you
anybody.
putting me to sleep. I'm pregnant and it's 1 o'clock in the morning my time. I'm just over here
Yeah,
tapping in my finger getting
it's one
jobs.
eighteen my time, but I just wanted to get that. I just wanted to get that information out there. Like we're we can bring up certain type of things, but it's just facts. Like it's no different than any other person coming in and saying something. It's just easily to attack something. But I respect y'all. I love y'all. I already gifted everybody in here. I love y'all. I hope to see y'all tomorrow. I'll be back on as soon as I see Kev. I support him. It is what it is. I love y'all, man. I'm signing out.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. Cousins is on you, brother.
Okay. All right. Great. Great. That was well said. I appreciate it. Just a couple of things. I just you know really polarizing figures, right? I think that context is important. Like everyone says, like everybody hated Kevin Samuels. Well, he had millions and millions of fans, so everybody didn't hate Kevin Samuels. Okay, first off, the people that did hate him were probably people that were watching, right? Because the people that called in very rarely complained of how he talked to them. Okay, so this narrative that we see, because there are certain outgoing people who have come across like, wishing him bad when he passed and all of that stupid stuff, right? Well, these is a small group of people, but then you have a lot of people who would just say, you know what, he had good things to say, and then he had bad things to say. Okay, the crazy thing to me is that if you are someone who is not a fan of Kevin Samuels, you are going to defend or go against everything that anybody says in favor of Kevin Samuels. And what's equally crazy is that if you are a fan of Kevin Samuels, all I hear is justification for everything that this man said, as if he had no flaws. And my whole thing is, you know me, I'm gonna keep it fair. I call it what it is. I was not a fan, but I'm not against him. I thought he had a lot of good things to say. But I do recognize when he was wrong or when it was just his opinion. It wasn't a fact. But everybody likes to say up here and make it seem like this dude was just a prophet and a heaven on earth and nothing he said was wrong. Well, no, he had problems too. And he did say some things occasionally that was out of pocket. Okay, we can admit that. He reminded me of my old uncle. Okay, I love the dude. He gained me up in life, and I wouldn't be where I am without that dude. Okay, setting me in the right direction. But he was an asshole, and I'm just gonna put it out there. So if someone was to come up to me and be like, "Hey man, your uncle is hey dude, he an asshole," I can understand why they would say that, even though I knew him differently, right? And I knew what good he was doing. It doesn't take a rocket science to see why people may have a problem with him. But the funny thing I'm keep hearing is like, it's absurd for anyone to not like Kevin Samuels, like as if y'all didn't see how he was promoted, as if y'all didn't see that everybody only put out the negative things about him. It was rare that they put the positive things that he said out. So of course there are going to be people in masses who only see the negative and they're going to think negative. I mean, we all know that. That's common sense. So when someone says, hey, you know, it ain't no reason why, if you don't like Kevin Samuels, you're just a hater. No, maybe they just saw all that negative shit. So I'm just saying from a neutral standpoint, right? I do believe Kevin Samuels had great things to say, but I also know that how he was marketed, okay? And if you are a casual person, which means that you only saw tidbits, you probably have a negative outlook because that is what was promoted most. And if anybody wants to argue that, I don't know what to tell you. But that's just why I say I can understand why people may have an aversion to him. I'm not saying that they are right. You know what I mean? I don't agree. But I can see how someone would look at him in a negative light because it was a lot of negative light shined on him. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like, if you are a fan of Kevin Samuels and you want to put him on this pedestal as if he never did anything wrong, okay, that's fine. That's on you. But let's be real, okay? Everything he said wasn't a fact. Everything he said wasn't just the gospel. Some things he got wrong. That's okay. But most of the shit he got right, okay? I will admit that. And I just got to go one time just against teleprompter because he said most people who had anything to say against Kevin Samuels was probably 40 and over. And you're right. Because at 40, we already been through life and we know when he was bullshitting and when he wasn't. So you are correct. The older people can spot those times when he was saying shit out the side of his neck, or if it was just only his view and he was trying to put it out there as if it was a fact. Those are the only things that I think we kind of looked at it and was like, okay, can't agree with you on that. But for the most part, I think even the older guys, we realized that he actually, 80% of what he was saying was right. But I'm still not going to act like that 20% didn't exist. So just want to say that.
So even with that though, I think the difference is one of them can make the argument about how much they like him, right? And then when we say, how much he was right, right? And then when it comes to we saying what do he do wrong, or it's like the hardest thing for somebody to say. The worst thing they can say is the delivery, and that's like the dumbest thing that somebody can come with because it's like they the same ones with that problem with delivery, so or whatever they come up with. Most of the time, even with they want to say facts or lie or whatever it is, it's like least make the argument of what the lie is or say something, right? Everything. I noticed that everything that somebody brought up to me, right? The worst thing he said was the women. They said how much he didn't like the statistics on black women or something like that, right? I went and looked that up. I remember that one day we did it too. They had played the video, got their little feelings hurt with the half part, and then they said the rest of it, and it was nowhere how they put it out. It was flat out just saying him reading off or some type of statistic, and they act like he was the one that made it up. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I feel like people that's like that is just kind of dangerous. Like they gonna make out, and that's the people that be always having a one sided with especially when it comes to the mother, because we know it was a all woman type world and stuff. All you gonna remember is just hearing the mother side, never heard the daddy side. It's just always that's why we feel like that situations that's like that. If you can't, that's why I'm glad we have judges, right? Because if it was according to a lot of people, they just only gonna hear one side and just go with it. So it's like, at least if you're going to disagree or have some type of whatever towards this person, please come with some type of legit reason or say why this person was so dang on wrong, or at least admit that you got your little feelings hurt and just say that you no longer ain't want to listen to him no more. At least say that. But don't try to demonize somebody because you ain't understand them.
So let me ask you this, Kev, real quick. If you saw, like, I'll give you a prime example. Okay, when he got in trouble, or not got in trouble, but when he was accused of saying that women who are over 30 or whatever are leftovers. You remember that? So
Right.
the clip that went viral, one of somebody, now it wasn't even him probably, but somebody clipped out just that part. They said, women over 30, or 30, whatever, y'all just leftovers. And then they cut to something else that said something else about women. And that particular clip, right, edited that way, went viral. So you got
Okay.
millions of people who saw him say, women over 30, are just leftovers. Now, the reality is he actually was just reading a study from someone else, right? He was saying that in this study, this person said that women over 30 were leftovers. And the reason why he said that was blah, blah, blah. He was going over something that he didn't even say, right? But
Right.
his fans, the ones who were, whatever they are, they didn't like women or whatever, they was trying to get some views, they edited his content to make it seem as though he said that egregious shit. So what happened was you have all of a sudden in 24 hours, millions of people who think this dude is a chauvinist, who thinks this dude is whatever. Now,
Right.
did he put out something immediately and say, hey, no, I didn't say that. You got to look at the whole thing. No, he didn't. And you know why? Because he knows
He probably
that
did.
if you
Nobody
get
ain't
some
want to look at it
press,
no more.
no, I ain't never seen that video is what I'm trying to tell you. And I'll look for it because I was like,
Well,
why didn't he
that's
do,
called. Why would he
you know
put
what I mean?
something
Like,
out?
but what I'm saying though, Kev, is listen, he knew that press, even if it's negative, okay, that viral, that is going to help him. And the idea is, if you look at marketing, it is, well, you know what? If it's negative press, cool. That means more people are going to come to the page, and then they'll look at the full content, and then they'll really get what I said. But what he's not understanding, or what we don't understand as people, is that negative travels faster than positive. So
True.
any little small bit of negative is going to go, it's going to outweigh
Exactly.
all of the positive he said. So what I'm saying is, when you have these type of things happening, and you have idiots reposting his negative things only, right? It is no wonder why he had that bad reputation. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
I
that he was
understand that.
bad.
I
Yeah, you know
understand
what I
it.
mean? So
And but
it's like,
then,
yeah,
but then when we defend him and explain the full video, people still not trying to hear it. Now that's where the problem is at. They can
hold
still
on.
know,
What
like,
is,
dang, I found out, and still be like, all right, I don't care. He still said that part. That's why I feel like the
so,
dangerous is that.
right. So I don't know who this dude in the comments is. Normally I ignore the dummies, but I got time
Do
tonight.
what you got to do. You
First
got
of all,
power.
homie, let me tell you about pandering. You obviously don't know what it means, because I wasn't even talking about nothing about pandering. I wasn't talking about anything but marketing. If you don't know what that is, go sit your ass down at the child's table and shut up when grown folks is talking, or come up here and handle your business. One of the three. Let's go. Since he want to talk, come on, man. I ain't got time for that bullshit, man. I don't know what it is. People believe that because you speak and you try to put out both sides, that you got to have some type of, oh, it's pandering. Shut your ass up. Take your tight ass jeans off and go sit down and take a rest. Jesus. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm
Don't forget.
going to be back to my
Yeah,
positive
whatever
person.
you
I'm
feel,
sorry.
you a mind though. So whatever you feel when you get
I'm
tired
so
of it.
Right.
sorry.
Look.
I'm so sorry. I just had to let it out. I'm sorry. I'm back. Back to your original programming.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
we're
Ah,
gonna
man.
go with Renee, because I know Renee been waiting for a while. Then we're gonna go ahead and hit Amir. Um, I don't who was first, main thing or who was first,
This is
brother,
probably
at the
main
top?
thing, and then Monique, or Mystique just got here. So yeah.
Mystique just got in here. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. My eyes was closed because cousins of mine, so I done let them rock. Uh, Renee is on you, beautiful. Oh, she
Well,
said
this
she's just
is,
messing. Okay.
thank you, Queen. This is absolutely a wonderful live and a wonderful way to end my evening. And just like you guys said, I only heard one side of Kevin Samuels. And so I'm glad that I'm on here because I heard from the guys that he also talked about the men.
Mm-hmm.
So, and told them how they were supposed to be also. So that's a good thing. And so now how do I want to go and look at him? How do and I've been on TikTok for 3 months, so I
He on
guess
YouTube.
he on YouTube. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
just
look.
look up Kevin Samuels. Yep.
Yeah, remember I said he not somebody I want to look at, but you guys changed my mind.
Hmm. That's the
Yeah,
whole point. That's the whole point of why I keep bringing him up, because I believe it is a lot of people that have understood him, and just to connect bridges for real. For the people that's super extreme, because it's hurt people that follow him too, and then the people that's on the other side that just automatically demonize them and stuff. So it just try to get some type of connection, right? I believe everybody can have difference of opinions and still connect.
And I have to tell you guys that when they say about women over 30, it's also men over 30. It's like, I started dating this guy and we dated for like 2 months and I'm seeing something here it is. We arguing and I'm like, this is not supposed to be happening. We're not supposed to be arguing right now. And it was basically, I was trying to do everything that I could as far as being soft and helpful and everything. Take, for instance, he was a hoarder. And so and he cooked really good. So if he cooked and then, I washed the dishes, if, maybe he got stuck as far as his house was concerned here. I'll help you fold up your clothes and stuff like that, help you kind of get the house together. But he had some other stuff going on. And I finally had to say, no, this is not we're not supposed to be together. That's not what's supposed to be happening, and so to hear you guys say that now, and this is an older man that's set in his ways. I'm even though I'm 64, I'm considered a young 64. I've had younger men flirt with me, but my oldest son is 43 and a 49-year-old flirted with me and I'm like, there is no way. You the age of my son, I could not do that. And so but it's like a lot of the older
She
men,
says she's still out here eye candying out here. Watch out.
right? Trying to have fun, doing my own thing. All my kids are grown. I only had two. Sound like I had a whole bunch, but I only have one grandchild.
Keep messing with them youngins. Sorry, no, I'm talking.
I might have to, but not that young though. I ain't going
Yeah.
that far. But it's like, who has time for that? It's like I'm trying to have fun. I'm getting ready to retire, and so I want to do some other stuff in my retirement. I don't want to be sitting down watching TV and drinking wine and stuff and just in the house. So, and that's what comes with a lot of older men. That's what they want to do. They want to just be relaxed in the house and not do anything. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I'm gonna listen to Kevin Sanders. I'm gonna hear what he got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was another woman that came in here earlier. I mean, some months ago and stuff, and she came in hot too, for real. And she actually came on the whole week. Was like, dang, she came on. And I watched Kevin Samuels. He wasn't that bad or something like that. And I was like, yeah. I said, this is what happened to a lot of people. They just, they got the wrong thing, looking at a lot of clips and really seeing what the dude's, like, majority of his message is about. But just like we said, literally started off with the man. We just realized that, well, everybody realize. Oh, and I can't say, I want to say realize. Everybody know that, if you talk about a woman, they got the loudest voice anyway. So that's what happened, and that's what made him stand out and become a little bit more popular, or a lot of bit more popular actually. So, but he was on the man here, and they was loving it too. They just didn't expect the reverse Uno card.
That's because the men were accepting what he was saying, and that's where the problem lies. That's the reason why the women were going viral, because it wasn't such an argument when it was him getting on a man. So when he started when he reversed it, it was like, okay, well, let me help the women out, because yeah, women need help when it comes down to relationships too. You heard Sophie say it really helped her. So women, because I also
But
done
they
gone
hating on
through
her
something,
too.
not based off of just Kev, but just based off of just listening, in general, which I know we don't want to hear that, but even Toby said it before, like, sometimes we just gotta shut up and listen. If this is the man you want to be with, this is the type of man you want to be with, tell me how to gain this man. Tell
Right.
me how to end up with this man, instead of us doing things like fighting and saying, "Oh man, 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 or talking to women. Oh my God, Jay said in the comment, like men love to support someone who's speaking negative about women, and it's not that. They was probably happy that somebody stood up and started to say what standards men had and what man was looking for, because we as women, we tend to punish men for saying what their standards are. We punish a man for saying what it is that they're looking for. So they tend just not to say it. And he just stood up to be like, look, if you want this type of man, and not just saying he has the balls and that the brothers, brothers don't. But I mean, I can understand you keep getting backlash. I wouldn't want to say nothing either. I want to
True.
just shut up.
Yeah.
But so he made it go viral with telling women what it is that men want. And there needed to be more women like Sophie and myself. And I know main thing as well, who's like, look, if this what they want, I need
Who's
to listen to
married?
that.
Throw that on it.
Yeah, I mean, let me listen to that married, because that's another thing like you have on there about them being married and I mean him not being married. It doesn't matter. He's telling you what it is that men want. Why are you not gonna just shut up and be like, okay, look, I might not like your delivery, but let me take some notes. Let me find out what it is that I can do to land this type of man that I want. If this man don't like wigs, this man don't like wigs. There's some men who don't care. But if you saying that some men don't like wigs, then I need to be making sure that the man I get with like wigs, because I like wearing wigs. Or I like getting my nails done. You know what I'm saying? Like, because baby, best believe you ain't gonna see me without getting my nails done. Okay. So I gotta get with a man that's okay with that. But if my man say I don't like that, then either it's one or two things. Either I'm gonna get in line and I'm gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna wear nails, or I'm gonna be like, I need to get to the next person because I got to get my nails done. Hence, I found that somebody who okay with me switching up my hair, even though my hair long, or getting my nails done, because it's gonna stay done. But
Yeah.
that's the thing we got to realize. We cannot fight back. You don't hear men saying, I can't believe this is what women want, and women are so negative, and they are terrible women because they
Facts.
have standards. But when
Right.
men say, I have standards, they're like, oh my God, they the worst people in the United States of America. Like, come on, make it make sense.
Yeah, you
If he
broke it
wants
down right though.
for real, like if he wants me, he gonna want to do what it takes to be with me. If I want him and he wants a feminine woman and he wants a woman that's not combative, because believe me and my spouse we grew up together pretty much. We met in our 20s, and I was definitely I think I was combative, but that's just the way I am and from where I'm from. You know what I mean? And I didn't know it was combative. I thought it was just speaking my point, but I definitely have done a 360, because he had to be like, babe, you're a little combative, babe. I don't really like that. How about we do it this way? Showing me some videos. I just seen Kevin Samuels too. Like I said, I don't like his delivery, but I gotta listen because this is the man I want and I want to keep. So we just gotta, as women, if we want these men, just get in line with what those men want. Or if you just want the little Pookie and Ray Rays, keep doing what it is you're doing. If you want your heart to be broke, but I ain't got time. I needed to have 2 kids before 35, so I need to keep it moving. Who did we have? Amir, did you get to speak?
No, but I was definitely enjoying Utah. And when you was live the other night,
Super
I was
cooking.
cracking up. Look, when you was live the other night, I
I
was
need to
cracking up.
hear
I
that
was
at the
like,
end.
look, Kale, I seen her live the other night. I said, damn, I sure hope she don't have that baby online. You look like you about to bust, Bunny. How
Baby,
many months? How many months along?
I'm 8 months now. I got
Bless your
three
heart.
more weeks.
Bless your
I
heart. Bless
I
your
know. I
Yep,
don't
heart.
know
she
why I
pregnant.
be doing lives and I'm pregnant. Look,
It's all good. You
I'm
know
gonna
your
go into
child. I
labor.
bet you. I bet you this. I bet you your child be hella intelligent. I'm a strong believer in what they receiving in the mama's stomach. They gonna be able to regurgitate it back out. Trust and believe. I let all my kids listen to classical music. Guess what? All three of them classically trained pianists. But it could cost me a little bit. But I'm just saying. But look, I'm gonna get off that, and I'm gonna say Kevin Sanders was talking about high value men, and I consider myself one of them cats. Okay, I've been in the upper echelon of the tax brackets, and I've been at the bottom, and I had to do it self made, so I kind of know all them thoughts and things that he was telling men about. You know what I'm saying? And I also came up in a good family with a strong man in the house, and my ignorant behind went out and played prodigal son. So when Kevin started talking to the men, I wasn't even hip to him. You know what I'm saying? I had to go back and try and get some info on that. I caught him when he started talking to the women. And I thought it was interesting, the reception he got. But I kind of expected it because I think we're fooling ourselves if we don't realize that a lot of these apps is just entertainment. So, like I'd say, certain percentage of it was entertainment, and I'm sure Kev made mention to, negative publicity. So all of this is just it's a facade in a way, but you got to be able to read between the lines. He was dropping some jewels, and my thing is, if the shoe fit, cool, and if it don't, you know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. So the people the people that was giving him the most fight back, we all know they probably was suffering from some of these issues. So that's what I'll say about his and his delivery. I'm from the school of thought that you can't kill the messenger. You know what I'm saying? You can there's people out there that set you up. Like they'll give you the test and be like, okay, we'll give you a X amount of award if you could fight through the messenger and get to the message. You see what I'm saying? So it's really just a test in each person's individual situation, whether they liked his delivery or not. Because I know I didn't like tough coaches. I hated them. You know what I'm saying? Because my dad was soft spoken. So when I got into sports and coaches started yelling at me, I ain't like that at all. But I realized that they was telling me about something I was doing wrong, and I had to look more at that than concentrate on how it was making me feel that they was yelling. So I know it's hard, and I don't expect people to be able to receive rough teaching. If that's not your thing, cool. Don't take no abuse. But I think we stronger than we think. I think if we, that's what the pledge process is about. You got to test yourself beyond limits that you think you can handle. So, you know what I'm saying? I just thought it was my last thing I'm going to end with. I thought it, and I don't want to get you banana, Kel. I don't know how I can say this in code. I think he got murked. Nobody never really talk about that. I think that man got done dirty because whether you like it or not, I think he was one of our leaders. And what do they do to our leaders? They 86 them. They get all of our leaders get tested to the point where they either unalived or put out the limelight. You know what I'm saying? They don't get their platform no more. I think they did that man dirty. I'm not saying he's perfect. If he was out doing his thing with the young lady and whatever happened, that's all cool. I ain't got no problem with that. That's life, and that's how life happens. That's lifing, as y'all say. But I'm on that conspiracy theory type stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I think he was set up because he was changing a lot of people's minds. So, you know what I'm saying? I think the people that was set up there to argue with him a lot of times, some of them people might have been paid ops. So, you know what I'm saying? But y'all, I'm a kid at heart and I'm 50 plus, so don't listen to me. All right, kid, I'll land.
Great point. Main thing, you still just listening, sister? Yep, sister, just listening because I see it in the comments. She's gonna say yes. So we can open it up, guys. I know there's a few of y'all that's been waiting. Sophie, you've been waiting a while. Cuz, you've been waiting a while. So we can open it up to whatever you guys uh want to talk about. Go right ahead.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Sophie.
Go ahead,
So
cuz.
do y'all think most of the situation is based on like just accountability? Like people don't want to accept the fact that
Yep,
um
that was the center.
yeah that he told the truth, and it's just how he delivered it is just like how a father would address a situation. You know what I mean? Like you said, like the man you got on here, he was like he didn't like hard coaches, so. That's something that I grew up on too, with like tough coaches and guys who gonna tell you like to the point they gonna dig deep in your soul. By the time you walk off from the conversation, you're gonna be really reflecting on yourself.
But
It
that's
was. It
because
was.
men
Oh,
are. Oh, go ahead, brother Kev. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this fast. I think it was these three. I think it was accountability. It was a feelings over facts type message, and it was like breaking delusion. I think it was those three.
Yeah, I agree, and that's something that women suffer with. Men are. You notice men look for women that they can. People hate this, but groom, right? Which is also crazy because you also pay attention and look at the definition. Pay attention to the history of the groom doing marriage, but nobody want to hear that. He's supposed to be able to groom her, right? So
Wait a minute, Bunny. I'm
when you
sorry. What'd you
notice that
say? Bunny, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said, what's the last thing you said?
He's considered the groom during marriage, during
Oh,
the
okay,
wedding.
got it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because he does the grooming regardless, right? I mean, because normally you're supposed to get together young and you know before and then be a virgin and all the rest of that. Normally virgins are younger, so the man is considered the groom because he's supposed to be grooming the woman in the first place.
Yeah,
Uh,
teach.
Damn, she
uh,
went deep. That was deep,
Yeah,
bunny.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
that
saying. She got me on that.
that's deep.
yeah, so I mean, a lot of women don't
I'm gonna
understand, and
blame
that's
it on the
another reason
baby.
why Sophie, shut up. That's another reason. Look, I know this baby didn't look. My spouse better talk to me nice this
You got to
summer.
give him the good stuff since
Uh,
you always want to blame it on the bad stuff. On the good stuff too, Nick.
my spouse better talk to me nice this summer. I'm just telling him that. Uh, no, but yeah, but as you notice how Sophie was willing to change with no combat, with no fight because she's young. When you That's why it's meant for women. Why women in their 20s so they want to live their best life and YOLO and have hot girl summers. That's your time when you're not stubborn. That's why I said I've been able to change. I've been with my spouse since my 20s. So you're able to be groomed with no fight when you're younger. When you get older, you're gonna get stuck in your ways. So now you got to keep in mind those was older women who was going on that show trying to get a man now after they done everything that's not that's undesirable by men, and now they're like, okay, now I'm ready to settle down. Like, no. So a lot of women don't want to hear that they're wrong. They don't want to know that the decision that they made in life is terrible. Women don't want that,
Right.
Bunny,
period. Kids don't want it. Women, little girls don't want that. Daddy starts screaming at her saying what's wrong and trying to get that structure and get that order in there. She gonna start crying because
mm, yeah.
we just so soft, right? We delicate. We really don't want to hear that. So now when you get older, you definitely don't want to know that the decision you made that are permanent decisions. These body counts, these kids, there's uh not being respectful, the traits that you have let sit on you and things you've let sit on you, and now you just stuck in your way. You can't even it burns your heart to let a man speak, because that's another thing. If you notice, a lot of those women, he'll talk and they'll be cutting him off. It burns them to let him speak. You see it on
Right.
TikTok. It
Yeah.
burns a
Yeah.
lot of women to stay on mute.
Hey,
They can't
Bunny,
even
can I
stay
ask you
on.
a question?
Uh-huh.
I need all the women, if y'all like to respond. I need y'all opinion on this. Is a question. So, because there's something you just said. So, because I was always wondering why he had so much fight back, and I obviously gave credit to the people who he was talking to. Obviously, it hit a nerve, and then I thought it might have been some ops. But I was wondering why those that have the potential to change were so fighting against it. And what you said made a lot of sense. Correct me if I'm wrong. It reminds them of, when they're young and their fathers structure them and they didn't like it then. So, they really just, like I said, they still kids at hearts in their adult bodies, and they don't like when a male, comes at them. But let me ask you this, because as a father, it's a breakthrough with the daughter. So I got one. She's 16. So I just had a breakthrough, y'all. I'm damn near Gary cry right now because, so I've been going at her with about this thing about the phone usage for weeks. And then I'm going to get to this question. And then we just had our sit down and heart to heart, and we had a good talk. So my question is, it's a breakthrough with fathers and their daughters. But when it comes to the female dating, do you think that's the reason why they had such a fight back to Kevin, is because of his delivery was reminding them of their father, or was it that they would have rathered him? Because I hear women say it was delivery, delivery, delivery. If he would have just delivered it better, do you think that would have been better? And then the part B of that
Nope.
question, stay
I
with
don't
me,
think
Nope.
stay
so.
with me. That's pretty obvious, but
I
this
don't
the,
think
the
so.
part B. This the part. Well, I want the women to know, because that's what
Okay, my
we
bad,
think
bro.
one way. No, we think one way, bro. I thought like you, but I want to hear from the women because I never was a daughter under a father, and I'm trying to understand these emotions. But the part B was, do you think? Stay with me, walk with me. When cousin said it's all marketing, do you think that his approach was a result of him realizing that we couldn't just be nice no more and tell you like a father, lovingly father? He had to become more harsh because of the reality of our society. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he became the tough coach because of the scenario. Like, we ain't got time for these no more. I can't coddle y'all as a father no more and try and bring y'all along. I got to give it to y'all rough, rugged, and raw. Like,
I
could you
mean,
comment on that a little bit, women, please?
yeah, I mean, I
How you doing,
honestly,
Sophie? Good to see you.
hi.
Good to
I'm
see you.
nice to see you too. How
Or
are
to
you?
hear you. I'm well, thank you.
Good. I mean, women honestly, they don't listen if you don't talk to them like that because they feel like they can walk over you. Like, um, I never like whenever you do hear women say he need to be nice, he need to do this, he need to do that. Whenever you hear men that do talk to them like that, they never really listen to them. They always say like disrespectful stuff to them. Like if you ever do see like a like let's say a host or a podcast that tries to like pander to women or whatever, they never really respect him. Like they always talking bad about him or like, you know, just being disrespectful. But when men talk like how Kevin did to women, they know there's no room to play. They have to listen or they have to like get out. So the ones that's fighting, it's because they probably don't even respect their own father or any male authority. So they not gonna respect him. They know better. Even if it was nice, they still wouldn't listen. They just want to do whatever they want to do. That's what it is. They just use that as an excuse because they don't even listen to the men who say it in a nice way. They just take advantage of them and do whatever they want to do anyway. So yeah, I don't think it have anything to do with his voice. I think if he would have spoken softer, it would have actually been worse. They would have just taken advantage of him. So even though they was mad at him, he would mute them. He wouldn't let them overtalk him. He wouldn't let them disrespect him. So I mean, yeah, definitely. I don't think that even works. A man trying to, you know, tell a woman what to do in a like sweet and soft way. That's how women are supposed to do. When women are trying to like help other women or whatever, they're the ones that's supposed to be like the soft and nurturing ones, not the men.
Miss Renee, you wanted to go ahead too?
Yeah, so for me, I don't like no man talking to me gruffly. He doesn't have to talk to me like that. And I didn't have a father who spoke to me gruffly. And I listened to him. Now I was a daughter, I was a daddy's girl, and yes, I talked back at times, and he knew how to put me in place. And my father hit me one time, and it hurt me to my core because I was so shocked. But like when he would raise his voice or something, that would really bother me. And he didn't do it often. So I don't have to have a man to speak gruff to me. I feel like I want to be a best friend. I don't just want to be your mate. I want us to be best friends. Not like you and your homies or whatever, but I want to be able to, I want to have trust between us. We really trust each other. I don't want to be jealous of you. I don't want you to be jealous of me. That means you can go wherever it is you going, and I can go where I'm going, and this is how it was with my soulmate, my husband. He's deceased. And he would come home, do whatever it was he had to do. When he got paid, he put his money in the drawer, and I took care of everything in the house. He went sometimes he would go wherever he was going. He'd say to me, I'm going to such and such. And I'd be like, okay. And if I wanted to go, I could say, I want to go. And he'd say, come on. Or if he was somewhere and he called and he said, oh, I'm down here at such and such having a good time. And if I said, oh, I want to be there, he'd say, come on. You don't have to talk like that to me. We can be cordial to each other. When we have an argument or whatever, let's take a break from each other and come back and talk about it when we've calmed down. We don't have to be gruff with each other. And I'm not talking about having a soft, feminine man. I'm just saying that you don't have to be gruff with me. I really truly like soft spoken men, actually. I mean, no, no, that's not what I mean. Um, um, what I'm trying to say is,
I think we get you. I wanted to ask you something because you said something that made me think. I didn't want to forget it, and I wanted you to comment. Do you think that, because you mentioned there's not, you don't, obviously you don't like it, you don't appreciate it. I can respect that. And and you gave your credential why you deserve that. Do you think that all women are deserving of that same respect? And my question behind that, meaning, like, just say for instance, you're in a situation where you're with a man and he's been calm, cool, collected most of the time, but is there ever a time when he's able or is okay to talk to you gruffly? I like that word. And it be because, not because he lost his temper, just because you might need that. Like, everything he didn't try with you ain't worked. Like, every time he talked to you nice, what if you just one of them people that ain't gonna do that? Is it ever a time where he can yell to get his point across and it
yep,
not be so offensive?
yep, that's fine.
Okay,
Because
I get it.
sometimes you are preoccupied with something and you're not paying attention. And sometimes you do have to raise your voice to let me know that you trying to get my attention. You trying to tell me something and I'm not paying attention. And that has happened in the past to where I've actually stopped and said, okay, what is it? What you trying to tell me? You know, or stopped and just got silent, didn't say anything. You know, but we had that relationship. That was my soulmate. So it wasn't I never felt no disrespect from him. I don't think he felt it from me. We was on board as far as the children were concerned, you know, so no, I don't have to be talked to like that. And I'm not going to talk to you like that. And I'm not going to disrespect you. And I don't want you to disrespect me. And I don't want to be with anybody that I don't trust. If I feel like I got to always be thinking about where you are and calling you, wondering where you are and stuff like that, I don't want to be with you because I don't trust you. And I don't feel like that's a good relationship. And I don't want somebody that's always looking over my shoulder and calling me every 5 minutes to find out where I'm at, what I'm doing. You don't have to do that, because if I'm with you, I'm with you. You don't have to worry about me messing with somebody else.
That's a good
So
topic for a live, Kev.
I got a question too.
Uh,
So what would be a few reasons for you to feel like you can't trust nobody? Like if I'm
Can't
saying
really hear you,
if it's
cuz. Can you
either
answer your question again? I couldn't really hear the beginning. Sweetheart.
oh you
He
can hear me?
said, he said, what would be a good reason for me to feel like I can't trust the person? So isn't that what you said?
Yeah, like and I mean, okay, if the man is like you know his whereabouts and all this stuff, like would that be I'm kind of speaking from kind of slightly from experience a little bit, but like you know where this man whereabouts. He mostly home most of the time, and you still kind of got an energy of like I may not trust him. Is that from like past trauma, or is this from like it's just how the woman thinks? If that makes sense.
I could tell you why I wouldn't trust somebody. I can't tell you. I'm when I've been in a relationship and I felt like I couldn't trust the person, because I've been married twice. So now my second husband, I didn't trust him. And I didn't trust him because he never answered his phone. And I could just be calling him to say, hey, I'm going to do such and such, or I was going to cook such and such, what you want from the store, or something like that. He never answered his phone. And then when I asked him, why you didn't answer your phone? He would say, I don't be paying attention to this phone. The phone was in the car or something like that. Okay, so now we have an issue here. I've told you that I'll be trying to get in touch with you, and this is on numerous occasions. You know, I'm not saying that he was with somebody else. I don't know what he was doing, but I didn't trust him. And that marriage lasted, we was together 6 years. And it was like, that's enough. I didn't trust him. You know, little lies that you catch him in. little tiny lies, stuff that you don't need to lie about. You know,
So I have a question, Miss Renee. Did you not see those type of things prior, or was it a switch
no,
up?
no, it was a switch up. And mind you, so the second husband came in, and I already had my first husband. He passed away. So now when the second one came, I already had two sons, right? The second son, the youngest son, the oldest son was out of the house. The youngest one wasn't. So they kind of didn't get along. He felt like my son should be a certain way. And my son was like, hey, you don't just come in just trying to change stuff like that. Try to get to know me, try to be friends and stuff like that. And in all due respect, because he was a really nice guy, I believe that he just really didn't know how, because he hadn't raised his kids. So I believe he just really didn't know how to deal with a teenager. But it caused a lot of discord in the house when he would come over. It was always discord, and then he started little lies. Once we got married and stuff, it was uncomfortable, and then he started just little lies, little stuff that I just started noticing. I'm like, what was the purpose of that? You didn't need to. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? And then, just little things that was happening. And no, those things were not seen the whole time we were dating, and we dated 4 years before we got married. And no, those things were not seen. He did not act like that. Once we got
So,
married, he changed.
so you saying, oh my, wow, and then 5 years, right? So you saying, so are you? So you can get, you basically saying you can get tricked again, since people could just switch up, because you saying that you ain't missed no signs.
Well, I tell you, with this guy, when I told you that I dated for 2 months, and this was just like 2 months ago. He seemed like a really nice guy, the way we met and everything. But the signs that I saw was him being a hoarder. But other than that, and I still say he's a nice guy. We just was not for each other. But it was like one particular day when he didn't do it to me. It was like one of his nephews came from out of town, and the nephew was even trying to clean the house up, and he was telling me he touched my stuff, and I was like, oh my God. And I'm a social worker. I'm a social worker, so I'm in mental health, right? So I'm like, oh my God, something going on here. And he kept on talking about people touching his stuff, and I was like, okay, something is not right here. And when I would try to have a conversation with him about it, very intelligent man, he would immediately cut it off. He didn't want to talk about it. And he was raised in church. I wasn't. I was always taught to respect God, have my relationship with God, but I wasn't raised in church. He was. On Sundays, he would have church on his phone, he would have football on TV, and he would have his bottle of wine. And I'm looking at this like, is this okay? Because to me, it was disrespectful to God. But I'm trying not to be judgmental. But I'm like, and when I tried to ask him, is this okay? Is this normal? Do people do stuff like this? Completely shut it down. So I was like, he did one more thing, and I was like, that's it. No more. Something wrong here. I can't change him. I'm not gonna try to.
Okay, look, I heard you say you're a social worker. Can I ask you a
Hold on,
question?
real quick. I'm
Wait, hold on,
because
wait,
I'm
wait,
sorry.
wait,
Look,
because
I was
she
about to get
just,
some free
uh,
advice. Go ahead.
Kev, you
I'm
was about
sorry.
to,
I think
you was about
main
to,
thing wanted to say something because she about to leave. Her
yes,
phone
she
about to die.
did. Her phone about to die. I just wanted to say that. All right, brother.
where we at right now. But I just feel like at the end of the day, whoever went against Kevin Samuels, you was going against him all because of the tone. It was never because of the message. And that's the problem. Like, people care so much about how a person was talking to them instead of understanding the message that they actually trying to get to them. At the end of the day, your mama ain't your parents ain't always talk to you nice. So at the end of the day, stop expecting the world to treat you like a fucking soft ass bunny or something. Like, I don't, oh, not
Hey, hey,
I,
hey.
that's why I call myself bunny.
Don't put me
he
under that
said,
mother's knife.
"Hey,
I ain't got nothing to do with this. And I am soft.
well, I knew
But
that was
don't
coming."
underestimate me,
I
okay?
didn't know it was coming.
Listen,
I was like, what happened? Then I look. Oh, I get
I
it.
was over here minding my own business and I
It
got
was
brought
that book
into
earlier, man. When I gave you that book first.
it. Minding my own business. Yeah, right. She over here hating.
listen.
Don't bring your
I don't know why
controversial
that came
life
to
over
my
here to
mind.
this live. All right.
I'm about to make me cry
You bunny. You not effing bunny.
Oh my
It don't
You
god.
not
look at
effing
the
soft
same
bunny.
look.
You
They see
just
that's the
bunny.
problem with that's the problem with the world now. Even if I say the sky is effing blue or the sky's still blue. I know she
right.
talking about me. No,
Oh boy.
Funny.
No, I ain't mean like that, but it's like I'm just so tired of the whole trying to paint black men as everything that they say and do as if they're monsters. Like, stop that shit. Like, I'm so over that shit. It's like, it's getting ridiculous. Y'all are grown ass women. And it's like a lot of grown ass women want to be talked to like kids. You ain't a kid.
I
And it's
just need
like
somebody to spoil
you
me.
cannot handle tough love. Get the hell out the damn kitchen, please. We don't want you here.
Exactly.
We don't want to burn you up.
Yeah.
Talk to me nice. Looking
Like,
at
it's like I'm not saying like a person can't be sensitive, but it's just like, damn, like, how sensitive do you want me? I
I
can only
mean,
be so sensitive, so understanding. But it's like I will not fall under your damn delusion.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that another thing too, like this, women with this acting like men energy, like you expect to be treated with a like you're a flower when you really like you, you got the energy of like a dude from the street. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's hard.
Yes.
That's hard to cater to. That's hard to.
That part. That part.
But
It's hard to adjust
I'm
to
not
that.
even gonna lie. I'm stressed for men.
And
Cause at the
they
end of the
act
day, I
massive.
watch my own man on the daily and see how he's stressed about the outside world. All he worry about is going to work and getting home.
That's the hard part. And then
That is his end goal. Is by the end of the day, he making sure he can make it back home to me.
look, you heard it, it's a song called What's Life Like to Be a Man? Everybody should go listen to that. He's by I think his name is Dax or something like that. And
yeah,
women still ain't gonna understand with the words right there in front of them.
it.
Uh,
yeah,
but see, I think the thing is, I don't think that we are going to understand each other from that perspective, right? All we have to do is show grace to each other. So even if a woman doesn't understand, you should be like, you know what? You should have the fortitude to be like, I don't understand what you're saying, but I do know that you're going through something, and I'm just going to be the support system for it, even if I don't understand it, right? And I think that that has to happen with both parties because that's what we should be for each other, right? I don't have to understand my fiance to know that she's going through some shit. I just need to be there and support it. But I also think like If
My
someone
bad.
is making you raise your voice as a man, if you're dealing with a woman that's not listening and you have to scream and holler and you don't like that, it's your fault. Leave. Period. Cut it
Right.
off. What happens though is a lot of times we settle because something is good about our partner. And this happens for both parties, right? Something is good about them. So you try to like, oh, I'm gonna let that go. Yeah, I gotta scream and yell sometimes, but it's just because she just wants
It's
some
not that
attention.
bad.
But you know what I mean? Yeah. And then the next thing you know, that shit festers, and then it gets to a point where now it's habitual. And now that's how you have to talk to them before you can get through. And by
That's
that
what
time, it's
happened to
too
me,
late.
cousin. That's what
Right.
happened to me,
So
bro.
what we need to do is when, like, I have never, and I don't think this is from high school, never had to, call a woman out her name or say some crazy, because it's like, look, I don't need you to be here. You know what I mean? And I was kind of cocky, I will admit, and I thought that I was the shit. So I had the attitude like, I will replace you right now. So if I have to repeat myself, I'm out of here. And I would talk calm. And a lot of times I would get tested. But then they would look up and I'm in the car. And it's like, oh, he wasn't playing. Because so there's a difference between being polite. You know what I mean? You can be polite and not get ran over. That's the point. You can be direct and not be rude. You can be, you know what I mean? And we all know that tone matters in this life. So let's not act like how you say things don't matter. Because we know if we say something to the wrong man the wrong way, it's going to be a tussle. Or if we say something wrong, people go, you know what I mean? So there is a portion of life that where tone does matter. How you speak, how you come across is important. Okay, so we do know that. And then just one other thing, I was listening, and I don't know. I just think like if we keep like dealing with the toxic, right? We're just gonna keep on manufacturing. It's just gonna change. Like every time we sit up here and we say, okay, well, I'm gonna just yell, I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna do all these other things. It's like you are teaching your partner how to treat you. So if you are saying to your partner, when you act a certain way, I'm just gonna yell, that's what they're used to. So now when you speak regularly or you try to be cordial, you're not being respected, right? So I think it has to be started from the beginning, and you gotta be 10 toes down on what you believe in. And you don't have to yell, you ain't gotta scream. I apologize earlier, that was probably about as hype as I'll get when I had to flash on dude earlier.
Hey,
But
quick
that
question,
even
bro.
then, that wasn't, you know what I mean? That's just too hype for me. I feel like I'm out of my square. So go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you think it is
Go
a?
ahead, cuz.
Do you
And then
think it's
after
a
cuz go,
possibility that you can recover from that type of relationship? Like once you see it done got to that point out of whack, and then you doing more yelling or you like say gotta raise your voice. You think it's a comeback from that, or you just like you said just be dead out with it, and that'll see you in the car.
Wait. Sorry. Say that one more time because there was some noises I couldn't hear. It was breaking up. Say it one more time.
I was saying, do you think you can recover from like, okay, if you start a relationship off with, you're a more majority of a soft spoken guy, you're not really a rowdy guy, but you from the streets, but you know what I'm saying, you don't have that energy with a female or a woman, somebody you actually got a relationship with, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm gonna give you a backstory. I was raised by a woman that she had. My mom had 9 kids, so I grew up in a household with like six girls and my mom. And so I know the energy of like, how women operate, you know what I'm saying? So just growing up like that and then
Fuck.
having a relationship
Oh,
like with women and over the years was like could you recover from having a relationship that goes to that direction? You know what I mean? Like if they used to be raising your voice or you can't get their attention like that. So how would you go about that though?
Right. That's when that is less is more, right? That absence. So that's what, like in sales, they call it the takeaway. And that's what I was talking about when I said just get in the car, right?
Right.
So I learned this, and this was the year after high school. So I had graduated. The girl I was with, we had broke up, and then there was, I'm from the hood, so you already know how that goes. Round the way girls type of thing back in the days, and it was like, you had to have a certain, for lack of a better word, a little spice on you to make it. in the street. You know what I mean? You have to have a little attitude. But for me, I was like, you can have an attitude in the street because that's what we have to do to survive. But when you come home, you gotta leave that shit at the door. I'm not the one to play with. I'm not gonna sit up here. I'm not gonna raise my voice. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm not gonna raise my hand to you. And I expect the same. Period. End of story. If I have to raise my voice, I'm out because just like you came, you can go and another one will come. And I had that attitude and I lived by that shit. And I was like, look, you can, I just look like this. Please believe I'm not playing with you. So she was testing me. She was going off and I was like, all right, I got you. And she left with her little partners and whatever. And I cut. And she came, she tried to call me. I ain't asked. It was like maybe two weeks. And finally I ran into her at one of my partner's party. And she like, why you ain't call me back? I told you. You're done. It's over. It's a wrap. I'm not playing. You thought I was playing. You thought I was like these other motherfuckers. No, I'm not that. When I tell you what I do it. Period. And if you thought I was joking, well, now you know. And I just walked away. And she's probably spent another week chasing me, trying to get right. And I'm gonna tell you, we were in a relationship for about 2 years, and she never raised her voice. She never did any of that shit again because she realized that I was not playing. And I think a lot of times we give in because we just don't want to deal with that situation, or we don't want to risk losing something because we have a fear of not. Fuck that. If you have a conviction, and I say this to all my young brothers, if you have a conviction, you live by that shit. If this is what you're telling, if your word says this is what you're gonna do, you do that. Because if nothing else, you're gonna get respect just on the simple fact that, oh yeah, dude is not playing. Even if you know what I mean? Now, if you're wrong, it's okay to change up, to correct yourself, right? It's okay to grow. But as far as being a man of your word, don't let no circumstances, don't let no bullshit, don't let no like, oh, well, she was pretty, so I just said, fuck it. Nah, fuck that. No.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? And I'm telling you, that shit works. And I learned that younger, so I didn't have that problem when I got older. But it was, and that was only because, like I said before, my old uncle was like that. And he was the one that gave me up.
I grew up the same way, bro. And then as I got older, I came more tolerant of more shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. You know what I mean? I don't know why it became like that.
We get tired. Sometimes you just want to be comfortable. I know. It's okay to get lazy sometimes. We just want to kick back, be comfortable. You get tolerant, you know what I mean? But you got to remind yourself, look in the mirror and remind yourself that you're a motherfucking lion. Remind yourself that, I might be purring like a kitty cat sometimes just because I want you to feel this. I want you to feel nice and snuggly, but don't get it twisted. When I growl, it's going to happen. And the growl is not necessarily you acting a fool. It is just you being who you are. You know what I mean? Being your true self. So that's all I would say. You just got to take away. That's the best thing I can say. Right. Don't get out the square. Just bounce.
And I do want to say something on that point though too, right? Far as like for women, we got to understand the power we have behind the tone that we carry with our spouses. I mean, I don't want to say it, and I don't really know, unfortunately, but it's true. We got so much power when it comes down to our femininity and our tone. We'll have a man listen to us a lot faster if you just be a lot softer with your tone. And I understand it's hard to keep that composure when you're upset and you're mad, but we need to learn how to walk away and come back and have that conversation. Go in the car, call him out his name, scream as loud as you want to, right? In your car with your windows rolled up. He ain't never gonna hear it, and then come back and let's recoup and let's try this again because you're not gonna get anywhere by screaming at the top of your lungs. It's gonna really make them shut down, and you're gonna get mad when that man matches your energy. Because at the end of the day, we are women, and you get intimidated. You hear a lot of women saying, "Oh, I don't want you to scream at me." That's not new. We didn't want daddy screaming at us neither. So that's nothing new. But once that man start matching your energy, now he's a bad man. He shouldn't have screamed at you. But look at what you're doing. You making him feel like he got to defend himself against you. That makes no sense. When you can just come and be like, you know what, babe, earlier, we had a disagreement. I really didn't like this or that, and I want to come up with a solution and make it better. I'm sure you'll get a better response. I'm 200% sure you would get a better response from
Facts.
him than just sitting there screaming at that man. Because that no man wants to feel like he's at home competing for his
Manhood.
throne. Yeah, that too. He
Hey,
don't want to feel like he's
man,
fighting another man in his home. Like we gotta understand that he's not trying to come home and fight another man or feel like
Cause
he's dating
you
another
fighting the
man.
world once you leave the house, you know.
right? And can
Exactly.
I just say this too? If you've landed, I just want to add to that because that
Nope,
is
I didn't
perfectly
land. I had
said.
I like five more sentences. No, I'm just
Well, come
playing.
on,
Go
come
ahead,
on with it.
cousin.
I'm with
No,
you. I'm
I'm
with you. I'm sorry.
just, no, go
Oh,
ahead, cousin.
hey, no, I was just gonna say, man, because think about this, ladies. We as men, we take criticism from men differently than we take them criticism from women. Okay, now this is something that has been tried and true for centuries. All right, this is the reason why we have drill sergeants. This is the reason why certain sports coaches and all that stuff that we keep giving as examples. That's why we can take from another man. That is encouragement. When we yell at each other, that's why we do that to each other, even our boys. I mean, get your ass up. Yeah, we take that from a man because that's how we express ourselves. We're gonna take that as a positive. But coming from a woman, okay, the positive becomes the soft. So this is the reason why, if you see in all comic books, every beast that was ever written in movies, it's always the feminine woman who brings that beast back to Earth. Hulk is tearing up the whole goddamn galaxy, and she just walk up to him and whisper in his ear, and he back. There's a reason why that happens, because we look at that from a woman, we look at that as positive. When you start talking, and I understand that maybe women see other men hyping us up, so y'all are trying to mimic that. Like if you have a son and you see that he's getting encouragement from other men and you're a single mother. And so what you're thinking is, oh, I'm gonna talk to him the same way because that is what encourages him, not from you. And we have to
Right.
understand that we kind of listen to things differently, right? And so it's very important to understand that, and vice versa. Just because I can talk to my bros, we can talk shit to each other. But we have to understand that when you talk to a woman with that same vibrato and with that same tone, it comes off as you are being aggressive. And we will say, I wasn't being aggressive, I'm just being passionate. No, motherfucker, that shit looks aggressive to a woman, and 9 times out of 10. So what I'm saying is, we have to do a better job, each one of us, to know the nuances in our communication. If we did that a little bit better, we would probably go a long way with understanding each other. But as long as we sit up here and being stubborn, like, no, you just got to understand me, and then the women, no, you got to understand me, we ain't never going to understand shit. So I would just leave it at that.
You know,
Absolutely. Amir, I'm sorry, Miss Renee. Amir, can you ask your question again? Because I didn't get to answer your question. I thought it was a good one, but my pregnancy brain don't remember what it was. Can you?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, girl, you asking somebody to deal with medicinal purposes, and I got a 53-year-old brain my damn self.
You
Look, Miss El Renee might be able to give you the question again, but I damn sure can't. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was asking, was there basically ever a time that you would, because she said she wasn't standing for that yelling, and I could dig that if you have the credential not to be yelled at. But if there's a time when you're supposed to be yelled at, is that okay? And then I had asked another question about, I don't know which one was that it, or was the one that I asked
well, I
about? Go ahead.
no, I think it was that the one with your daughter that you was saying and
No, okay,
everything.
I was going to say the other one was, the other one was when when a daughter and a father have that relationship, and the father's trying to raise her and telling her about herself, and might even yell at one point or another, it's more received, and it's with the potentially good young lady, she can hear that, and even if she ain't like it, she can grow and become what he wanted her to be, or what she's supposed to be. But was it that Kevin Samuels was saying, okay, well, I ain't got time for this coddling shit no more. We far too gone. I can't be your daddy. You should have had that at home. I can't do that like that. Is it okay for him to do that? Or should he just stick with trying to deal with the woman on her level, because that's how I was taught. You got to deal with a woman on her level. But I kind of see where Kevin was going, because he's like, look, we too far gone, y'all. Somebody got to yell at these women because the mothers and the aunties and them ain't really helping out no more. That y'all done got too crazy for them. That's what Kevin was saying.
I mean, I think it is with the fact of like delusion, or like you should know this, or like or you fighting back stuff that makes no sense. You fighting for no reason. Because I've seen Kevin Samuel videos, and a lot of the women was getting disrespectful too. So he was matching their energy, and I think a lot of times it was like, come on now, like this is common sense type of thing, and it was
I count.
upsetting him. But same thing when it comes down to a father, right? Fathers get real passionate about stuff when it's like, I told you this already, or you should know this, or it's common sense. Like, you just, are you listening to what I said before? And that's normally when I've heard my father like have to raise his voice or whatever, or when he wants to shut things down. Because when dad raised his voice, everything gets quiet, right? But even when it came down to me getting in trouble about certain things, I'll get in trouble, I get yelled at, but he'll come back and be like, look, this is why I was upset, because of X, Y, and Z, right? So it's like it had to be explained, and Kevin wasn't trying to do that, because it's true that a lot of women need to have that in their childhood from dad. It's very, very, very important that they have that in their childhood from dad, because you're gonna have better women when you get older. I don't care what anyone wants to say. A woman needs that from a dad in order to be able to let a real man, um, a real alpha man is what I call him, but a real man lead the home. Because the moment that he's like, look, calm down, like chill out, let me finish talking, you're like, oh my God, you shouldn't be talking to me like that. Whereas if my spouse is like, sometimes I get a little, I start talking, he like, do you hear me talking? Like, do you hear me talking? And normal women be like, don't yell at me. But I automatically be quiet, right? Because he's only raising his voice to make sure that he's getting to put that foot down a little bit. But then he goes back to a soft voice, like, I'm not trying to holler at you, but you're not listening. You get what I'm saying? So it goes back down to that soft voice, but sometimes men gotta elevate their voice for women to listen. But only women who understand that this man is not trying to uh be disrespectful towards you and just hurt your feelings and talk to you any other type of way would be okay with that. But mostly women who had that in their lives. So I wouldn't say let up off your daughter, because I know dads get into that little soft spot with daughters, because it's always daddy's little girl. I see it with my spouse and his and my stepdaughter. But you got to do that, because it's only gonna make her better in the future.
Dude, I got to hold up. I got a video real quick to just
I
give
hope
to
that answers
everybody.
your question, Amir, too.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
You welcome. Go ahead, brother.
It was something else. It was something else I was about to say. There goes a video, y'all. Oh, she said, yeah, a little snippet that was this criminal of a man here. Had your views represented in the media. Black women have had your views represented in the media and in black culture for over my life. How many times have you heard black men's views? What programs? For every Madame Noir, Essence, Ebony, Grapevine, The Talk, daytime TV, where are the male-oriented programs?
Where are they not?
Where are they? Name them. I named like 6. I named 10 right there. Name me some.
So you're saying that all of those programs, all those platforms do not have anybody advocating for the black man?
I named 10 programs. Name me some.
So you're able to say that all of those programs.
I named 10 programs. Name me some.
I'm saying those 10.
No. See, you're asking. See, that's the third. Every time I ask you a question.
But are you listening?
No. I asked you a question.
Okay.
Name me 3 programs that are from a male-centric, male point of view that are on popular daytime TV or online.
Okay. Name one that's not from a man's point of view.
No. See.
Name one.
No. Okay.
Name one.
Young lady.
Young man. Name one. Where's your dad? Where's my dad? He's at home. I have my own place. Okay. I'm 25 years old. How old am I? How old am I? I don't know. How do you think I am? That's not my responsibility. How old are you? When's your birthday? I don't know your biography. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm trying to be respectful to you, but here's the problem. No, the ultimate problem is every time I ask you a question, you don't answer a question. You answer it with a question, and you're not having a dialogue. You have a point of view. Have a point of view. You have an opinion, but you can't back up any of this stuff with any fact. You can't even answer a question. A magazine, a program. Yeah. Lady, I don't think this is going to work for you. So I'm not being hostile. No, I didn't say you were being hostile. I didn't say you were being hostile. I'm just trying to make sure that both point of views as well. Like I'm trying to have a you can put your point of view on your channel. That's fine. You can put your point of view on your channel. You can say whatever you like, but when you're not even answering a question, okay, what's the point? I named all those programs. I'm just saying because I've been taking notes. I've named all those programs that come from a male point of view, from a female point of view, right? Okay. Name me any programs. Name me 3 programs that are on daytime TV or that are on level of Essence, Ebony, Madeline Noir, Grapevine, anything, Oprah Network. Name me any programs that dominate that are setting there from a man's point of view. There is none. Exactly. So don't tell me about balance and being fair. But that's not the woman's fault, is it? I think you'll be a fine host. You would be up there with Oprah if you wanted to. I mean, like. Oh, don't worry, I will be. Exactly. Like, I'm not saying. And here's the ultimate point. Here's the ultimate point. Why do you think there will be? Because we need balance. Because at 25 years old, I'm 52, and you're actually talking to me as if I'm your age. You're being rather condescending and disrespectful. And even when I try to be reasonable and ask you to have a civil discourse, I'm getting sass and attitude. Where is that appropriate? That's why I asked, where's your father or your parents? Because I don't think anybody would say that's appropriate. I'm not. Okay, but why do you think that's okay? I don't think anything's okay. Actually, okay, but ma'am, but you come onto my platform and you have not answered one single question I've asked you that is utterly improper, disrespectful. But I'm not. Because I know that you've said earlier tonight, you said that don't come on and don't interrupt me. There we go. That's your modern woman.
And
On the
there's people
video,
that be
let's
taking
start
up for
with
women like her. That's what's funny.
exactly.
There
Let's start
you
with
go.
Indian. If you want to comment on the video, hold on, Tobe. Let's start with Indian, and then I can work my way back down to you, Tobe, because you haven't spoken in a while. So let's go with Indian, and then Toby.
I just came back, fam. You can I'll relinquish the mic. What's up, cousin? I frequented this video about a week or so ago, so I'm cool right now.
Okay. Toby, you want to go ahead, and then after Toby, we'll go ahead on over. We gon' cause Sophie haven't even spoken in a while neither. So let's go. Toby, Cousins, then Sophie, then Miss. Let's go like a zigzag, y'all. So Toby, go ahead.
Listen, there you go. That video said it all. Yeah, about the interaction. When we have good interaction with females and we want to bring certain things across, the the earring start give trouble. The deflection, although she hear you, but she want to make her point more in your face, and you need to listen this, you need to hear this. I'm not done yet, and you're there trying to say I wasn't finished yet, but you want to make your point, that main point, and I should not be speaking. So there you go. Kevin Samuel said, "That's your modern woman. Want to be the center of the conversation. Want to be the center of all the going on." It's just sometimes when we're having this discussion, this the Kevin Samuel tape just keep on flashing in my head. So sometimes I laugh and sometimes I giggle. But it's reality, and we are getting it day by day. The modern woman seems not to want to listen to the men point of view. And I digress.
I agree. Cousins.
Hey, let me I could now reclaim the mic for one little minute. I just had a thought because that's what it was. When you because that's crazy. I got back on this live, and I think the last time we talked about, you know, what I'm saying, I brought up that dynamic like men can take, you know, what I'm saying, coaches criticism and hollering at them, but you know, what I'm saying, coming from the feminine, we take that as an attack, which like, you know, what I'm saying, that's like ego kind of driven too, because we listen to our mamas, you know what I'm saying, but I think like that communication is when the men start bringing the women home to their mamas and let them meet mama, because that's the conversations that mama would have shared with little prospective daughters, like how to communicate, kind of how to talk, what's the buttons, you know what I'm saying? That's the kind of like game that they would put perspective, and I think we've lost that kind of cultural practice. You see what I'm saying? We only pop up after the situation been done and y'all already connected, you know what I'm saying, biologically, but this is not a person that you probably, you know what I'm saying, should have made that choice with, but you didn't get out other outside, you know what I'm saying, opinions because we, you know what I'm saying, give it a particular discount, you know what I'm saying? And so we get back to that. I think that'll help the situation because the women is here to help us. We just got a problem with taking that positive criticism from them, which I see that that's a problem because I played sports, so I can see the, you know what I'm saying, the dynamic. So, but I'll say that.
Great point. But can I ask? I know I got cousin. I might have heard you incorrectly. I'm sorry, cousin. Did you say that men need to take the criticism from women, or women need to take the criticism?
I said because I play sports, so like when our coaches is yelling at us and trying to correct us, that we seen that and we eat it like positive criticism in that scenario. We start dealing with our loved ones and our women and stuff and our family specifically. That positive criticism is perceived as an attack. You know what I'm saying? Which puts up the immediate defense on our side, and that just sends it down that, you know what I'm saying, that road. But I was just using that like an analogy a little bit to understand the situation.
Gotcha. Okay. Cousin.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that my reaction to that particular clip. I've seen that clip. I've seen the whole thing. He let that go too long. That would be my only. I would have been cut it off, but that's me. But he was trying to be, you know, like again, you know, it got to be content. So he's trying to make it work. He's trying to go through and, but the only negative, if I would even have it to say negative, just to, as a part is just the rhetoric part, which is that's the modern woman, because I think that he could have just said, see, that's a trifling woman and just called it what it was. But we put these monikers on there because that is the buzzword. And those are the only parts of where I say, that's opinion, that's whatever, because we have a modern woman on this panel right now that would never have done that. So it's not necessarily the modern woman. You get what I mean? We got 20-year-old women on this panel who are the exact opposite of that. And that's a modern woman. So my thing is just call her degenerate, you know, call her combative, what she actually was. But when we put these labels on there, I think that's what not, and it's not for him. I think it's just for people following him to keep, you know, using those buzzwords, and then it makes the whole message seem like it's bad, even though it's not. So that would be the only, but yeah, I think he just let it go too far, because I would have cut her ass off. She was tripping.
Yeah, I mean, but he was doing it to make a point. That's why, because that needed to be seen. But I'm gonna wait till my turn. Sophie, go ahead, beautiful, and then Miss Renee, because Sophie haven't spoken in a while. Then Miss Renee, I'm gonna get right over to you. Then we're gonna go Amir, then me. We're gonna go pretty much right, left. Go ahead, Sophie.
Thank you. So we're just responding on what we think of the video, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that video just showed like when people
I
say,
got more.
No, why does Kevin get so like this and that? If you watch all his videos, he was actually extremely patient. Like Cousin B said, like I would have been cut that video off, but he was trying to show everybody how they really are. Like when they only see him like reacting to them, this is how they are. Condescending, annoying, and disrespectful, and just like really difficult to deal with. And then I think when he says modern women, he doesn't mean like when he says modern women, he means women who act like modern times, if that makes sense. Because like I'm living in the modern time, but I don't follow modern people. These like I don't follow modern ideologies. I think that's what he meant by modern women. Like I follow old school and traditional ideologies. Like I don't follow stuff that people today create or that the way that our society's rules are. I think that's what he meant by modern women, but I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, I mean, I think the video he held himself really, really professionally. Like he did a really good job because she was very annoying. Like sometimes when I see his videos like that, I have to pause the video and because I'm like about to yell at the TV screen to tell her to be quiet, but yep, that's all I have to say on the video.
I agree, and I ain't hear him raise his voice or nothing, but I mean, whatever. Miss Renee, beautiful.
I thought he was patient with her. I thought he tried to navigate the situation so that it didn't get out of hand. I didn't hear any arguing from him. I thought she was combative and disrespectful. I appreciated when he came back and asked her how old she thought he was, and kind of let her know she was being disrespectful to him. But I did hear her in the end. I think she tried to calm down a little bit when he talked to her like that. But I think too much time had already passed. But I want to listen to some more of him because I was interested to know what took place before they got to that point. And I yield.
Perfect. Thank you. Right before we get to Amir, can you guys tap the screen? I see the same two people, including myself, tapping the screen because it's only showing those two names popping up. So can you guys tap the screen? My dang on thumb gonna fall off in a minute, okay? So I need you guys to tap the screen with me, please, and thank you. It does nothing. It doesn't any money or anything. What it does is it just puts his live in front of more people. Don't be selfish. Share this live to more people. If you're enjoying it, other people might enjoy it as well. So pretty, Lord
I'm
Jesus,
about to
Bunny,
one
make sure
time.
they do it fast. Now let's get to 35. I'm turning the comments off.
Okay,
quick
perfect.
question before you move on.
I'm new to this. How I do that?
Okay,
You just
so I was told that when you're in the panel, you're not
You
supposed
could
to
do it. You could do it. You could do it.
yeah, you could
You could
do it
do it.
now.
do
Yeah,
They
you could.
changed that.
Just I
it.
can't do it. I can't. I'm the host. I can't do it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'd have been
So
tapping.
people
Okay.
don't know that we can see who's tapping the screen at the bottom. So I know it was only a couple of people because I'm like, why am I tapping as hard as I'm tapping and this number is moving so slow? If y'all
Right.
not tapping with
Well,
me.
I'm finna get you up. You're gonna be up in a minute.
35K, y'all. 35K. When the comments will be back on. Cause yeah, we way past as long as we've been on.
Definitely. We've been on for a while. We should at least be at 40K, but he's being nice and generous and saying 30. You said 35,
Yep.
35K. So y'all please don't have me have to stop so y'all can hear me speak again. I know my voice getting my little Chicago raspiness coming out because I'm tired as heck. I'm just hanging in here with brother. Also, he never asked for gifts, so us as mods, we always do this because we believe that he deserves as many gifts as we possibly can for providing this space. Y'all getting some knowledge. I know some women are enjoying this conversation. Some women minds are being changed by Kevin Samuels. Some people minds are still stuck in the ways, but that's cool. That's we okay with that. Just tap the screen if you don't want a gift, because that at least is the free way to support the live. We got 66 people in here. All we ask is that you be respectful in the comments when those comments come back on, Be respectful in the comments. Don't just leave because he turned the comments off. Get those comments, get those likes up. And then he'll turn them back on. All we ask is that you be respectful in the comments and you be respectful on the panel. If you choose not to be respectful, there's a nice little pretty little button at the top. It's in color white, so it might not be pretty to you. But let me tell you how this magical button works. If you hit that X at the top, it will voluntarily take you out of this live, and you don't have to be respectful, and you can curse us out on the other side of this thing. It actually might make you better in a relationship because you learn how to curse people out without them hearing you. Other than that, we're gonna go ahead and get back. Kev also has a Cash App right there. Please donate to his Cash App. Like I said, he never asks for much. So donate at least $1 or something. That's what I'm asking you to do. He never asks you guys to do anything. He's so modest. He's awesome. But other than that, we're going to go ahead and get to Amir. And unless you guys want to hear me talk again, please get those likes up and continue to tap even when he turn those comments back on. Tap in between those comments.
I'm going to drop down, you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. I need to go to bed.
I
Okay.
know I gotta wake up in 3 hours to read my Bible. I don't know why I'm still
All
up here. I
right,
love my
sis.
brother. But
Good
Have a good
night.
evening.
I enjoyed you
Well,
guys.
busy.
Thank
All
you
right,
Enjoyed
no
for
you as
problem,
well.
thank
man.
you for
Yeah.
joining.
Take a look, man. Go back and do your research, man, and tell us how you feel about them. Because I'm gonna talk about them one more time. I'm doing them like 2 times a week until I go back to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I followed everybody, so just when you let me know,
All right.
when you invite me, I'll
Perfect.
be here, okay?
Have
All
a
right.
good night, Miss
Good night.
Renee.
Good night.
35K, y'all. Y'all can tap a little faster. There's enough people to do it. Y'all got it.
Request
35K.
we got somebody that requested up now.
Night, bro.
Okay. Amir is right on you. Oh, what you say, Tommy? It's right on you.
I was telling Miss Renee good night.
Oh,
Good
okay.
night.
Amir is right on. It's on you. I
I
see
just
you
got
in the
one thing to
Pena
say, everybody.
gang.
One thing to say. I like turtles. That's it.
Oh, there you go. Then he got to get it out.
He just had to he had to shout it from the rooftop. And I like Jesus. That's it. I'm gonna leave it there. Amir.
He said, "That's mine right there."
Me too.
Amir is on
Facts.
you. We can't hear you, Amir. You just
Can't hear you. Got to probably unmute and mute again.
Oh
Wait.
man.
he done something with the headphones.
Am I
Now
good?
yep,
There
he
you
Yeah.
go.
better.
You're
Okay.
Gucci now.
I was gonna say I ain't got but another bar or two, and I'm dead. But yeah, it was perfect timing. Everything you did took all the time for me to get my bowl of ice cream, and I appreciate you for it. But Kevin Samuels, man, I tell y'all gotta remember. Look, I'm a history major, so don't mind me when I talk about the aftermath. The man was making moves, and they did him in, they did him dirty. But that ain't what I wanted to say. That comment. And he was just talking about that young lady. I like what Miss Renee said. The young lady, she tried, but see what I find more often than not is it's become a little more or a little too acceptable to too many people to get that kind of feedback. Like when you disrespect your others when I was young, the neighbors would check you. You feel me? You get disrespectful in Walmart when you was young. You know what happened? You know what I'm saying? I didn't done it. I didn't check some kids in the in the recent years for somebody's parents. You know what I'm saying? But people have been more, I guess, scared, or laws and things are changing. All these norms, all these agendas are coming up to where people is like, look, we just gonna let people do what they do. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? I like that Kevin was challenging her about not only her thought process, but he had to bring it back to, expectations. Like, I'm this age, you that age, we gotta have some kind of norms. And when Miss Sophie said that she has an old school mentality in a modern day, that's what I like. Because what Cousin said, I got you, bro. I truly feel you. Because I say the same thing. When we talk about modern women, I look around, I'm like, there's plenty of modern women that are fine with me. But I don't think he was necessarily talking about that type of woman. So when wording is important, Cousin, because people miss the message. But when Sophie said that she had an old school mentality in a modern time zone, that's what I like.
So I would just hope that the young lady, after she looked at herself on camera, she could try and get, some of those, because she might have just been triggered. And a lot of times, again, we just get triggered. We get to popping off at the mouth. And unless somebody just, put you in your place, you think that's okay. And I think that's a lot of our new generation. It ain't enough parents that's willing to say, hey, cut that out, because they're afraid of what? All of the backlash. I'll land. I might die, y'all. So if I die, I'll say goodnight now. But I'm going to hang on till then.
Your phone. My,
Thank you.
Well, early good night, Amir.
Yeah, good night if you die.
If your phone unalives,
Oh yeah, my bad. Oops.
TikTok. These TikTok streets sensitive too. They don't like accountability and feedback. So everybody before me had some great points. Now, even with what Amir said, because I don't like to just echo chamber, so even just bounce off of what Amir said, hopefully she'll look at that and know and learn from that. She's not gonna be able to learn from that, because she's not gonna be able to learn from that till somebody addresses what she was wrong at in that video. She's not going to, because she never thought she was wrong. So the fact of even
it's a
I
habit
didn't know
too.
it was, disrespectful really that much, that, to cut my spouse off while he's talking to try to get my point across. So I had to do things like mute my phone so I can say whatever I want to say behind the other end of the phone, so he won't hear me and won't cut him off. But he had to point it out like, babe, that's kind of disrespectful when I'm talking and you cut me off, right? And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know. I'll just be so ready for my point, right? And that's what she did a lot in there. She was cutting him off, which a lot of women don't know that that's disrespectful. That's why they can't even have a conversation with a friend or anyone. And like I said it earlier, that's the same thing on these lives. You see a lot of women come off mute and cut people off. They don't even know that they're wrong, because if they knew that they was wrong and that's disrespectful, they wouldn't do it. I don't think nobody intentionally want to be disrespectful. Some do. Some do. I'll take that back, because calling your man out of his name is the utmost disrespect. But anyways, women not understanding and then I've heard on here too, like, well, that's not my spouse. That's not the man I'm dating. I ain't gotta respect him. Respect is respect. And if you do that with that person, you don't have any self-control, and you're going to do that with your spouse as well. So it's a learning thing that you have to take when you even talking to friends. Like, all right, let me just wait my turn. Give me a second. You know what I mean? Give them a second. Let them finish up and be like, okay, I heard what you said. Now it's my turn, type of thing. So she was very combative. She was disrespectful with the part that she was saying. What did she say? Yeah, like, when she tried to emasculate him when she's like, young man, after he said that. Now, he didn't mean that in a disrespectful manner, because she's young. She is younger than him. But you see, she tried to get, that was her sign of being like, I'm not gonna let you step over me and be more masculine than me, and I'm gonna step up to your level and get face to face with you, and I'm gonna call you young man. Like, that was uncalled for. Like, seriously, it was uncalled for. And she had, like I said, she had no respect to that whole video. He did get frustrated, but he still held his composure. But I understand why he cut her off. I mean, why he ended up like ending it later, because it was frustrating. And he had a point. You notice he asked a lot of women that, where's your father? Because women wouldn't act that way if they had a father. The way she was acting, she was very disrespectful. She would not let him be alpha or more masculine than her. So she was trying to seem like she was combating or fighting for the masculine role in that situation, and to be heard. And the only reason why she calmed down, because I know Miss Renee said it, like, oh, she was trying, she started to calm. Only reason why she calmed down, because she had to remember that he said only thing he don't want is for someone to come on there and be disrespectful. When she read that, then she started to calm down. Like, oh man, he gonna cut me off if I be disrespectful. So let me let him speak. Then she started to calm down. But prior to that, she was in competition with him for the dang on alpha role, which is just wow. But, some women gonna learn from that, but a lot of women gonna have to sit in front of that video and be told what was wrong. And I'm sure a lot of women that's probably listening now is probably like, oh, I didn't even notice that. Or I didn't know that was disrespectful, which is not a problem, but take that as a learning curve and grow from it. And I land there. Indian, I know you said part of it. So let me go with Cuz and then Indian. If you had something else you want to add again, we could come right back to you. Cuz,
Okay.
you still with us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Because it's late.
I got a quick question too. So what do you guys think as far as money plays a role in the line of respect, like from a woman or a male, like in a relationship? Like, does that be more of a justification for some of the actions of a woman, like far as being combative and disrespectful, maybe?
Because it's an excuse.
I think it might depend on. You know what? It has nothing to do with money. And I don't understand why women are, I mean, because I was going to answer that in the nicest way possible, though. But let's be honest, it has nothing to do with money. Women just made that's their thing. Oh, he's not the man because he's not taking care of all the bills in the household. He still have an obligation in the house. He still has a role in that home. But I also grew up in a home where my dad made more than my mom, then my mom made more than my dad, then my dad made more than my mom, and vice, like they was going back and forth, right? But I've never, ever heard my mom disrespect my dad just because she made more than him, because that doesn't isolate his role, that doesn't diminish his role in the home because of the fact that she makes more money than him. That has nothing to do with, we're a partnership. So this is, well, some people hate that too though, but my mom and my dad been together since 16 and 17. So when it came down to money, no money in the world can make her disrespect him. So it didn't matter about that.
Bunny,
But
Bunny,
yeah.
Bunny. Not to cut you off, my mom and daddy got yours beat. They met in elementary.
Oh, that's beautiful. But yeah, it plays a role now because women put so much emphasis on money now. But with women like myself, when my spouse got laid off during COVID and I was still working because Google didn't lay anybody off, thank God. But I didn't disrespect them. I didn't look down on them. I didn't do anything of that nature because that's still the man at his home at the end of the day. Money has nothing to do with that. And people need to stop putting emphasis on that. And that's the problem, because when that money go ahead and it gets smaller, they start to feel like, oh, well, I make more money, I get to disrespect you. I get to be the alpha and wear the pants in the home. No, it don't. That don't give you that. That does not open up the door for that. But y'all, Kev know I'm passionate when it comes down to this type of stuff and the man's role and the woman's role. So I'm a land there and let someone else answer as well.
Yeah, that was facts. That was facts. I think too is it's a couple of factors. The society requires that we have money now more than we ever did in the past. You could actually live on one. Now that's a little difficult depending on where you live at. But I think society as a whole has made it to where if you have money, then you have power. And it trickles down pretty much in every aspect that we live. We see people getting away with crimes because they got money. We see people getting away with acting a certain way because they can afford to, pay their way out of it. And I think a lot of times people take that into their personal lives, and I say too, we women are following that whole narrative. Well, you got to have this money and you got to do this, but then we as men kind of tell each other that too, right? That if you're not high value, if you don't make a certain amount of money, or you're not this if you don't make this. So I think it's just a societal thing that we got to stop doing, because everybody is going into that consumerism, and it's something that we're never going to win, because most of us are never going to be in that 10%. And if we keep on pushing the way we pushing, hell, right now, if you look at paper, it can't none of us afford to be in a relationship if we go by traditional values. You know what I mean? So we have to do something to either start living more modestly and then we start respecting who we really are and what those roles are. Like she was just saying, if Buddy was just saying, if we respect the roles that we are, it has nothing to do with money, you know. But I think that a lot of people use money as leverage, and if you have money, and someone else is in a desperate situation, they will put up with whatever you give them. And I think that has been going on, and that's why we have these problems.
May I add something?
Oh, I was just gonna.
So,
So I just noticed you was down there. Go ahead, beautiful.
well, this is actually her husband. She passed out on the last live, and I was like listening, and I got really into
Oh,
it. So,
sorry to hear that.
yeah, it's all good. So I think like the biggest problem with it is in like people like her, where he was giving that interview is it's the root cause of it is the breakdown in the family, in the breakdown in the family, because these women like her are raised by single moms that don't even respect themselves. So how are they going to show respect to a mom or to a man? They have nothing, or it's how they're taught and how they're brought up of this self-entitlement that because they're pretty or whatever it is and they can shake their booty on OnlyFans or whatever to get their money, that they feel that they should be paid for it. But when in all honesty, like his parents, money was never an issue and they were always treated like an equal because they were a partnership. And now it's like, what does a person like that, where he was given that interview, bring to the table? What do you bring to the table?
You asking what does he bring to the
No,
table?
what does the female bring to the table besides her looks?
Oh, good luck with getting that question answered.
That's the most triggering question you could ever ask nowadays.
What? You ask a woman today what she brings to the table, she gonna tell you everything that man can do on his dang own.
Right. Well, they hate that question. I saw lives now. I'll scroll and I'll see lives, and the title will be it's misogynistic for men to ask what do women bring to the table. If he asks you what women bring to the table, then he's a beta male or he's this and that. I'm like, y'all, it's just a question. Like, y'all know what that means. It just means that what do you bring to the relationship to compete with all the other women that want the same man that you want? That's all that question means. Like, come on, bruh.
Yeah.
People just be acting so
I'm in
dense.
We
I'm in a
not shocked,
relationship
Jay.
with
We
my
not
wife,
shocked.
and we have a business that we started together, and neither one of us could do it without the other person. We are a partnership. We don't have your money, my money. It's not even about the money. We help each other out. It's about making the family unit grow.
Exactly. I completely agree. And
She has her strengths, I have mine. I can build houses, she can design them. She has her strengths, but without her strengths, she knows how to market and everything else. I wouldn't know how to do it. I wouldn't be as successful. She wouldn't be as successful where she's at without me. We are a great partnership. We're a union. And like the people like he was giving that interview for, she's no partner. Again, what does she bring to the table?
and I never heard a woman answer. Um, I've never heard a woman answer before. Hopefully and prayerfully, I can bring to the table what he lacks in order to be a helpmate, in order to help them out. Because they're, like you said, there's strengths that I have that my spouse doesn't have. My spouse will tell you right now, he would not be in his career if it wasn't for me. If it wasn't for me speaking life into him, if it wasn't for me picking up the parts that he wasn't good in, which is the resume and
Behind every
different things
great
of that
man is a
nature.
great woman. Isn't that the saying?
I'm sorry?
Behind every great man is a great woman. Isn't that the saying?
Well, that is the saying. That is definitely the saying. But that's why I'm saying when a lot of women answer that question or answer that question, they're stating things like, "Oh, I can clean this. I can clean the house. I can wash his clothes. I can cook for him." It's like that's awesome, right? Great, great. You was raised to be the woman of the household. That's awesome. But what else besides that do you bring? Because the things that he's looking for is the things that he would not get uh just by being, actually he can get certain things like peace, but he's not asking for you to come in and just do the exact things that he can do for himself, because I'm sure there's men out here that would say, I would choose my peace and do all of that myself by being single before I get with a woman that can do all of that and then she interrupts my
Yeah,
peace.
and disrespectful,
Facts.
because a man will put up with a lot of things and is fine with it as long as he's respected in the relationship. And that woman did not respect
Facts.
anybody.
Yeah, a lot of women not even cheer. I don't even hear women say I bring respect. You know, I'm gonna be respectful.
Yeah, what do you do when
Bunny, I
you
like
They
what
not
you
I got
said.
understanding
looks, I can
that.
do this? Yeah, but do
I
you
like what you
respect
said,
your
Bunny, when
man?
you said if you've never heard a woman answer whatever he's lacking or wherever he's coming short. That's a beautiful damn answer. You need to write a book while you pregnant. You on fire tonight.
Why everybody keeps saying
And the crazy
that?
thing is, you not gonna hear that.
No, because they're not thinking about that, right? So this is the thing. Before this is the thing, right? And this is the reason why I said this earlier. If women just sit back and listen to what men want, boy, y'all will have 4 pages of a book if y'all just wrote down the little simple things that y'all wanted from a woman. Right? Where we got like chapters and sub chapters and everything else that we expected from our spouse. It's very easy. But if you sit back and listen to what a man want, then you'll be able to bring those things. You heard Sophie just preach that. She said, I got my husband by listening to him because I listened to what men wanted. So I decided I'm going to bring that to the table because this is what men looking for. Cool. I need to lock in a man like this, right? So that's what it is. It's like they're not listening to what it is that men want. They saying the craziest thing. I'm nurturing. No sugar, honey, iced tea. You better be nurturing. You a whole woman. Like you better
That's like a
be.
man saying I'm bringing masculinity.
Right, like, what do you mean you bringing nurturing to the table? BITCH, you better. I'm sorry, y'all. But you better bring nurturing to the table because God forbid this man want kids. You ain't gonna know how to nurture these kids? Like, that is wild to me. Instead of saying, like, you know what, I'm gonna bring respect, which is one of the things, like I said, a man will honor you, respecting him. Oh, that's just his type of love. You can do everything else, but if you disrespect him, that's as if you don't love that man. That's as if you don't cherish that man and appreciate that man because you're not bringing the things to the table which that he's looking for, which is forget love. Come over here and respect me. Show me that way. Well, we want you to love us emotionally and all the rest of that. That man wants to be respected. He don't want you to be combative. He wants you to bring peace in the home. He wants you to just be quiet whenever he come in and he's having a bad day. Just be like, baby, let me just service you. You know, you look like you had a bad day. I know you might not want to talk about it right now, but I'm here if you want to talk about it. But I'm going to go ahead and fix you this hot plate. I hear women on here saying, I'm never going to fix a man a plate. He can fix his own plate. Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am,
Well, what is you useful for? I don't get
ma'am.
it.
My mama would have been
Those the
like, you
ones
done
that'll never
lost
be
your top.
married.
You better go in there and fix that man a plate.
They
What
really
do you
believe
mean?
they the
He
Yeah,
got to
table
get
though.
up and
That's
go
the
fix
crazy
his own
part.
plate.
That's really
you heard
crazy.
what I said. They'll never get married.
No, they not. Because
They go,
even when I'm mad at my spouse, I go fix some food. I cook. I
"Hey,
make his plate. I might not care to give him his darn own size. I might forget the dang old hot sauce or ketchup or something. You know, I'm about to do something petty, make him go get his own fork or something. But I'm gonna make that plate. I might not bring him no water. I'm not gonna get him no drink.
I'm
But I'm
done.
but I'm gonna make that plate. You know, like it's crazy because these are things that men want. These are things that men want from their woman, and women are not even listening.
They're not. No, like how Amir said, what you said was so genius. Like he's right. Like you just have to pay attention. Like my husband, he does the dishes, right? But I hate dishes. I can't. I mean, it depends, but like at least where we are right now, I don't like doing the dishes. But I'll put the dishes away from the dishwasher. Like I don't like washing them where we are because our sink's broken and whatnot. But like I'll take the dishes that are dry and put them up, so it's one less thing for him to do since that's his drawer. Or like I know when we get McDonald's or fast food, I notice that he always puts it out on a plate. So whenever we come in, I always get his plate and I get another plate for his barbecue sauce and I empty all his food on the plate so he can eat it like the way he wants it. And I put the straw in his drink because I know that's the first thing that he's gonna
wait, you
do.
pay attention to your man? What?
Yeah.
Kev, I hate you, right?
You
Look, not
funny,
her
Kev.
paying attention to details.
All right.
Somebody gonna be like, she'll pick me.
Right.
No, they always call me that, but
Always
that's
be
all
the
right.
single ones. Always saying that too.
Yep.
Single or the unhappy ones. You
That just
must be
makes
going
me
through
happy.
slavery.
No, they say that. Ergo, you're his slave. Why would you do
Yeah.
that? Girl,
Girl,
get
you
a
don't
grip,
feel
man.
oppressed over that? No.
You know,
No.
right.
Honestly, it's just ridiculous. Like, I'd rather be, if I was gonna be oppressed, I'd rather it be my man than a boss who can fire me at any moment given time.
Mm,
Shit, I
mm,
heard that. Man, why the
It's
boss get more
that too.
respect than
Okay,
the husband?
I got a
Right. You don't even
question.
mm.
know that man.
I got
Well,
a
from what I
question.
heard, because he cuts the check.
I got a question
Yep.
real quick.
After that
Um,
question, I got another video just to make it fun.
Okay, and then we didn't cut off Miss London's husband, did we?
No, he
London
had said his
London's
thing. He said his stuff.
did because he was off mute still. I know he
And like we
asked that, and
said, pass.
we started talking about the table. So
No, I was just listening, waiting my turn.
okay.
Out. Passed out, y'all.
Cuz you was about to say something?
yeah. So this is my thing. Okay, as a woman, you can go to a job, right, and you can your boss can say anything how he want to talk to you, and you be fine with that. But then either your spouse or somebody try to challenge you on certain stuff, and it's all out war. And I still think that your spouse is more important than that job.
People take you for granted, man. I had that conversation with my spouse when we were raising our family, and a lot of these topics we went through. So y'all be hitting nerves. Y'all just don't know. But
Mm,
I'm a real reasonable person. I had a really good father, and he just taught me just to go take the high road. So even though I've lost my temper time and time again, I'd say 90% of the time I'm trying to be like dad, my pop. But I'm human and I do make mistakes. But the thing you said just now, cuz, is interesting because I've had that conversation and I won't get into dirty Mac and my spouse. That ain't even cool. I like to talk solution oriented. My thing was this. I posed this to her and to other people all the time. If we could put that same energy, if we could put that same order, that same consistency, that regiment that we do at work and take them same criteria and bring it to the house, we'd be a lot better off. You can't be late. Got to be on time. No disrespect. You know what I'm saying? You can't be yelling at your boss. So why you think you're going to yell at me? You know what I'm
mm,
saying? If you was dressed appropriately when you supposed, you ain't getting like stupid. You ain't got to dress professional. But I'm just saying, you dress for the occasion. So if me and you going out, how you gonna dress down? Or if we working out in the yard, how you gonna have on a shirt? It's all of the above. Like I said, just try and take them same principles and apply them to your life. The principles that work for you, apply them to every aspect of your life, and you'll grow. Because I ain't mad at you for what you do at work. I'm just mad that you lose that type of work ethic when you come home. Why you get to, lose all respect for me and you got all this respect for people you don't know that don't care about you.
I
I
found
agree. Go ahead, brother. Oh, Andy, brother, you was about to say something?
somebody else got something. Go ahead,
Well,
Andy.
I wanted to check back with Andy. He ain't said nothing in a while. Andy, you there? You okay? You with us? Not you sleep with the mute button off though. Like, cause you got it off. I thought you wanted to say some Indian. You there?
He
Oh
ain't got
yeah,
into his
All
the
right. I
REM
don't want
sleep
us to
yet.
catch you
He gonna
snoozing.
be start
that
snoozing in
boy
a
up
minute
out of
when he
there,
hit
I'm gonna
that
man.
go
REM
ahead and
sleep.
mute him because I don't want us to catch you snoozing. Kev might clip this for the YouTube, and you gonna be
Boy, I hear some
out of
heavy
here.
breathing on it. Oh, bro, I forgot.
Well, it
I
won't
wish
even let
there
me
was the
mute him.
same rules as at work as at home. And then when you
Let me
got
go ahead.
three
I got something for you. You can
infractions,
request back up.
I said, I wish it was like work at home. And then when you got three infractions, you got a couple of days off paid. Couldn't go in.
He
Here
was
go
nuts for
another one
that
for
one.
y'all. All right. These probably one of the videos they be like, I guess they just gonna go to extreme with. Let's see, make it.
He's so
And there's no
mean.
excuse, and there's no excuse, and there's no excuse for even why size I am. I do have my hair. My hair's down to here. And there's no excuse for even why I'm the size I am. I do have my hair. My hair is down to here. Right now, I just got this as a protective style because I like to work out. I started back working out. So I wanted to do something that would be protective for my hair. I'm on it. I'm being honest. If you go to my page, you can see my natural hair outfit. I have hair. Ma'am, you like to work out, don't you know? Yes, I do. You get my friends over here. They will tell you I just started the past 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Stop. Wait, God. I'm serious though. I laugh because it's like the self-awareness that you can say that I got all those. And I said, your own hair? And you're like, I got my own hair. I don't. Listen. To you women, that makes sense. To men, are like, I see curly fries on your head. Well, this is a protective style. No, it's fake hair. It's fake hair. That's what it is. It's fake hair. It's not a protective. And then to compound it, I have it this way because I like working out. I'm like, you like working out? I like working out. I'm like, what? No.
Can't over for that.
You said what?
All right,
I saw that one.
let's go. Let's go with cousins on what? Let's go with cousins on that and reply back to the video. Brother, I'm gonna sleep on your behind soon. I at least need 2 hours. I'm gonna sleep
All
at
right.
like 4 o'clock.
For sure.
Cousins, I'm about to get up and get my snack though. Nah. Cousins,
Gotta squeeze that in.
might as well squeeze that in
Right.
right now. Cousin, you still there?
Yeah, she set herself up for that. I don't even. There's honestly, I think they know that they about to get roasted when they be saying that shit. I think they trying to for some reason. I don't know. That seemed like that was. I have no words for that one.
Why do you say your last name? Mr. how you say your last name? McCory?
Londi?
Yeah, Mr. Londy.
Londi.
I think that's his wife's name though, but
Yeah,
Lonnie
that's
McCrory.
that's my wife's name.
Of course. We remember you.
So, what was your question?
Was you looking at it? You ain't looked at the video?
Yeah, I watched the video.
Oh, how you feel about that, man?
Like me personally, I love it when.
Was he mean for laughing? Because that's what they're gonna take out of context.
No, he wasn't mean for laughing. And me personally, I love it when my wife has her natural hair. I love her in it. She said that she does it because of how other women perceive her. She says she's in competition with other women.
oh wow, that's the first time I heard a woman say that. I would love to hear her point on that.
Should I go wake her up?
No. Just come back and tell us another time. Ask her when she wake up.
Man, I'm smarter than that. I was just joking.
Right. I was finna say, I know you're not finna go wake
If
her
you
up.
ever want to tick a woman off, wake her up out of sleep with nonsense. You done lost your mind.
Wake her up for some TikTok
Your
shit.
turn, beautiful.
You're gonna be talking about what you and your ex-wife.
I got one of those
Yeah,
too.
if you ain't never seen her act, if you ain't never seen her get pissed off before, go wake her up out of sleep for no reason.
Oh, I know better than that. Ask me how I know.
And I have bad anxiety. So if my spouse came to woke me up, I'm gonna think something. I hate when he wakes me up because he looking for something at night. I'll be like, I know you lying. I know you lying. You gotta be lying, right?
Is
No,
it the
you did not
remote?
wake me up asking me what a phone charger is.
And my
Well, that
wife
Where's
phone
the
makes
better
me
be
to
where's
on
the
too.
die.
remote?
I know I can't go in and wake her
I know you because I'm gonna wake up like, thinking something wrong. He be like,
I
baby,
always,
you
if you wake
see,
me up in the middle of the night, I always think something is wrong. I
yeah,
swear.
man, I got that from my mom. He be like, baby, baby. I be like, huh? You see my vape? Yo, vape. Like, boy, I'm about to murder
lighter.
you up
You
in
got
here.
lighter, babe.
I tell him all the time. I say, baby, this has become a problem. Okay, this is a problem at this point. Not you
Look, he
waking
need
me
a
up so quick.
backup. He need a backup, huh, boy?
Man, look.
Something. You better figure it out. Keep a spare couple of spares. I know if I wake up my fiance for anything after 12, she like a gremlin. Like you feed him after that 12, she turned to a whole nother thing. I don't even know what that is. So
Hey,
I never
cousin, can I
would.
keep it? Cousin, you my guy. I ain't gave you your props. What's up, pimping? Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. That's the old school stuff. Ain't nobody pimps no more. But that's just a dialogue we use. Me and him is we up there in age, so we can do that. Ain't no pimps around here. But what's up, Brez? Good to see you.
Emotional purposes only.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. But look, what's so cold about the mother of my children? You can't wake her up. She wakes up at like 5 in the morning to go to work. So if you wake her up after 12, it's like moving a rock, bruh. She don't wake up. I was like, if it was burning down in this mother, I'd have to carry your ass out.
Oh yeah. See, nah. If now the thing is, she wakes up, periodically through the night to just, and then but if you wake her up, like, and it's not her, like she can wake herself up and be fine. But if you wake her up, it's all bad. I told her
See,
once.
'cause I don't sleep good neither unless my spouse at home, right?
Oh man,
Right, that's what she
I was
says.
just about to say
Yeah,
that.
I'm
It's
from the
crazy.
south
It's
side of
impossible to
Chicago. I
wake my
definitely can't
wife
stand
up. It's impossible to
Wait,
wake my
say it
wife
again.
up. But I tell you what, you come sneaking in that house after you shouldn't have been out that long, man, tiptoeing, boom, she'd wake up like instantly.
that.
Dang, I
Shit,
was
you
trying to
don't
wake you up
That's
sleep.
the other
because she
night to
was.
find my vape and you wouldn't get up.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because first of all, I want to know what time you came in, so I'm on purposely not going to sleep that hard. Okay, I'm on purpose leaning off the bed, I'm up
Checking
because
your
in my mind
Snapchat
the whole
map.
time I'm asleep, I'm wondering where you at. But no, my spouse works nights, so I don't get to sleep when he works. I'm like up. I'm like up all night. But when he at home, I be trying to be knocked out. So if I'm knocked out and you come and wake me up, I'm gonna have a whole fit. I'll be like, do you know how many days I done waited to get this good sleep?
What if he wakes you up with the D?
Now I'm fine with that because I ain't gotta wake all the way up. But
She'll be sleeping. I can do whatever in the house. She's good. But as soon as any door open, it's like an airlock. It was like, and I won't know until like the next day. Like, and I'm like, how the fuck did you know that I went and took the garbage out? I don't know. It was like at 3:30. Didn't you get up?
Can I tell you,
What?
cousin? Can I tell you
Because she
how she
just
know?
know.
Let me put your
Because she a
poke
fucking,
game, player.
she a
Look,
savage. That's what it is. She a
look, they
spy.
got that to some of them got that intuition, but I got hip. This what I found out, and I'm it's just because you know what I'm saying I'm not very technically inclined. When we was doing our thing, and when we was a full fledged family, we have issues right now, y'all. So we separated, but it's all gravy. But they be having them sensors on the doors, bro. Every time the door open, it's a queue on that phone, and they at 3:30 your garage door opened, windows, all them things, bro. So hey, it might be that. I don't know. She might have that good intuition, but she might have you on
No,
tracker mode.
Hey,
to
look.
be
The
honest,
whole house is
we got the
bugged.
cameras. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got the
my
You
wife
know what I'm
got
cameras on
cameras
saying?
every
like in the
door.
TV very well.
And we have, like
Every
all over the
door.
property, I have the cameras and stuff. So, but I didn't know that she actually has it on her phone, right? Because I have it on the phone, but I don't have, like, I don't want to be alerted every time a fucking bird comes in front of this fucking camera over here or whatever. You know what I mean? So I turn
Right.
it
I
off.
could care less.
But she
Right.
be,
But they keep
but
it
she
on.
has it on. Yeah. So, but the thing is, she'll be like, cause I had to put the shop. I got the shop at the house. I put the studio in the house, like everything. So I'm never really gone. I might be in another part of the house, but I'm not gone. And it's rare that I leave after dark, cause I'm like, you know what? That's one of the rules we have, you know. So it's just when I'm not there, she immediately like I just feel like you're gone. As long as you're in the house, I feel safe. But if you leave, then she wants to go and start checking all of the doors and locking everything. And I'm like, what are you gonna do if you found a door? Like, stay your ass in the room. What are you doing? Like, you ain't Wonder Woman. Why are you checking? I'm here. So she just, I don't know. After 12,
What do we
it's
call
strange.
that?
Tripping. That's
Deeper
what I
than
call
that.
it. No, I call it a little fucking micro syndrome. She got a little Napoleon complex. That's what it is.
I wanted
Yeah.
somebody to say the word for me.
What, Kev?
Somebody say the word. I said. He said his wife or whoever or his ex was searching, checking all around the house to see if it was a woman over there.
No. If I leave the house, what she will do is immediately go and make sure that every door is locked, every window is closed, even though the alarms tell her that it is, because I'm not there.
I heard her.
She's like, yeah, and she's like, if I'm
Like, what you
there,
call what, Kev? I'm like, did I hear something wrong?
yeah, that's what I mean.
Cat.
Yeah, that pretty much. Yeah.
No, because do y'all got kids, cousin?
Nah.
Oh, okay, well, she's got to protect herself. Because me, I'll be in that mug knocked out. Somebody gonna have to, people could come out up in there, but my son, I be on alert mode. Boy, shut up.
Oh.
But see, my thing is though, like the room is the safe space, right? Like if somebody was to break in the house, you can bunker it down and you are safe at this point. Because this is where, if they come up in this door, that's when it's going to be a problem. So why would you leave to go to the rest of the house that don't matter? I'm like, look, take all that shit. Don't care. Just stay your ass in the room where I know they can't get to you. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not there, don't be no hero. But yeah, that's just her. I don't know. It's after, I'm telling you, middle of the night, she be losing her mind. So
She not trying to be a hero.
it's a real
She's
thing.
from trying to be the hero.
Hey, I'm finna go to bed. I'll holler at y'all tomorrow. Y'all be good.
All right.
Hey, for sure, man.
Have a good night.
Go ahead. So I want to get these. I got a list. I ain't done yet. I got some more videos.
Good
You got
night.
a good little 33 minutes out of me.
For sure. You know, I appreciate every minute.
But you got Sophie and cousins. So.
Yep, Sophie. Yep.
I can't believe that I can believe it, but like, she gonna say that's a protective style with fake hair. Like, that's only gonna rip your hair out. That, like, I can't stand when people say that.
That is funny though. It's funnier the more I think about it now. I ain't think about it that way.
You know, really, to be honest with you,
Any
it does,
excuse.
though. It don't pull your hair out. If it keeps, when they say protective style, that mean I get why it's funny, because women that got short hair or bald be using that excuse like, oh, it's a protective style. That's why I was laughing, because she felt the need to try to prove that she had long hair underneath there. But yeah, no, it's considered protective style because it's protecting you from putting your hands and heat in your head. And normally that's how I grew my hair back, because I had cut my hair real short. Not my hair really long. But yeah, keeping your hands out of your head. So it is called a protective style, but I've done hair for years, so I've been a beautician for years. It's considered a protective style, but when the delusion is that's not weave is when when I have a problem. Like, look at Lala coming to drop
Good
me
looks with the
points.
video game. She knew I like video games.
I know, right?
She likes me. She don't hate me today.
I just think
yeah, it's just
if
it's
her hair
funny
is
because
long,
men don't really understand that neither. So
Oh,
it's
she
funny
trying to say
to
I'm
me
a
when
puss
men.
playing the game. Okay, I get it now.
You
It's
know what?
like
Shut up. That is not what she said.
she hates me. It's like,
if her hair is long though, I don't think that's protecting her hair. Because if her hair is long, why she didn't just have that be all her hair? Like the blonde and fakeness of it, that's just what she wanted. Like she was trying to make it seem like she only got that for her workout and to protect her hair. But why is it blonde? Why is not her hair color. Why is like, or like, it doesn't even need to be her hair color. If your hair is naturally to your butt, why do you need fake hair added in?
You
Hey, I
know
got
what? To believe it or not, do you see Cardi B? Have you ever seen? Thank you, Lala, coming to make it rain. Have you ever seen Cardi B's hair?
No, I don't.
Cardi B hair is down to her butt, and she still wear wigs.
That's because she's creative.
To
She's
her
doing.
shots.
No, there's a lot of women. That's when I before I first started wearing wigs. A lot of women, and y'all can go on my page and see how long my hair is. But a lot of women
The filter.
was
Oh
wearing
no.
wigs. Actually, my cousin's husband. That's who got me to start wearing wigs. My cousin's
What's
husband,
the
Lord
deal?
Jesus, wife. Jesus,
Good
I'm sorry.
looks.
I said it wrong twice. My cousin's wife, hair is really long, and I was like, "Why you wear wigs and your hair is so long?" She's like, "Girl, just because I want to change the color, or I don't want to put no heat in my head, and I want to wear it straight, or sometimes I want it curly, or whatever the case may be." That's why I said you have to get with you a man who can care less about you changing up your hair, because I'll
thank
go
you.
put some braids or something in my head. Now he don't like crochets, which is what she had in her head. He can't stand those things. Uh, because they really
I got
look.
a question too though about that.
Go ahead, cuz.
Um, from my knowledge, like far as the chemicals that goes in the hairstyles is what would be my concern. You get what I'm saying? Like
Which hairstyle though? Because certain hairstyles won't have like no chemicals in it. So which hairstyles you thinking of, you think about?
like the fake hair is made out of. Like I seen like it was like someone on TikTok was saying like
I know
the
what you mean. The synthetic hair.
yeah,
What is
like
it
it
made of?
causes cancer and stuff like that.
Yeah, if it's not
Oh,
real hair, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah. So that's why some people started buying like expensive hair for certain hairstyles, or they stopped doing certain things. Like that's why I said about the crochets. I don't do those no more, because that's that's full synthetic hair, and you
Right.
don't really want that in your hair.
Yeah, 'cause I don't know
So
the
like when you're
difference.
doing braids, you get people who get like human hair and certain stuff like that because of that reason. Because that's true, especially when it's a different color.
Right. That's my only thing. If that was for just all her hair crocheted, I could understand why it's protective style, because it's gonna stop her, like you guys said, from putting heat on it and styling it every day or curling it. But that's all I was saying. If it was just gonna be for protection, why has it got blonde fake hair in it? That's just because you like that color. She should have just said, I just wanted my
Right.
hair to look like that.
I know my cousin is, and her hair is like to her belt. Like, I mean, it's like her hair is, and long, flowy, beautiful. And I'm like, she always wears wigs. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, yo, ladies would kill to have your hair. What's your problem? Like, they are getting wigs to look like you. Why are you wearing your wigs? And she broke it down to me. And after that, I never questioned the lady again. I was like, okay. And she said basically, for me to do my hair, you look at this and you say, okay, I have beautiful hair and all of this other stuff, but it takes me hours to get this hair together. Now I got to go to work. I got to do this every day. I got to do this. I don't have an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to do my hair every day. If I just put it up like this, it's not going to go this way. And she just broke everything down. She said, so what I can do is
Excuse.
I can braid it up. And then all through the week, I can wear a different wig if I want to. And that's that. And then when I
That's
go
an
out,
excuse.
I take my hair down and I do what I
That's
do.
not no.
And
That's
she
not no
said,
excuse. That's exactly what
and
it
she
is.
said, she's like, and if you got a problem with it, fuck you. And that's how I
But
think
that's
about
the
it. Because
thing, though.
my
Women
hair
don't.
is my hair is. And I was like, okay, my bad. And I ain't questioning no more. I'm just like, I
She
guess
ain't
Yeah,
have
that's,
money
women who
for a
have
wig. She'll
long
make
yeah.
hair,
time.
they got legitimate reasons why. Like that's true. Like even when I'm getting ready about to have my baby, I'm about to go get braids in my head because I ain't gonna have time to be doing my hair every day and getting my toddler to school, doing my hair, having a newborn baby. Nah, I'm not doing all that. So even though my hair is long, it's like it takes a long time to do it. It takes a long time, and it doesn't. I'm also natural, so I'm gonna have to really like fly down my hair every single day, and that's wild to me, especially in this darn old Houston heat. This Houston heat and humidity ain't definitely ain't agreeing with my hair. My hair be straight, and then my hair poof up later on. Like it ain't gonna even look the way it was when I first walked in the house. But I just spent 2 hours doing it. Nah.
But aren't
You
them
just
wigs
go ahead and
hot?
throw that wig on real quick. Now the thing is, when the wig become unhealthy for your head is when you get it glued down and you don't take it off all the time. So I don't get my wigs glued down. I get glueless wigs so
Oh,
that I can still oil my hair, take it off, things of that nature, and don't have to like keep it on my head because it does suffocate your hair.
I mean,
are
I
wigs needed
I just feel like it's
If I want a different color, yeah, or if I want it
in general?
straight
So
and I
that
don't
mean
want my
that
hair,
people,
yeah.
if they didn't have the money, then they would need like a wig.
See, but Wiz got a
That's like a dude
different.
that need a hat.
Is my son woke? I think I just heard my son woke. Why am I gonna wear a hat, Kev? What you talking about? Hat
I
don't go
said
with
that's like
everything
a
I wear.
dude that has
Come on,
that
daddy, come on.
talk
It's
about a
still
hat.
nighttime. I mean, yeah, it's still
I
nighttime.
ain't
Come
got
on.
no haircut. Let me put a hat
Still
on.
got milk pattern
Okay,
clothes.
but I'm sorry. Before the next person go, cause I done woke my son up.
Uh oh.
Kev, I'm gonna go ahead and drop, brother. 'Cause I gotta wake up at 6.
bye,
For
bunny.
sure. For
Have a
sure. For
good
sure.
Bye,
For
night.
y'all. Good
sure.
night.
We
I'll jump
appreciate
on next time to see the rest of the videos.
you. All right.
All right,
Appreciate
family. Have a
Bye,
good night. I'll
buddy.
see y'all tomorrow.
you. Yep.
It's me, man. I really appreciate y'all, man. And I enjoyed the conversation with y'all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have a good
Y'all,
night.
y'all
Have a
have a
good
good night too,
night.
bro. Y'all send me a request. I see y'all. I'm new to it, so I don't really know how it works.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
All right, much love, y'all.
Yep.
Yep.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night. I just came to give y'all a quick history on wigs right fast, y'all. Okay, so wigs are needed, Kev. I'm sorry. You was like, if wigs needed, wigs are needed. I just came to give y'all a quick history on wigs right fast, y'all. Somebody echoing. Okay, there we go. All right, so a quick lesson on the wigs right fast, you guys. In Egypt, all the way back when this was in Africa way back when the Egypt's people started with the wigs in order to fight off the lice situation, things in their hair, so they would cut their hair completely off and then wear wigs. And then when the wigs would get completely infested with the lice or whatever head bugs that they were dealing with back then, they would completely throw that wig away and continue to wear the wigs. Nowadays, wigs are needed for women and men who deal with alopecia, follicle issues, growth with their hairs and things like that. So it is needed on that way. Hair protection for the women is reason why we say now that we utilize it, because we don't want the environment if we're wearing our natural hair.
For me.
Right. If we're wearing our natural hair, like, on our shoulders, because our hair can't grow past our shoulders, but we're doing that every day. That hair rubbing on the clothing, the hair follicles get inside of the fibers of the fabric and it breaks that way. So it's a whole different lesson that can be learned on about wigs. So I'm a natural person. I've been natural for, I want to say my daughter's 18, so like 18 years.
I I just felt like it's wigs and it's. Oh, sorry. Oh,
छोड़ के
I,
लगना है
I'm
I
sorry,
was gonna
but
say. I just think wigs
हैं
is like makeup. Like
लग गई छोड़
what?
के फिर ओ अबे
Hold up.
I don't know what he's talking about, but
go ahead,
I was just
Sophie.
gonna I was gonna say I just think wigs is like makeup. Like you can say, oh, I people who wear makeup, like if they have a scar or something, they're just covering up that with the makeup. That's still a lie. Like I just feel like even if it's protecting your hair, like if wigs didn't exist, you would have to figure out a way how to
I guess
do.
that's how I be thinking too. I think the same way. Like, bro,
You
what
have
would
to
you
you
do
would
if it
have to
didn't
figure it
exist?
out. If you have no money, you have to figure it out.
Exact. That too.
So
That's what.
And I
Boy,
get
that's
that.
crazy how you. Right.
I get that, but you guys are like,
I
if it
think the
didn't
exact same way.
exist, but it always existed. Like, you get
When I
what I'm
say
saying?
excuses,
yeah, but it's
but you
not like
talking about the existence of it. We talking about you saying it's needed, but
I'm
we
talking
know
about how
real.
people use it now. Like if you have alopecia, I mean, you don't need hair to live. Like that's not like I
Right.
know it'll look
Keep
better,
my
but
wife's name about your mouth.
Oh,
if you what what he say?
I said, keep my wife's name about your mouth.
What?
Not Will Smith.
Will Smith, because that's what Chris Rock was making fun of
Or
Oh
J-Lo
yeah.
or whatever
alopecia.
because
Yeah.
she has
No, bro.
alopecia, was losing her hair or whatever.
No,
Yeah.
because if I had alopecia, I mean, to me, I cover my like I wear
Gotta
head
rock that
coverings.
bald head, then.
Yeah, I wear head covering, so I would just put on a hijab.
Like a
But I just feel like that's just true. If you have alopecia, you have alopecia. If you have scars all over your face, you have scars all over your face. Like once I stopped wearing makeup, I was able to find skincare stuff to help heal my acne scars that I never thought would be able to go away because people were telling me, "Oh, that's just going to be permanent. You're just going to have to cover it up with makeup forever." So I just feel like there's tons of things like like if you don't put on a wig, you're gonna have to figure out how to grow your hair back, or or you're just gonna have to be bald. I mean, that's the only my issue with it.
Do
That
you think that's the
it's a
pressure
lie.
from society, though?
I mean, don't care what
true.
society think about you. I mean, you're a grown
It's
person.
easier
You're
A
to
lot of
right
people do
because
though. Like
everybody
real
cares what
talk, a lot
people
of
Yeah,
people
we
think.
do.
can't.
That's
Yeah,
the problem.
how
that's
Yeah,
the
that
many
is
main
the
problem.
problem
That's the
though.
reason
I
how
be
why
many
wishing
everybody
everybody could
OD.
have the same confidence as or
I
how
mean,
I built. But I guess it took time. It take time though, because I'm about to say it took me a little minute to build confidence within myself of being accepting of others, or realize I don't need acceptance from others. But
right,
everybody focus on their image. That's the problem. That
right.
everybody dang near do that. Just yeah,
Yeah.
they get scared. It's a brainwash thing.
Yeah, I mean
But
society does it, but you're also responsible for your own self.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I'm gonna say.
But
So if you feel
but
like
let's
somebody don't like how you look, I mean that might be true, but at the end
yeah.
of the day, it doesn't matter.
but okay,
If,
so there's some truth to that, but you also have to understand what history has done. If you are a woman of color, you weren't allowed to wear your natural hair for centuries. You were not able to work. You were not able to feed yourself. It was a literal thing where you had to look like and assimilate to some straight hair, other beauty standard. And so now, if you go through that for hundreds of years, you now have a habit of this is what it is. And now, even today, we still have people getting as much acceptance as we have. There's people who are denied jobs because they got locks. There are people who get shunned or discriminated against because they have braids or whatever the case is. And people have tattoos all over their face, doing all this other stuff, and yet we still have problems with people in their hair. I know it's stupid, right? But it is a very real thing. And if you want to survive in a society where, status is important for your livelihood, then you have to assimilate to a degree, right?
Well,
That a lot of women know that if they walk out with their natural hair in its natural state, they are going to be shunned and they are going to be looked at crazy. Because as much as everybody says we love natural, as soon as Blue Ivy was on the stage with her natural hair, she got a whole million of comments. Oh, y'all ain't taking care of that baby, blah, 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 blah. But it's like,
You think
we
it's her
so
hair or it's the
want
booty?
to see it, but I'm just saying, we say we want to see natural, but then we don't support it either in
you talking
society.
about two different groups
but
though.
Yeah.
but
I'm
in
not saying,
but
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, it's a real thing
Or
is
the
what
same
is my
person
point.
say two different things.
I mean
That'd be
that's
weird.
real, but we live in at least in
Who you
America,
want to please? Really, that's what it is.
we live in a capitalistic society where you don't have to work for somebody else to go and make money. Like you don't have to work at a job where they need you to put on a wig or straighten your hair to work there.
All right.
Like Burger King don't require that, McDonald's don't require that, but people want to work corporate jobs. And if your company says for you to do that, then that's on you. You don't have to work there. Or, like if people shun you because you wear your natural hair, don't interact with those people. Like I mean, I just feel like
I agree.
yeah.
No, I agree. I agree. I do. But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying, like, the reality of life is when you have billions of people doing it, it must be a reason for it. This is
Yeah.
not something that is, you know what I mean? Like, and I think there's so many people who are caught in that rat race to
Because no
where if
matter
you try
what,
to
you're
talk to them
human.
and tell them that,
Everybody's
it's an
judged by your
excuse.
appearance from first meet. It's one thing
Right,
if you were in
right.
that job and your performance showed what you could actually do. But when you first go to that job, you are judged off of how you look. That's why a homeless person can't just walk into a place and be like, oh man, I need to get a job here. They look at you like, yeah, okay, put your address down here and we'll get back to you. But they judge a person off of their looks. So a hair is important to people. So
I
that's why
think
people, it matters.
I
But
think
why
it's
would
getting
you want
to
to
a
work for
point where they
somewhere that
want to
don't like
do
your
it though.
hair?
Yeah, why would you want to work for somewhere that don't like your hair, where you have to straighten and hide who you are
Yeah.
and change your look? You shouldn't
They
even
don't
work.
even change for a man. They want to change for a job. That's funny. But
Right. No,
I'm
for
just
real.
saying, like, what I'm getting to is that it's getting to a point that they want to do it. I'm not about to act like they force it, because the thing is like, imagine if I was to tell you, I was to tell this woman like, oh, I only want to see you with your hair or something like that, or I only like you because of that or whatever. They be like, man, they get mad though. Like, I don't know, it's weird though, because that's why I say it's so hard to try to keep up with women
Line up, Kev.
sometimes though. But it'd be one
Why
thing.
All in
your
the
Oh,
marketing.
Why is your hair
yeah,
always cut, Kev?
huh?
Why is your hair always cut?
It's not always. Well, I've been keeping up with it
Come
lately
on.
though. Huh?
Why? Why?
You said why?
Yeah.
I guess to keep it groomed.
Yeah,
Just like I clip
really?
my nails.
Exactly. But why? Because you don't have to. You can be in
I
your
don't
natural
have
state.
to. Yeah, I don't have to.
And that's
But
all I'm saying.
that's
I
I
know that
don't
I
have
can.
to though, but I'm not gonna make an excuse about why I do it. That's the difference.
No, what I'm saying is we all do it for acceptance in society. That's what I'm saying.
that's not
Like
what.
I do it.
Not really. I mean,
No,
That's
I
what
feel
we.
you on a certain extent, yeah, though. But if I didn't want
Nobody
to
was
do
getting
it,
their shit cut in the house when they was in COVID. They didn't give a fuck. Why? Because nobody saw them. But as
I
soon as all of a
was.
sudden we, okay, well, I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
sure there was some. Because
I
I mean,
mean,
I agree. I was doing it too, but I'm just saying for the most part, you know.
I mean,
Go
but
ahead.
grooming is different than fake hair. That's the only thing I'm talking about. Like I'm not
yeah, you know.
that like a wig. I mean, if he gets a haircut, that's still his hair. Like, but if somebody puts on a fake wig, that's not their hair. That's not real. Like if you want to straighten your hair, that's still your hair. Like to me, that's natural hair because you grew that out your head. You just curled it or you straightened it. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I think we're in the time where we have all of these technologies. You see motherfuckers that's in the barbershop getting all the spray follicles and all this other
So
stuff on
why
their
do they be
haircut
having
and
color in their
white
hair then?
lines and all this extra stuff. But I'm just saying, like everybody, you know, they want to express themselves individually. Why do we get tattoos? Why do we do all of these other things and
Other
wear crazy
people,
clothes? Or exactly. And that was my whole point.
image,
And I think
image
we
thing.
all are
Yeah,
image to this.
yeah, I know
You know what
that,
I'm
right?
saying? Yeah.
But
I
the
mean,
thing
Yeah.
is,
So,
we shouldn't make an excuse. We should at least admit it. That's the difference, though. We
oh
making
yeah,
excuses
yeah.
by, and it's like one side
God.
that make excuses, the other one can be accepting of it. But either no, actually, no. This is few people though, but it's just like no a dude that just like got a receding hairline. Sometimes they just like forget it. I'm taking this junk off. Eventually or whatever. But it's like him trying to wear a hat all day or something. Trying to, I mean, it's on both ends though. We're wearing dye, all this other stuff, but we make a bunch of excuses. Well, back in the day, they had dye in their hair, and it's you don't know what we went through with the dye. I'm like, dog. At the end of the day, you just want to be I guess this your form of how you feel like you should be accepted, but accepted by who for what?
no, right. Like right before I got baptized, I dyed my hair and I regret that because now I have to wait for it to grow out to be at my natural hair color because the only way I'd be able to see my natural hair color is if I dyed it black, but then I would be dyeing my hair again. So like I wish I would have just accepted the way that my hair looked how it was instead of try to mess with it because I just damaged it trying to like look different and trying to be like trying to think like, oh, this is fun, this is new. And I should have just stayed how God made me and just kept what I was doing. Now I have to wait and learn my lesson and suffer the consequences.
But to a certain extent, I do. I guess I can get, especially if if it's hard to find a job or something like that. But I don't think a job saying that you got to wear hair long past your booty and all that stuff and put color in your hair. I can get to look groomed right. Groomed, like I said, grooming and freaking wigs and weave is two different things. It's literally two different things though. Like they wearing hair down to their legs and eyelashes. I don't think a job asks for all that stuff. I'm saying
Right.
look to at least look decent. I wouldn't wear no, I would at least cut my hair, sort of to be accepted to the job. I can get that part. 'Cause
Right.
you want to
Right.
look least presentable, I guess, in their eyes, right? At least I can say the reason behind it, presentable to their eyes to be accepted into that job because you need money. Because I need money. But it's
Right.
different when I don't think a job saying that you have to wear blue hair long eyelashes and nails and all that stuff. I don't think not one job do that. I think that's where the excuses come in at
Right
because they
now,
like this
I think
stuff.
yeah, I think it's safe to say it's the extremes that we have these problems with. Like I say all the time, makeup is what it is, but when it's extreme, when you are ridiculous with it, or weave or wigs, and you got some Rapunzel shit hanging all down the ground, you know what I mean? It's like that's too much, baby. What you doing? And
Right.
I do agree with that. Like I think there is, but I say the same thing about all the tattoos, and I'm like, I think people are just craving that. They want to be validated,
Tension,
or
yeah,
they want to have,
definitely. The,
they
yep.
want to have they self-expression and to be respected for this is what I wanted to do, and then I'm at the end of the day, I'm like, I think you just got addicted to it, and you don't want to admit that,
And,
because
Yeah.
once you get
you're doing
one,
it so that you look
yeah,
good. But
right.
if that's what you feel makes you look good, why are you wearing pants that are 4 sizes too small and your top is sticking out like a muffin and you're wearing a belly shirt? Like it don't make sense to me with the fake eyelash.
Right. And
Mm.
yeah, that's because they don't have friends. That's why.
He said friends are.
Hey, nah, real talk. If I walk out the house looking like who done it and what, and my partner don't tell me something, I'm gonna whoop him later. And now we ain't friends no more. Cause you let me out here
Absolutely.
looking like this. Yeah, you out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You
The
supposed to
same
have
thing
my
with
back,
the
man.
dudes that be sagging their pants and all that stuff. About the same stuff.
Listen,
Well,
I don't
you
know why
know,
they be doing them little small pants and then sag it all the way down. I never got that part. I can get big
cause they
pants
can't pull
sagging,
them up. Cause
but
they can't pull
small,
them up.
that jump
Listen,
be weird.
back in the day, I just did that 2000, back to the 2000 live, and
Mm.
all of the pants was huge, right? And I was like, yeah, we sagged back then because the pants was too big, and
Mm-hmm.
now they sagging because them shits are too small. So it's crazy. It's crazy.
I'll be buying pants from this one place. I be buying pants from this one place though. It be that jump. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Give me a second before I can get up out of here. There you go. All right. I was just saying I be buying pants. No, it's like they be making it skinny at the bottom and stuff. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why they messing pants up? No, but I think it's from the store I be getting it from. I'm like, bro, is this a new style or something? Why they just making pants skinny from the bottom and stuff? I don't know. That must be the new style. Let me get this.
So
I don't
man,
like how the boxes look. It look nasty.
really getting me is these suits. Now, my thing is, whoever got their style, man, have your style, do your thing. But like, I can't even go buy a suit off the rack anymore. Like there used to be a time where you would buy a suit, and if I couldn't get it custom made, then I'm gonna go buy it, but I'm gonna get it tailored, right? So I would probably get the suit a little bit, bigger than I'm supposed to, and then I'll go get it tailored down, and then I was good. Well, now I gotta get a suit, but I can't buy the pants. These motherfuckers is like spandex. I'm like, who does this? Bro, if you put a wallet in your pocket, you can see the damn credit cards in the wallet. This shit is
Oh
so
wow.
tight. Like, how are y'all feeling like this is hot? But yet, this is all the suits, bro. And they flooding like the bottom of the pants leg goes above the ankle and shit. And I'm like,
Mm.
y'all really doing this? And they like, yeah,
I
that's
was
what it is.
embarrassed when I had to wear that suit when I was a kid.
Man,
Man, I
like
just
we
wanted some
got
longer
talked
pants,
about.
ma.
I don't want a suit with shorts. I don't want capri pants. I don't want that.
Oh my.
But yeah, man, so it's a little rough now. You gotta damn near get your shit made if you want, a classic cut. So I don't know. But I think everything it changes. So in another 5 years or something, it's gonna come back around. That's
Like
just
the bell
normally how
bottoms
fashion
again.
goes. Yeah, that was coming back too. I see a lot of people doing that.
Get the fat
So
phones again, like that skinny phones, flat phones. It'll be everything keep going cycling.
yep. Everything repeats.
Do you think Zumba pants will repeat?
I low key believe that like 5K was the first when 3G came out or 2G. I feel like they just acting like it's. I think it's the same speed to me when they got. I feel like they being slick though. I feel like 4G was 4G LTE, and they just slowed the other one down. I don't know.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't think the speed can get any faster,
Right.
to be honest.
Unless they make
But maybe,
instant download.
but maybe what it is like the quality can be at the same speed. So like you can have a 4K video at the same speed as the other ones. Where remember before, if you had high quality video, it would take longer. I don't know. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it because I'm like, you know what I mean? Like that's the only excuse that I can probably give them. I don't know because it don't seem like it's a difference, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like I think it's a gimmick. It's some market employee. The new 5G.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like that was the 4G when it first came out. I swear. I'm like, dog, why it seem
Right.
like, man, heck, I ain't falling for it. They
Oh
about to
yeah.
shut my live down because they know I'm pitching them.
He put hammer pants in there. Oh my God. Remember those? You know what?
Like
They are coming back.
the
Them
hammer
fucking
time
hammer
shit.
pants. They call them harem pants. That's the new
Wow.
name. They having like that shit that Aladdin was wearing. Like they call them harem pants. And then they try to make it seem like it's some cultural shit. No, it's hammer pants. They tripping. Don't fall for it, people. Don't fall for it.
Did you have a pair?
Hammer time.
Hey, I did. Yes, I did.
I did too.
Man, hey, you ever try to do the hammer move? I did one time too. Till I almost broke my ankle. I said, you know what?
So you turn to a nail.
Look, I was done.
Stay
I
in,
was, you know what? I'm
that's when you
done.
learned. That's when you learned to stay in your lane.
I'm trying to tell you. I was like, you
That
know
did the
what?
hammer dance and nailed it.
Look, nailed myself. My whole left side was fucked up. About 2 weeks. I was like, you know what? This ain't worth it.
Ouch.
And I ain't getting paid for this shit. Y'all tripping. I am done. I'm in the club tripping. Yeah, that was wild. They used to actually have dance battles. Like
Boy.
Yeah, like I'm on one side, other dudes on the other side, and they dancing. Motherfuckers just having dance off in hammer pants, bro. Wow. But now everybody in the club on their phones. So I don't know what's
Right,
worse.
that's facts.
I don't know what's worse.
Yeah, that's facts. I was one of them too. I was a phone looker at her. That's why I ain't had no game at that time. The girl gonna come up to me. I wanna look.
Even when you do go out.
I remember I wore these
Even when you
tight
go out to
pants
dinner with
one
your
day
friends,
with
it's
the
like that.
contact. It was 3 girls. I'm like, no, these girls, what the heck? How they come up to me today? I'm wearing these tight pants.
Even when you take somebody out or whatever, man, I'm telling you, like all you do is they spend the time on their phones. Like I'm 48 years old. We actually had conversation. Now everybody taking pictures of their food, texting all the people that are sitting right next to them. I was like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, I was saying it like earlier, man. I do believe we kind of set the tone a little bit. You know what I mean? Like if we accept the shit, people are gonna do it. You know what I mean? But like I was always one of them people that I was like, man, I'm not about to sit up here and deal with the okie dokie. You just ain't about to just do what nah. So I never really had too many experiences where women would, do that shit. Cause they knew I just wasn't having it. You know what I mean? So they would, it wasn't like it was always gonna work out. But like I don't care. I can't remember too many times being disrespected or being talked too crazy or, any of that shit. Like out of high school, once high school was over, all that shit was done. I took a few L's in high school though, I ain't gonna lie. But after that, I was like, I learned my lesson. I was like, hell no, y'all ain't about to just talk to me like this. Fuck that. So I was just, you know what I mean? Man. So when I hear it and I'm like, damn, I think it's kind of it be on us. Like if we accept that shit, they will do it.
That's true.
Put your foot down. You'll be surprised how many women.
That's when I made that live
Well,
about men being
yeah,
better
they'll
niggas.
stay. Yeah, they don't really get out of pocket unless you get them crazy, them crazy ones that be. But then that just tell you ain't supposed to be with them anyway. So let them go. You know what I mean? Get up
Well,
out of
it's
here.
because we base our decisions off of logic, not emotion.
What?
I said, like, at the end, like we base our decisions and how we act off of logic, not off of emotion.
I think some of them is, I would say, it's a partial emotion or at least a desire. So that's why sex sells so much. 'Cause that thing between our legs is what we act like we can't control. Why a lot of people getting away with a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah,
But I
I
do
think
put it.
it's.
Huh?
Go ahead.
No, what you was saying?
I was gonna say, I think it's safe to say that in most cases, when we make our mistakes, it's not off logic; it is off emotion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that be the problem where you know we because ego is partly is driven by emotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And y'all know ego is what make us the shit, but it will also be our kryptonite at the same time. Like it's one of the
Yep.
two-way streets. So, if we don't know how to control it, man, that's when we get in trouble. And I think that part is where, we start making decisions and letting things go. You know what I mean? She looked real pretty, so we start
Taking that account, like that's our job as a man, is to pass that down to our sons as how to react off of logic, not emotions. But right now, there's so many single moms out there, and little boys are being raised by their moms and around their sisters. So that's how a lot of these kids are reacting right now. I live in Milwaukee, and there's shootings every single day. And you look at the kids that are actually doing it, and they're from the ages of 13 to like 19 years old, and they got the Kia boys, and they're stealing these cars, and they get into arguments. Man, back in the day when we got into an argument, we duked it out and then it was done and over with. Now you get up in your feelings because you're not taught by a man on how to control that and to think about the facts instead of how you feel. This is what happens. So you base yourself off of emotions. That's why a lot of men these days react the way they do, because they didn't have guidance in their life to how to act like a man.
Well, let me ask you this, though. How many men do you think have no access to other men growing up?
Okay, is it about access? Is it about access or the time that's spent with them other men? Because we all have uncles, we all have cousins that are men around, but we only see them every once in a while. The majority of your time when you're a child, that's where you base, your actions as an adult come from. Those are like deep rooted seeds that are in you. You know what I'm saying? So if there's not a man present in the home at all times, of course you're going to act like you're surrounded. You become a product of your environment.
I mean, I get you. I'm just wondering, like for the conversation, because like I always said, my dad wasn't in the house. He was in another house. He was always there, right? But him and moms wasn't getting along like that. But they never fought. They never, put up a display of any of that type of thing. So he was always there. But I always had my uncles, my cousins, my older, you know what I mean? They were there like all the time. And I played sports. So I always had a coach. I always had somebody. So like, even though on paper, you could say he was a single mom, I was never deprived of, men telling me how to get out. You see what I mean? So I think like in a city, now maybe it's different like in a rural situation where there's not that many people, but I just find it hard to see like if a man, even if you growing up in any city, you're gonna have male role models every day, all day around you, right? It just depends on if you have the diligence or the fortitude to actually take those lessons. Because like I use this example all the time, me and my brother in the same situation, same thing, night and day. He went totally different direction than me, right? He went to the street, went to the hard, like he was that dude. And to this day, he's still roughneck. That's the way he went. You know what I mean? But we had the same upbringing, the same everything. So I just think it's kind of like, in a lot of cases,
Was he older brother or younger?
No, he's younger. Yeah.
So I want to.
Yeah.
So
It's
maybe
funny.
he,
I'm glad somebody, because it made me think about this. I guess I just thought about it now though. So I hear women say, "Where the father's at?" I'm trying to see what
Right.
special answer do the woman be looking for though, because I'm like, it made me think about it. Like, wouldn't the mother the only one that know where the father is at? Like, who else gonna know the answer? I never got why
Right.
women say, "Where are the fathers at?" Who else gonna know? I'm trying to see. Am I tripping? I don't know if I'm tripping or not. Who else gonna know where the father's
Right.
at? I'm trying to see, because I'm just thinking about this today. Like, hold up, women do say that junk a lot. I'm trying to see who gonna know. The father's gonna pop out of nowhere. I don't know where I'm at. I'm trying to see that.
that woman
I
does
don't
know where
know.
the father's at. Because if
You
you were
know?
in the relationship and you were out, again, like we were talking earlier, out past where you should be, she knows right where the fuck you at. She know where that
Or
fuck
maybe
you
they
at.
wording it. It's something they probably elsewhere want to ask, but that question itself just don't make sense. I just don't get, like, who else wouldn't? I don't know. Maybe I think I get what she might be trying to say. Maybe I don't know. I hear too many women say that shit though. Otherwise, I'm like, what the special answer you supposed to give? I don't get it. I
Right.
don't know.
Right. But I don't know. I just like, I think that there's 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 a lot of nuance to that. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And especially like I said, depending on the culture, on culture wise. Like when I grew up, like I said, I got a huge family. Everybody is, and like I said, my dad was always, he was right there, like 2 blocks away. So it was like, so even though you could say technically he wasn't in the house,
He was
he was
still in your life.
still right. And so
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when I hear these arguments, I think
Did you
people
look
are
up to your dad?
misunderstanding. Right. They misunderstand what that means to be single parents. Because even though like I have like some guys who are single dads, you know what I mean? And they taking care of girls. And I'm like, I see them and they doing a hell of a job. They might be struggling sometimes because they don't know, you know what I mean? Especially when they start getting to that time where they start getting to be, a little, they womanhood start coming and dudes don't know how to handle that shit. I see my cousins struggling with that shit like, man. But there is so many women in our family who have stepped up and helped him. You know what I mean? He's able to do that. And it's like when I hear these things, it's kind of like, well, men can't or women can't raise men. Yeah, we know that. But then at the same time, what makes you think that a man can raise a woman? You can't. You can only do the best job that you can do, right? But
I
I
don't
think that
believe
if you
that one
put
all the
them
way. I don't believe neither one of that. I think humans can raise
right,
humans.
there you
I
go.
don't
That's
know,
what I'm
man.
saying.
I
That's
think
what
a
I'm
man can
saying.
raise a woman better because a woman like my daughter that's 15, like I make it so that I'm a positive role model. The way I treat my wife, I make it so that when she goes out and she has a boyfriend, this is the way that you're supposed to treat, or this is the way that you are supposed to be treated. And if you were treated any differently, that's one of the signs that it's not normal. Like a lot of like little girl, like her friends, man, her the boyfriend beats on her mom all the time and stuff like that, and you can just tell she finds it acceptable when there's a fight. She's the first one there recording it on her phone for Snapchat and everything else. And my daughter comes home and is just like, that ain't right. But it's normal for her in that house to that's what she sees. So that's the type of relationship that she's going to grow up in. So as far as a man raising a daughter, like I want to raise my daughter so that I'm a good example. I'm a good role model. I want her to look up to me so that in that relationship that she gets, that's the way it should be.
But see,
You're
that's
supposed to be treated with respect.
you're saying is you're being a good parent. regardless if you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. You're
Right.
being a good parent. So what I'm saying is, if you are a single dad, but you are just working every day and you're leaving her to her own devices, you ain't shit, right? You would be
Right.
a bad parent. So,
Exactly.
or if it's the same thing with a woman, she would be a bad parent. I'm just saying, I don't think that it's fair to, oh, if they're single parents or not, or they're this and that, and then we say, well, if they're single parents and they're not holding accountability, what you mean? They taking care of their kids. That's accountability enough. Like, we get in these arguments, I think it's just to be petty.
Responsibility.
You know what I'm saying? We try to be petty and it's tick for tack. And I know that's for social media. You know what I mean? Because in real life, we all know what's going on. But I just think that a lot of times we just use these things for, like, like weaponizing certain things against each other.
Okay, but
You know what I mean?
what do you think of this? So when kids are having kids, and that's what a lot of the problem is early teenage pregnancy, and their daughters are growing up and they're 3, 4, 5 years old. You see them shaking their booty on TikTok and the mom is laughing. And then you
Not
see
their
the mother
booty.
that's going out there with the weave and going out going out on a Friday night and not coming home till morning. See, the thing is kids, they don't do what you tell them. They do what you do. They watch you. They pay attention. And so this is what happens when kids have kids. And
You realize though that our grandmamas and our great grandmamas was like 13 and 14 when they had our grandmamas and shit, right? So it's not
yeah,
about.
they also preach to us too about having,
But I'm just
you shouldn't
saying,
be
so there you
having
go.
sex or anything else, but yet they had 14, 15 kids themselves.
Right. So there you go. All I'm saying is, I think there are good parents and then there are shitty parents, regardless of the situation. I think that we as people will adapt to whatever situation we get into if we have that capability to adapt. Unfortunately, I think that in my age group, I'm 50, right? So I think we dropped the ball a little bit in disseminating the information to the younger generation, right? I have to take blame for that. I do it all the time. That's the reason why I talk to young men and I stay on young men's head, because I know it was older G's that was actually giving me game growing up and kept me out of trouble, right? So if I don't pay it forward, I'm doing a disservice. And unfortunately, I think a lot of us old heads have not been paying it forward. So we can talk shit about all these young people. We can talk shit about these young ladies, these young men who ain't doing right. But guess what? We have some responsibility to that too, because we have not been giving the right game. We have not been giving them the right information. So I think that, to be fair, you know what I mean? We always talk about accountability. We always talk about responsibility. I think us in this generation, we got a little bit to do with this. You know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I think we gotta start doing a little bit better with giving some good information out here. That's what I
You know, I
think.
think a lot of it too is like,
Chime in real
exactly, it's
quick.
all about the parents. And the thing is about it too, is I see most parents out there now, they are more interested in being their kid's friend than they are a parent. Like, I was always taught, like, if your kids don't like you, that means you're doing a good job. That means you're telling them no. That means that you're teaching them how to be an individual, because that's our job as a parent, is not to be a friend. Our job as a parent is to give our kids guidance and direction to be able to be a young and mature adult and be able to pay their bills, be able to treat women with respect, be able to treat others with respect, stand up when you shake a man's hand. All of this stuff needs to be taught as when they're children. And if you don't have that, that's the breakdown.
Yeah, you right. You right. Hey, Steph, did you want to get in on this, bro? Yeah, we just been
I heard,
talking.
I heard I heard a couple things I just wanted to chime in on real quick. So I really think with the Kevin Samuels thing, ladies want to call it tone. I just think us as men, we're statistic based. And I'll give an example. When brothers are at the barbershop and we're talking about LeBron, Kobe, Michael Jordan, how do we classify who's better, right? We use the numbers, right? So I think because we're like that, it's difficult for them to even hear that. That's first. Second, this whole single parent, like as many women as I've heard who call themselves single parents and they do it by themselves is a stretch. By themselves means you have no mom, no sister, no auntie, no homegirl, no nobody to help watch the kids, so you paying for
Right.
everything. So that's just a stretch. I'm not saying you don't have constant or consistent or reliable help, but there is some kind of help. Me being a father of 4 girls, my oldest finna be 18, my youngest finna be 11. You know, I'm in that age range where, oh my God, it's different now, right? They ain't baby girls with just bobos in the head no more. It's, daddy, I need you to buy this Sheen cart, right? So I get it. But the question becomes, ladies, when you get so highly intellectual and get all these degrees and don't want to have kids, how do we continue? If you don't want to have no babies or be a mom, why should I give you my last name? If I don't want to leave a legacy behind and build generational wealth for our great grandchildren, we shouldn't even be starting nothing. If I ain't got enough money to take you out on a date, I damn sure shouldn't be trying. So the accountability, I'll put it on us as men. Because guess what? If I wasn't in a strip club throwing money at strippers, there will be no strip clubs.
True.
If I was not sending gifts to chicks to just sit on this app because they got lashes on and they think they cute, they wouldn't do it. Every buyer's market is dictated by the consumer, not the product. And here it is, the product, and us as the consumers, ladies, we're just asking, why does the product change prices depending on who's the consumer? Because that's not fair in the buyer's market. When you go to Walmart, every Walmart you go to, the same clearance is usually on the same products at the same price at every Walmart. Now you go to CVS or Walgreens, different. You know, so but at the end of the day, y'all, is what we build our foundation. And what Brother Cousins was saying, I agree. What we've been free 60, 70 years. If you got some OGs from the 70s that graduated high school, they had the ability to get a trade, work with their hands, give them a lifelong lessons to be able to plumb, be able to be a carpenter, electrician, all these kind of things when they was in high school in the 70s, but they stopped that. Then what happened? Coke, heroin, the rock, right? And then how do you tell a child today, anybody that may be a teacher in education, how do you tell somebody today when you don't make $50K a year as their teacher that they can go make $100K a year on OnlyFans or just making ads on YouTube? How can they, why would they listen to you? Because we got to think about the generational changes that's happened. Brother Cousins, his parents probably, like his Paul probably had to walk 17 miles to get to work. He probably caught a bus, rode a bike, then got a car. But now we're Ubering, we're Lyfting. We can get an app on our phone to where we can go to this job, that job, that job, that job. So as the times have changed, we don't have anyone from a representative from this time to say this is the way to do it to make it in this time. Because guess what? You telling me to work for a job for 40, 50 years and retire don't make sense to my generation. I'm going to be 37. Don't make sense because they telling us our retirement age might be 80. It's people that's finna retire at 65 and barely getting $3,000, and they've been working for that company 50 years. Even Uncle Sam. Anybody know any vets doing great? You get what I'm saying? So it's like, you throw all that in the mix, we got this jungle that we living in right now. And I'll land there. Sorry for taking so long, but you know.
Why get quiet?
Man, what
Oh, they got me. But yeah, you right about that though. It go back to that thing what Cuz was talking about with that which I said that, but I was talking about that before when I was talking about the men need to be better leaders though. That still went south. No, it wasn't that bad though. I think I got called a pander one day. You know, it's that some days, you know, I mean, just look at it like, oh, you hold me accountable now. I gotta be, but yeah, I do
You
feel
always
like
gonna be called a pander or something if you say anything you gotta do. You know that.
I think
that's just part of it.
Yeah, just depends though. But some people just still don't. They don't like accountability. That's what it is. But it just depends on the situation because I don't. That was funny too. I was laughing that day. I'm like, what the heck? But I address what I address though when I need to address it though. But I think I forgot. I wish I could find it though. But basically, I was saying that the acceptance, because we do accept a lot, and I think that's the part that got them. It's that same thing that everybody get when I was saying about men lacking self discipline is the problem. They hate it. They hated that part. That's what made me become. I'm like, bro. I'm like, that's the one thing and that's the only thing that men have a hard time being accountable for is that situation though. That's the only time, but for the most part, otherwise, they get accountable for everything else though.
That deep discipline be hurting their feelings.
Yes, that they do. For something else.
Hey man, and it's crazy because I think you remember when I was saying like if you if you have a certain narrative in your mind, anything that goes against it, you're gonna have backlash, right? And like if like there's like I will have lives or make a post telling dudes like, hey, here's a secret. If your woman is doing this, say this and do this, and you'll probably have a better outcome, right? You know, as like a little trip, you know, like a little, you know, just like, hey, this is a little game, man, and you might want to try this, boy. You're gonna be good. Do you know how many times I'll be pandered and simp and this and that? I'm like, you dumbass fuckers. I'm trying to give you game. This ain't got nothing to do with a woman. Like, what are you talking about? But instead of even hearing it, it's just because they automatically think that I'm bashing a man, and I'm like, bro, you don't understand what bashing is. You know what I mean? If I'm telling you tricks of the trade, you know what I mean? This was what got me successful. Maybe you should try it. That's not bashing you. But it's the same thing when you talk about women. You get what I mean? Like if you say some things that hey, this will work for you, baby. If you do this and do this, your man is gonna respond in this way.
You're a misogynist.
You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Go from pander to misogynist in a matter of seconds.
Quick in the same sentence, bro.
Right, exactly.
The comments be off the hook. I don't get it.
Let me see if I can find that topic. I do want to see that though. I had that. I remember. Let's see. The one that got.
Yeah, that's when we say it, bro. You cannot please everybody. You just gotta.
You can't.
You just gotta stand on what
I just stand on what's right, man. I'm against certain behaviors, and I'm more on team accountability, no matter how people want to look at it. So I hate excuses.
How do you, and not just how do you think society can be changed back to it?
Can what?
Can society be changed back to be held accountable for things? How do we teach our sons and daughters this, so that society actually like moves as a whole? You know what I'm saying? Like not, being able to take accountability for it. Like how do you do it? Can you fix it?
Got to do it step by step.
I think probably just raising the next generation correctly, it'll undo a lot of
But we got to be. Here's the thing: in order for the next generation to be raised correctly, that means you have to fix the generation that's here. Otherwise, what are you going to teach?
No, right. Yep. I mean, honestly, I think we all need to go back in time. Like as far as like ethics and morals go, we just need to go all the way back instead of trying to create new stuff all the time. Like sometimes things work and you don't need to like update it.
Let's see if I can find it though. I'm gonna find it. Let's get a topic on it.
You know, I don't know if we can ever go back though.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we won't. No.
Like I think that we have to figure out a way to adapt, right? Like
it's always gonna be weak and strong ones. That's gonna always be like that's nothing new though.
Right.
I ain't gonna ever go back though.
Because the more technology we have, like it's just gonna keep getting worse. Because the easier life gets, the more complacent humans gonna get. You know what I mean?
But do you think maybe it'll get to a point though where You know, so if some people have an alcoholic dad or a drug user in the family, and because of that, you change as a person and be like, you know what, I don't want to be that person, and you just strive everything you can be not to be that parent. Do you think it'll get to a time in this world that that's what's going to make the change, is people that are growing up and realizing that, you know what, my mom's wrong, my dad's wrong, this isn't how I want to act, because that's the way they do it, and that's
Oh,
going
here
to
you go.
change people?
Dang, that's crazy.
You know what?
Wait. What animal are you? If it.
How did that even happen? That's crazy.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
Just found the topic and then it, oh,
yeah.
that's crazy.
That's funny.
Oh, there you go.
No,
Kev,
I mean,
old
I'll just
McCabe
move.
having a farm.
Oh, my bad.
No, I was just on to his question real quick. I think that, you know, we have a habit of exchanging one vice for another or one cope for another, right? And I think that idea of, hey, my parents were wrong and I want to change, that's probably what we got into this situation, because you have all these parents talking about soft parenting and all this other stuff because they had discipline, right? And so they're saying that, hey, they were wrong and I want to be new and I want to be different. And I think eventually it's going to come back around when they see that it ain't working. But it takes a couple of generations before we see it. If that makes
Right. That's what I meant by go back in
This
time.
is
Maybe I used the wrong words.
guess who woke up? I seen that light down there. I'll be catching it. I'll be seeing it though. That's my sense. This the one right here, the top of that got me, and all of a sudden it was only one guy. I don't know how really hard I get caught that, but it was because I got on that topic of, which one is the one with the discipline? It's the one he's like, you a panderer. I was like, what the freak, Kev? I've never got called a pander on this. I got called a pander one time on this app, and I got called a misogynist one time. I'm like, bro, what the freak is going on? I guess that's how rare I get called because I remember it. Because I really get called them, neither one of them, for real. I know
Right.
I heard my delivery a lot, but
Why would they say that about you?
I don't
what
know.
you got?
People
What
don't
does that
like,
say?
huh?
What does that say? Because I can't even see it. Why did they call you a pander on this prompt? What does it say?
So the topic says, don't wait on women to change. We are the leaders. Do you not see the problem with sleeping with women and sleeping with women you complain about? If women can't get on board with your lifestyle, move to the next woman. Agree or disagree? As a man, you shouldn't complete. Oh, hold up. As a man, you shouldn't compete
Compete.
with a woman. Agree or disagree? So I think the one I got was the first question though about the they didn't like that though.
Ooh, you
Or
want to go
dudes be
one by
complaining.
one?
Huh?
I say you want to go one. We could go one by one. We can go
Yeah,
one by one.
yeah,
Let's
let's
get
do
it.
that. Because all
Let's
that
get
shit
it.
is pandering, bro. All of it. No, I'm just
All
playing.
of it, of course. All right. I'm trying to get on your level, cuz.
I know, right? Hey, bro, you got to get your pander level platinum.
Right,
If you
gotta
ain't
get
on
a
platinum
degree real
level,
quick.
yeah,
you
you gonna get
you
that
see me
platinum
start
level
putting
pander.
suits on live and stuff.
You platinum level pander.
That's funny. I said I made it. I graduated, man.
Would you ever do that? Like wear suits for your live?
I do.
That's just, I don't know. That ain't my style, man.
That's what I do.
That's what
But
you
I,
do, cousin B?
Yeah, that's what cousin do. Yeah, cousin do it all
but
the
I have
time.
suits on all the time, so.
Slickest dude I know on this app, man. He be sharp.
Mhm.
And you ain't supposed to agree. You're dang arrogant.
Like, even on my videos, all of it.
Oh, that's right.
But
People
yeah, I'm
forget.
gonna call my boy Matthew in and put him back to competition. Like, no, I don't know. Matthew was another guy I would say. That's why I said I wanted them two to link because I know they both one of the sharpest dudes on the app and stuff that I know of. Me myself, I'm saying. But I don't think Matthew can beat him though. See who's gonna start this one. Go ahead. You can start it off, cousin.
Sophie can go because she's been quiet for a while.
Okay.
No, yeah, I was distracted. Let me think. So is don't wait on women to change. We are the leaders. Is that a talking point, or the questions are only the talking point?
That's really just it. Really for the man though, but I just
Right.
wanted to see your point of view on that though.
Okay.
About men, I guess.
Yeah, then
We
I'll
can-
do do you not see the problem with sleeping with women you complain about? No, I definitely see the problem. I hate when people do that. Like, I get it because they're just trying to, have fun or whatever. But like, that's why so many women are confused. Like, if you like,
Exactly.
even in some of your lives, they'll be like, "I can get a man, honey," and I go off at the mouth. I'm like, okay, but you're not married though, and you don't have anything to like. You don't have any like family. Like what? Like I know like just because a man will sleep with you, that don't mean that he likes you. Like men have to stop sleeping with women that they wouldn't want to marry because women get so confused and they head get too big. But yep, that's all I gotta say on that one.
Look, my head getting big.
Yeah, I second that. Like I always say,
What did I do?
we have to think that we are not scavengers. You know, my old uncles always used to tell me that you giving the pipe to the women. They not giving you shit. You laying it down for them. So you be selective on who you lay your pipe with. And I was always had that idea from a young, like, oh wait, I'm the one putting in work. What you doing? Laying back, getting served. Hold on. So I need to be, more selective. You know what I mean? You don't deserve this. But we always get it kind of backwards because we supposed to be the hunters, quote unquote. So men be like, well, I'm just gonna do what I do to get my tally up because it looks better for us to have more women. But the reality is, it really doesn't. You know what I mean? Like we should be more selective. Yeah, we should be more selective with who we get down with because anything can happen. I got so many friends with crackhead baby mamas because they was just, and it slipped up, and then now they got this. They're not proud of who they have their baby mama with. I'm like, dude, if you would have chose better, you wouldn't have this situation. So I do agree with that. We got to start being more, we have to have discernment. We have to have better discernment as men. Stop being so desperate.
Pander. Yep. There you go. Told you.
Pander for about 2 weeks off of that, but it's all right.
What did Londi go already?
No, I'm here.
Go ahead. What you got for that first question?
I just think you stop being too desperate. That's easy to say when you when you haven't had a couple of cocktails.
Oh, you scared me for a minute. Oh.
What's that?
Yeah, nothing. Just said you scared me for a little bit, but I heard you.
Yeah, that's easy to say, but as soon as you have a couple of cocktails, and it's really easy to think with the wrong head.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like you say we need to be more selective, but I don't know.
But let me ask you this though, right? That's a decision too, right? When you have, and don't get me wrong, I don't believe that every man has the same opportunities, right? So I know it is easy to say, be more selective and don't. I think a lot of guys, unfortunately, are just like, hey, I'm getting with who I can, and it was available, so I had to do what I had to do.
She had a good credit score, and I was getting kicked out of my other place.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I do think that men are shorting themselves too often because we take that and we use that as a crutch. You know what I mean? Like not to be, because if you put in diligence and you act, or if you walk around and you are untouchable and you are about your shit, you will be attractive to women. And you'll be surprised how many women will be like, wait a minute, you are something special. But it's like, if we are running around here like with the little pink thing hanging out, they look at us like everybody else. And now you fall into that thing of if you look good enough or if you got enough money, and now you into that rat race. But I'm telling you, man, there's been so many people I've, mentored or whatever that were like crazy style, alternative looking and all kind of stuff, and they have women because they own who they are. So I'm just saying, it's something that we should try to strive for, is to not be so desperate. Even though sometimes we can't do it like that, but that should be something that we try to get to.
Uh-huh. So, guess I'll try to put my input on it. Pendulum
Yay.
time. Let me turn my gauge up. Da 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 da. Say nah. um. Okay. Don't wait on women to change. We are the leaders. Yeah, because I think a lot of the time we and I do, and that's the reason why I used to say I'll blame the man, because we are looked at as the leader and stuff. But we always be, well, will the women we talk about how much the women are and stuff. It's obvious that, seems like they following after everything we do and stuff. That's why they be saying anything you can do, I can do better, and or they say
Do they really want to? Do they
stuff
really
like,
want to follow though? Because like it seems like the new narrative with the younger generation is I'm a woman and I'm independent. So do they really want to follow if you are the
yes,
leader
because they
role?
look at man, they want to be a man, so they look at yes,
Yeah, but they
that's what
cry
they
like a
do.
girl.
A man can do it on their own, so I know I can do it on my own. That's what type of mentality they have.
I feel like though they just gonna have to like unalive alone, that Kevin used to say.
Yeah,
Can't even be worried about them. If they're gonna be
yeah,
stubborn their whole life.
yeah. That's what it's gonna be for the most part. But I think I got through off a little bit. We are okay. Yeah. So the thing is that we keep acting like we waiting. I think my point of this thing is right. It's not we shouldn't wait, because we be trying to put in some investment on women to change so bad and stuff, and it's like you see that it's already hard. I think I made another topic about, it's gonna be a solid war soon though. We're gonna be done trying to, talk to a lot of the women though. Vice versa, it might be the same way too, because it's like they gonna do what they want. We can't speak how we want to, because they gonna think everything is offensive and stuff. So it's like we're not about to keep talking to the ones that's getting offended and all the other stuff. So it's like either we gonna make our people gonna make their moves, find who they find, and then the ones that don't want to be held up, whatever it is, what it is. So the thing is like the things that we complain about, which I guess I'm gonna get to the first one. Then let me say that. Do you not see the problem with? So yeah, I've always found that funny though. But I guess I understand it more now. I have been focusing on self discipline and realized I was, because I could have made 100 excuses like, oh well, I gotta get it out. It's a need. That stuff I was getting into a debate about yesterday. Everybody talking about it's a need and all this other stuff. And that's what the problem is. They think it's a need. That's why they messing up right now
You know what?
nowadays.
In all honesty, I think a
Hold up, real
majority of the
quick. Hold up,
population.
quick, bro. You gotta let me finish first.
All right.
Yeah, let me finish. Cause yeah, I would lose track, man. I'm sure, boy.
Yeah, no, see, that's why I piped in.
But what I'm getting to is that the thing is, like, I do get it. If you can make 100 excuses, then the things we got taught as a man, put many notches on, and it's hard to get the punani and all this other stuff. Whatever, all this crazy stuff we probably got when we was younger, and I realized that, I realized that we act like we just have to do it and stuff, because it's like a validation thing. We used to get pat on our back or something when we tell our boy, "Hey, well, I hit that last night," or stuff like that, or whatever. And then I had to, even with me, I had to realize that I'm not doing this to impress another dude and stuff. I highly doubt that women gonna care about, you hit that last, you hit my friend last night. I don't know, some weird stuff. I highly doubt that. It's crazy. But it's just like, for the most part, I had to realize that we were just trying to prove to another man that we can get some buns, because nowadays it's hard for men to go get buns. That we the ones that gotta go walk up and talk to them. Women is just sit there and look pretty, and they, you walk up to them, hit it for the most part. So, it was like an accomplishment to get a chick, get to sleep with some or whatever. But now, I'm just saying, what I'm getting to is that um what they do, and it never made sense at that time. It probably made sense back then, but it just didn't make sense. Like we always be like, man, these 305s ain't nothing and all this stuff, and yet we mess with them nothings. We just continue doing it and stuff. So I'm like, so that's why I'm like, yeah, that junk. It's crazy to sit there now that we want to be a little bit to at this point now that we done woke up a little bit and it's telling us to be disciplined, stop giving a lot of these women that they ain't got it chances and stuff. We be sleeping with it. We talk about how big they are, and yeah, we sleep with the big girls, and they getting confused, right? They don't, we basically accepting them, so they thinking they cold, so they feel like it's nothing that they need to change because we rewarding them. Just like some of the weak dudes that get rewarded by Punani, and they drug dealers and all this other stuff or whatever, and women are sleeping with us. So it's like we rewarding each other though. But I put it more on the men because we supposed to be the so-called leaders. You know what I'm saying? If we the so-called leaders, then why is we gotta follow what they did? Just because somebody opened their legs, we don't have to just that don't mean just go into it. It's my urge. I can't fight that. Just show how weak you are. You know what I'm saying? I think they be putting the image out that the average man is just freaking weak. And that junk is like, oh, that's just being a man. That is like, that's some crazy stuff. Like, dog, if we are leaders, that shouldn't take over. And that's why I think that's why a lot of men is accepting more than what it's supposed to be. So, yeah, that's why I probably got told with this one because it's like I said, now that men is waking up, they want to come with, well, these women are just use them as if they not the type of woman you want, use them as recreational use. That's something I never agree with freaking Kevin Samuels or freaking Question Fit or none of them. It's just like if they not it, then why sleep with them? You see what I'm saying? If you're supposed to be a high guy or whatever you want to call it though, it's just like we complaining about them, right? And yet you sleeping with them. So that just it's kind of twisting. That's what I'm saying. By us being lit, it's twisting a lot of the women heat because that's why they come with this freaking backlash argument or the pushback argument. Well, there's some men that take it and there's some that don't. You know what I'm saying? So these some men is what's confusing them. But then again, I think even with that, it's just I still over that. Like I ain't trying to mention the women on this part, but it's just like they still want to lean toward it because they like that. I think they like sex just as much too. You know what I'm saying? And they get away with a lot because of men that do stuff like that. So yeah, overall with that situation, it's like that's why it become a problem because they like it don't make sense. It don't make sense now. Now that I get it, like it don't make sense to sit there and cry about how much these girls is 304s and then continue sleeping one last night. That make no sense.
Yeah, but we all know how we feel after eating Taco Bell, but we still go eat Taco Bell at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we still choose them things, and I have to stick up for like the women here too, though, because I would have to say 80%, if not more, are good women, just like good men. But the problem with it is the bad ones get more publicity, and that's where the argument comes. Like most women are like this, and don't respect men. Like my wife, and she respects me, and I like that. But I also respect her and show it back. And I know a lot of the women that are being talked about.
Bless
It's
you.
very. What's that?
I was laughing. I wasn't listening, but appreciate you.
Oh, I thought he sneezed. I said, bless you.
No, I just think a lot of it is the women that are like that and that are being used. Where are you finding them? You're not finding them in the business environment. You're finding them out at the club. You know what I'm saying? So like, does that make sense or not?
No.
I feel like I don't know.
You got me at the 80% though. That's crazy. That
I'm
was the
in
case.
the
I'd have been found me a wife a long time ago. That's a
I'm
high
in
number.
I'm in the Gen Z generation, so I can say it's not 80%. I feel like it's more like
Well, you
30%.
could just look at this app and tell.
Yes, I don't have any friends, and it's not because I haven't tried. Every single time I've tried to make a friend, whether it be like a coworker at work or whatever, like with other women, obviously, I can't even do it. Like it's very rare to find even like a normal. I won't say normal because that has to do with like whatever time period we're in, but like a woman who, well, I guess what we're all referring to as a good woman, that's like super rare for around my age.
Do you
Most of
think
the
she's
time,
different at work than she is at home, though?
no, I mean, you try to hang out with them outside of work, when you try to make friends. and you see who they really are, and it's like surprising. Like the stuff that they like to do is just degenerate activities, and I don't think that's because of publicity. That's just literally majority of young people nowadays. They like to do degenerate activities. They think that, oh, you want a family? Oh, you want to be married? But you're Sophie, you're 22. That's crazy. Like you're way too young. I'm gonna be doing this. I'm gonna be at the club and doing this for till I'm at least in my 30s. Like most
And
people,
who's glorifying that action?
huh?
Who's glorifying that action? Who's making that what they want to do? Like, where are they seeing that?
I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure where they're seeing it because I, I don't like to do that. So I'm not sure where they're seeing that. I mean, I feel like they just want to
So
do
you
that.
don't think Cardi B's WAP and
I mean, yeah, but
like
there,
the stuff that like kids are, you don't think that has any influence on it?
it
And
definitely
Sexy
does.
Reds.
It definitely does. But after high school, you gotta, be able to make decisions. Like I agree. Like there are definitely big influencers, so I can see why they want to do it. But it's like after high school, you gotta have a mind of your own. But most people don't. They just want to do what they think is trendy. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's 80%. I think it's like 30% that actually just want to do what's right versus do what
When
everybody
you
else
ask
is
an
doing.
18-year-old little boy or 18, I call them little boys because they really ain't men yet, what they want out of life, and they want nice cars and clothes and sneakers and stuff. Why don't you want a house?
Right.
Why isn't getting a property a duplex? Why isn't that a goal? Why is getting you know what I'm saying? Like you try to obtain what you see on TV because you think that that's what's up. So that's why I think that.
But see,
Right.
What?
yeah, I think that you know what happens though, because I think we've always had that a little bit. You know, like before there were all of these, you know, Cardi B's or whatever. We had Lil Kim's. We had all of the shit that we have now. We had back in the day, right? But it just was, we had more balance. We had other rappers and other things that was actually positive. Maybe the balance now is a little bit skewed. You know what I mean? Like we don't have any conscious rappers or we have anybody that's saying the opposite. We just got one side now, or for the most part.
Or do you
And
think
then,
that it's just more available because of social media and every kid gets a phone and is on it so
but that's
much that that's what
right,
actually is ingrained to it? Like honestly, I
right.
think that the technology is the downfall of it too, because so I see kids on tablets that are just 3-4 years old, and that's what they're doing is they're staring at this stuff, and it's just getting imprinted into their brain. So then that's how they feel like they should act. Like I
So
think that's the
true.
worst thing you could give a child is the technology, because all it is to satisfy the child so you don't have to be the parent because they're mesmerized by it. Like it's
But
worse than
see,
crack. You wouldn't give a 5-year-old crack or heroin because it's so addictive. Try to freaking take that phone or that iPad or that gaming system away from a 5-year-old. They don't even know how to act.
but see,
They
here's the
don't
thing
know
though,
how
right?
to.
I think what
Don't
you said it correctly though. It's not the technology, it's the parent.
Yeah.
So that's it. It's like you need the technology because guess what? Technology is not going backwards. It's only going forward. So it's going to get more and more and more and more and more faster,
It's
bigger,
great. That's why
better.
we can have this conversation.
Right, exactly, right. So what we have to do is, if you don't give that 5-year-old that technology, they're going to be behind. You're going to be raising a child that is already obsolete. So the key is, we need to give them the technology, but you need to understand as a parent how to moderate that, and actually, right. And that's where I think is we're having our problem because like you said, they're just putting it in front of them because they don't want to deal with their kid.
It's a pacifier.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to lay on the couch and watch my show. Here's my phone.
Yeah, exactly. So you're right about that, and I would agree. That is, that's a big thing. But I also think too that going back to the topic, going back to the prompt, when we sit up here and say it's degenerative behavior, well, why is it degenerative? Right? That is what the question is going to be to these people. Because is it going to be your morals? Is it going to be your religious upbringing? Is it going to be right or wrong? Because who's to say going to the club is right or wrong? That's just up to you, right? We can say this stuff, but if it's paying off for them in the short term, we live in this microwave society. So if it's paying off, They like, hey, you can tell me I can have a family and I could be living on 60 grand a year and I could be struggling or living modestly. That doesn't sound as appealing as getting flued out, quote unquote, to Dubai and going all of these parties and making $100,000, you know, by just posting shit on Instagram. That sounds more appealing. And I think that if you are living, you know, if you don't have, you know, you coming from a meager existence, that idea that you can make money doing, having a party, that sounds better than going to school and being responsible. So maybe it is a little bit of the marketing, you know what I mean? That people are falling into that consumerism. And that's why, because we sit up here and talk shit all day. Yeah, don't do the OnlyFans. You ain't nothing but 304, blah, 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 blah. But yet, like the prompt goes, you go and subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Right.
And she's making $3 million a year on OnlyFans, and you telling her you need to go get an education, you need to go get a husband, you need to, why? What husband is giving me $3 million a year? None. So shut up. And I think that's the bad part. Like, that's what they're thinking. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, we're trying to say, hey, stand on your morals. Well, morals ain't paying the bills nowadays. So I think we got to figure out a better way to market it to them, if that makes any sense.
It pays bills, but it doesn't pay, like how you guys were saying, that dopamine fix, like that
Right.
I
people
mean, we can
get.
make that same excuse about drug dealers.
Yeah, they just don't want to do it because they're greedy. It has nothing to do with paying the bills. No normal person has $3 million a year bills. They just want that. They just greedy and they don't care. Like, you could tell somebody, hey, you know, most people who go, if you become an OnlyFans person, you'll make a lot of money. But most people who do that unalive themselves and get addicted to drugs, and they'll be like, okay, I don't care. I don't even want to be alive past like 30 years old. So I don't care. Like, they don't care. They're just materialistic and greedy and selfish, and they only care about themselves. So that's what I mean by morals. Like, I mean, my morals personally, they don't come from like my own opinion and stuff. So they come from God. Most people don't believe in that, though. That's another reason. They don't believe in any type of consequence or whatever. And they don't believe anything can punish them. Like, they feel like they can do whatever they want, because what's going to happen if I go to jail? Okay, oh well, I'll get out. Or, you know, they don't, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to help those. I mean,
Because there was no consequences for their actions when they were children.
no,
Because
right,
the parents were apparently not parents.
right.
So
You reward bad
if they've
behavior.
never had consequences to deal with, I don't, you know.
I don't know how to help those types, like adults like that. Like, I wish I knew. I don't know, because it's sad to see. I honestly don't know how to help them.
You know what? You can't. And what we always say is that the train is going to keep going. Stay on your train with whatever you're, you know, and some people going to get on and some people not. And we can't stop the train waiting for people that don't want to get on to get on. We're going to
Right.
slow down a little bit. And if you want to get on, I'm going to leave the door open and you can jump in. But other than that, you just got to understand that some people are just going to be degenerates, some people are not, you know, and that's just, unfortunately, that's what freedom, that's the cost of freedom. If we
Right.
want to have the freedom to be what we want, we're going to have to understand that there's going to be people who going to do fucked up shit. Because, you know what I mean? So I just look at it like, hey, those are lessons of what not to do. And, you know, that's that. But I got to, my phone is about to unalive itself. And so, because I only got like 2%. And before, it might get off before I finish talking. But I just want to tell y'all, man, it's been a pleasure. Have a great day. Have a good week. You know what I mean? And be safe out there and don't be degenerative.
You too, and that was a great train
For
analogy.
sure.
Thank you. Have a good
All
night.
right, y'all. Have a good one now.
Guess I go back to the original real quick, because there ain't that many minutes after this one. Let me see. Should I refresh? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you meant last time you did that. We got more people.
Yeah, I'm thinking real refreshable real quick. You feel me?
Yeah, because people who are just there's people who are just waking up. They about to click on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's people that sleep in here too, so we
Yep.
go ahead and clear this room out.
You know I'll be
Yeah.
back
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
in 2 seconds.
Right. All right,
Yep.
I'll be in.